Chapter 6, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1892, Part 1. After witnessing President Harrison's inauguration, Mr. Cleveland had left Washington and presently became a resident of New York City, where he resumed the practice of law as an associate of the firm of Bang, Stetson, Tracy and McVeigh. In the eyes of the professional politicians of both parties, his public career seemed to have ended, and to have ended in utter failure. He was regarded as one who had, by an accident of politics, attained a transitory greatness to which he had proved to be personally unequal. His dogged determination in forcing an apparently unpopular issue, almost on the eve of a presidential election, and merely as a matter of conviction, had been quite incomprehensible at the time, and the result appeared to justify the contempt which partisans such as Senator Gorman and Governor Hill confidentially expressed to their intimates. They felt that Mr. Cleveland had now been eliminated from national politics. He had settled down as an everyday lawyer in a great cosmopolitan city where the complexity of life and the clash of material interests reduce even the most eminent of its citizens to comparative obscurity. Mr. Henry Watterson rather complacently remarked at this time, "Cleveland in New York reminds me of a stone thrown into a river. There is a plunk, a splash, and then silence." The ex-president accepted this verdict with philosophical good humor. He had nothing to regret. He had acted in accordance with his sense of right, and had done what he believed to be the best both for his country and for his party. As he said a little later at a banquet given in his honor, Note 1, page 253, "We know that we have not deceived the people with false promises and pretenses, and we know that we have not corrupted and betrayed the poor with the money of the rich." By his savings and by judicious investments in real estate, Mr. Cleveland had already secured a modest competence. As a lawyer, his professional labors yielded him a generous income. He practiced little in the courts, but important cases were often referred to him by the sitting justices, while his unquestioned integrity and conscientiousness led many prospective litigants to submit their interests to his arbitration. There was one kind of legal practice which he persistently refused to undertake. No persuasion could induce him to accept retainers from the great corporations. Note 2, page 253. Mr. Cleveland was convinced that the moneyed interests had already become a menace to the welfare of the nation, and with them he was unwilling to associate himself in any fashion whatsoever. In the message which he sent to Congress soon after his defeat for re-election, he had pointed out the perils which he saw in vast and irresponsible aggregations of wealth, whose possessors felt themselves to be above the law. "The fortunes realized by our manufacturers are no longer solely the reward of sturdy industry and enlightened foresight, but they result from the discriminating favor of the government and are largely built upon undue exactions from the masses of our people. The gulf between employers and employed is constantly widening, and classes are rapidly forming, one comprising the very rich and powerful, while in another are found the toiling poor. As we view the achievements of aggregated capital, we discover the existence of trusts, combinations, and monopolies, while the citizen is struggling far in the rear or is trampled to death beneath an iron heel. Corporations, which should be carefully restrained creatures of the law and the servants of the people, are fast becoming the people's masters. The existing situation is injurious to the health of our entire body politic. It stifles in those for whose benefit it is permitted all patriotic love of country, and substitutes in its place selfish greed and grasping avarice. Devotion to American citizenship for its own sake, and for what it should accomplish as a motive to our nation's advancement, and the happiness of all our people, is displaced by the assumption that the government, instead of being the embodiment of equality, is but an instrumentality through which a special and individual advantages are to be gained. Communism is a hateful thing and a menace to peace and organized government. But the communism of combined wealth and capital, the outgrowth of overweening cupidity and selfishness, which insidiously undermine the justice and integrity of free institutions, is not less dangerous than the communism of oppressed poverty and toil, which, exasperated by injustice and discontent, attacks with wild disorder the citadel of rule. Note 3, page 254. But although Mr. Cleveland was no longer an object of interest to the politicians, there were many quiet indications that the great mass of his countrymen had not forgotten him. Invitations came to him continually from professional, commercial, religious, educational, and civic organizations which sought the honor of his presence at commemorative banquets and other public gatherings. Note 4, page 254. When his engagements permitted, he acceded to these requests, for, as he said on one occasion, he had no sympathy with those good souls who "are greatly disturbed every time an ex-president ventures to express an opinion on any subject." Not infrequently he spoke at length to interested listeners, and what he said was always sensible and wise, and sometimes pregnant with suggestion. As a public speaker Mr. Cleveland was far from attaining brilliancy. Even his warmest friends could scarcely claim that he was an orator. His manner and his style alike were heavy. He had a strong preference for polysyllabic words, and for sentences so involved as to be Johnsonian in their ponderosity. He had probably never heard the dictum of the French stylist who said, "L'adjectif, c'est le plus grand ennemi du substantif." For almost every noun was coupled with an adjective, and these adjectives were frequently applied in pairs. Moreover, like many another statesman, he often took refuge in the baldest truisms, which were seldom freshened up by originality of phrasing. Mr. Abram S. Hewitt once said of him, in a tartly cryptic epigram, which may be interpreted as conveying either praise or censure, "Cleveland is the greatest master of platitudes since Washington." It is likely, however, that Mr. Cleveland's oratorical deficiencies were, on the whole, a distinct advantage to him. The American people at that period still held to the conservative tradition which viewed exceptional accomplishments in public men, if not with suspicion, at least with a certain amount of caution. Brilliancy might rouse admiration, but it could not inspire confidence. In the long run it was the safe man rather than the showy man who secured the highest honors from the electorate. Clay and Webster and Blaine had won the frantic applause of millions, yet they had all failed to achieve the one great prize on which their hearts were set. No president had ever been an orator of the first rank, save only Lincoln, and Lincoln's great political addresses represented the oratory of reason rather than the oratory of emotion. And hence, in Mr. Cleveland's case, even when his utterances were very tame and his sentences quite commonplace, they appealed to the multitude as embodying sound morality, conservative opinion, and what General Grant was fond of calling good horse sense. Mr. Cleveland's lines, therefore, at this time were cast in pleasant places. Successful in his profession, and respected by those whose personal esteem was worth the having, he enjoyed a period of tranquillity that must have been most grateful after his stormy years of public office. He spent his summers at a charming country seat upon the Massachusetts coast, to which he gave the name Gray Gables. There he entertained his intimate friends with a genial, friendly hospitality, and there, as an angler, he won a reputation which he was said to value quite as much as any public honors that he had ever gained. It was an ideal life for a retired statesman, a life that he would gladly have continued to enjoy, unvexed by the strife and din of party politics. But the fates had decreed it otherwise. The discussion of the McKinley Bill in 1890, and the overwhelming Republican defeat in the congressional elections which followed close upon the passage of that measure, brought Mr. Cleveland once again into a prominence such as he was far from seeking. It was he who in his bold message of 1887 had first raised the tariff issue. It was he who had forced the Republicans to adopt a policy which had ended in their utter rout. Though he had at the time failed of re-election, he had, nevertheless, inspired his party with aggressiveness and confidence. Many Democrats now began to ask whether anyone was so well fitted as he to lead the party back again to power. The campaign of education begun in 1888 was commencing to bear fruit. Looking forward to the coming struggle for the presidency, popular feeling instinctively went out to Mr. Cleveland as the logical candidate for 1892. Yet, although this sentiment was beginning to pervade the rank and file of the Democracy, it was most distasteful to the party managers. In a phrase of their own choosing, they had "no use" for Mr. Cleveland. To them he had always shown himself intractable, and they had been pleased at what appeared to be his permanent elimination from politics. It was not agreeable to think of him as likely to become again a candidate. Therefore they took no notice of the popular feeling in his favor, but endeavored to ignore him and to speak of him in public with a studied indifference, as of one whose day was over and who had become, politically, a back number. Most of the party organs refrained from mentioning him in connection with the presidency. Some of them endeavored to discredit him by a systematic press campaign of defamation. Conspicuous in this was the New York Sun, at that time under the editorship of Mr. Charles A. Dana. Charles Anderson Dana was undoubtedly the most remarkable figure that had yet arisen in the history of American journalism. Born in 1819, and educated at Harvard, he was a careful student and omnivorous reader, with a memory so tenacious as to place at his command a vast array of facts, which his quick wit and literary skill enabled him to use with singular effectiveness. As a very young man he had joined the Fourierites for a time in the erratic though memorable experiment at Brook Farm. A little later he was engaged in miscellaneous writing for the Boston newspapers. In 1847 he joined the staff of the New York Tribune, in whose office he developed a pungent style which was afterward to make him feared and famous. Here, too, he came into contact with all the most important public men of the antebellum period. A violent dispute with Horace Greeley over the latter's unfortunate "On to Richmond" editorial led to Dana's retirement from the Tribune in 1862. Note 5, page 258. And in the following year he was made Assistant Secretary of War. In this capacity he rendered highly important service to his chief Stanton, who sent him upon confidential missions to the headquarters of the army, with instructions to report upon the character and conduct of the leading generals. Dana's knowledge of human nature, his grasp upon essentials, and his power of going to the very heart of things, made his reports invaluable both to the Secretary and to Mr. Lincoln. It was due to Dana's favorable judgment that General Grant was not relieved of his command in 1863, but was upheld by the administration in the teeth of the fiercest criticisms. In 1864, however, Dana left the War Department and returned to journalism, editing for a while the Chicago Republican. In this he failed completely. Discouraged and uncertain of his future, he came to New York, where he established himself in 1868 as editor of the New York Sun. It was the year of Grant's first election to the presidency. Dana, remembering the service which he had done the general, and having, besides, a real liking for the man, wrote a life of Grant, which he intended to be a sort of campaign biography, for it was highly eulogistic and was written with an intimate knowledge of its subject. Political usage and personal gratitude might have suggested to the new president the bestowal of some reward on one whose ability was so exceptional as Mr. Dana's. Yet for some reason which has never been satisfactorily explained, Grant absolutely ignored the claim. It was Dana's desire to be made Collector of the Port of New York, but the office was given to another. And by this act Grant made an enemy whose unrelenting hatred pursued him to the grave. With an almost frantic eagerness, Dana set about destroying every copy of the life upon which he could lay his hands, so that today the book is practically unattainable outside of a few libraries. Then in the columns of the Sun he waged upon Grant a war of slander which for sheer malignity has never been surpassed. Dana knew quite well that Grant was honest, clean living, patriotic and sincere. Note 6, page 254. Yet now, with a perversion of facts that was infernal in its ingenuity, he painted him as a corrupt and brutal scoundrel, one who used his office for his personal enrichment, a tyrant, a vulgar ruffian, and a common drunkard. Everyone connected with the president, even his wife and family, came in for a share of Dana's wrath or ridicule. At one time the editor was indicted in the District of Columbia, and an attempt was made to have him removed to Washington for trial. Over such a prospect Dana was almost beside himself with fear. His hysterical editorials made it plain that had his case been actually tried in Washington he must have gone to prison. But Judge Blatchford, sitting in New York, refused the change of venue. In consequence the case was dropped, and Dana continued to lash the president with even greater fury than before. After Grant's retirement to private life, the attitude of the Sun remained the same. Even when the hero of the Great War was awaiting burial, and when all other criticism was stilled in the presence of death, Dana launched a poisoned shaft at those who loved Grant best. The Sun published an account of an undertaker's bill which the general's family had very properly refused to pay, but which Dana himself had settled with an ostentatious show of hypocritical benevolence that was absolutely devilish. The change in Dana's attitude toward Grant in 1868 was, however, only a single aspect of a change which had altered his entire nature. Until then he had been genial and fair-minded, with a touch of something like idealism in his view of things. He had associated with honorable men, and his life had been a useful one. But as he now looked back upon it, that life appeared to him a failure. Uprightness, optimism, and a regard for others had not paid. Both in journalism and in public life he had somehow missed success, and he was now in his 50th year. And so he seems to have said to himself that henceforth in his career as journalist he would take no heed of right or wrong, but would gain a certain sort of fame and a sure material reward by throwing overboard all principle. From that time he was thoroughly a cynic and a pessimist. In his charming home at Roslyn, and to a very few intimate friends, he still showed himself to be a genial, cultivated gentleman, interested in his books and flower gardens, and with a genuine enthusiasm for rare pottery of which he was a connoisseur. But as editor of the Sun he played consistently the part of devil's advocate. He set himself to jeer at whatever was best and noblest, to degrade and burlesque whatever decent men respected, to defend or palliate the base, and to treat corruption as an admirable joke. Thus he supported Tammany in the days of its worst offences. He was the apologist of Tweed. He warmly commended the proposal to erect a public monument to that notorious malefactor. On the other hand, every attempt to improve political conditions, such as the reform of the civil service and the movement for an honest ballot, was greeted by Dana with an outburst of derision. He used his newspaper also as a weapon to avenge his personal dislikes, and whoever incurred his enmity or roused his prejudice was pilloried in the columns of the Sun. Had Mr. Dana been a journalist of the usual type, his hatreds and his expression of them would soon have ceased to be of any interest, and would most probably have proved the ruin of the Sun. But the man was a genius in his way. His rhetoric was superb, and even those who most disliked him were reluctantly compelled to own the power of his invective. He had an unerring instinct for touching his victim on the raw, and his ingenuity in giving pain was marvelous. Furthermore, there was something tricksy, something impish even in his malevolence, so that outrageous though he was, his outrageousness had an indefinable quality which raised it far above the level of vulgarity. To him might well have been applied the description which Disraeli once gave of Lord Salisbury: "A master of jibes and flouts and jeers." A careful student of his editorial work once wrote of him: "He had a gift for making men seem hateful or contemptible or ridiculous, and he used his talent most unsparingly. His nicknames and epithets stuck like burrs to those at whom he hurled them. Who cannot recall a score of these appellations (Note 7, page 262), every one of which conveyed to the mind the suggestion of something ludicrous?" And, quite apart from its editorial page, the Sun was managed with great ability. It was then, perhaps, the most readable newspaper in the United States. Its news was collected with the utmost accuracy. Its reporting was often done with a skill and cleverness that gave it a distinctly literary quality. Its editor was regarded with intense admiration by journalists throughout the country, and he became the founder of a journalistic cult. Dana was ostensibly a Democratic partisan. His friends asserted that at election time he had always voted the Republican ticket. If so, this was a characteristic example of his cynicism, for in his editorial columns everything Republican was anathema. Most probably he preferred to be in opposition because such a role gave fuller scope to his peculiar gifts. Indeed, in 1880, when the September election seemed to indicate that the Democratic candidate, General Hancock, was likely to be chosen president in November, Dana deliberately wrote a double-leaded editorial in which he sneered at Hancock as a good man weighing 250 pounds, a jibe which greatly delighted the Republicans. The only note of sincerity in Dana's writings was found in his support of Mr. Tilden, who was his personal friend. When Mr. Cleveland was elected governor of New York, Dana at first was favorable to him, but presently he became inimical for reasons that are variously given. Some say that as Mr. Tilden's liking for Governor Cleveland cooled, Dana took his own cue from Tilden. Others assert that Mr. Cleveland rejected certain overtures that were made to him by Dana, and declined to invite the editor to Albany in answer to a hint. Note 8, pages 263 and 64. However this may be, the Sun soon ranged itself among the anti-Cleveland journals, and in 1884 it supported the Greenback nominee, General B. F. Butler. It was exceedingly like Dana to advocate the election of this brazen charlatan, who holds in history the bad eminence of having been the only conspicuous Northern commander in the Civil War, against whom charges of personal corruption were practically proven. Note 9, page 264. Throughout Mr. Cleveland's presidency, Dana maintained a sort of malevolent neutrality, giving many a satirical thrust at the man whose reforming spirit was obnoxious to the presiding genius of the Sun. On the day after Cleveland's defeat in the election of 1888, Dana printed without comment an entire column of quotations from medical and physiological works on the subject of obesity. Thereafter, the Sun ignored the ex-president until once more he loomed up as a possible candidate. Now, dipping his pen in vitriol, Dana outdid himself in running the entire gamut of abuse from ridicule to excoriation. To him Mr. Cleveland became the perpetual candidate, and later the stuffed prophet. Some of these editorials were masterpieces of malignity, and as such they are almost worthy of permanent preservation. They served no end, however, save to draw increased attention to his enemy's political availability. It was Mr. Cleveland himself who, in the judgment of many persons, deliberately ruined his own prospects by an utterance which he made at this time upon a question which had been violently injected into national politics. Before narrating the occurrence, it is necessary to give a brief account of the growth of the silver movement in the Western States. In the early years of its existence, the Republican Party had been dominated by one controlling purpose: the destruction of slavery. The issue which gave it birth was distinctly a moral issue, and the enthusiasm which inspired it was a moral enthusiasm. Its first declaration, made at Jackson, Michigan, on July 6, 1854, declared that the Republican Party was "battling for the first principles of republican government and against the schemes of an aristocracy." All Republicans were pledged in this declaration to "act cordially and faithfully in unison, postponing and suspending all difference with regard to political economy or administrative policy." Note 10, page 265. The Republican Party, therefore, was distinctly not a party of caste or of class, but preeminently a party of the people, devoted to the cause of human freedom. In those days the power of wealth and the pride of birth were equally arrayed against it. The rich merchants and bankers of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia viewed this new party as a menace to political tranquillity and vested interests. They joined hands gladly with the aristocratic planters of the South in seeking to stamp out so strange and disquieting a fanaticism. It was the most respectable citizens of Massachusetts who ostracized Charles Sumner, who broke up anti-slavery meetings, who mobbed Garrison and threatened to lynch Whittier. The Republican leaders boasted that their party was not one of wealth and privilege, but of intelligence and moral worth. Clergymen, teachers, writers, and small professional men joined its ranks, which were still further recruited from the agricultural portions of the country. The great strength of the Republican Party lay not in the Eastern States, but in the young commonwealths of the West, in Ohio, Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. The first Republican president was the very incarnation of democracy, so plain in manner, so simple in life, and so ruggedly sincere as to seem to the fastidious denizens of the East a mere barbarian. It was, therefore, as a party of the people that republicanism first won its way to political power. When the Civil War ended, the great purpose of the primitive Republicans had been achieved. Slavery was abolished forever. The feudalism based upon it was annihilated. Every inch of American territory had become free soil. As we now look back upon that period with a sense of true political perspective, it is plain that the old Republican Party really died in the year 1866. The party which afterwards continued to bear its name was altogether different from that which had rallied around Fremont in 1856, and which had twice elected Lincoln. It was different in its aims and aspirations, different in the character of its leaders, and different in the influences which shaped its policy. Its years of almost irresponsible power had utterly transformed it. Controlling the national finances with an overwhelming majority in Congress, and having in its gift not merely office and opportunity, but every sort of legislative favor, it drew to itself the support of every interest which 10 years before had been arrayed against it. It was now the party of the bankers, the manufacturers, the lords of commerce, and all those active, restless, scheming spirits who had learned that great fortunes were to be made in other ways than by legitimate industry. The true citadels of the Republican Party were now the crowded centers of the East, while the agricultural states received but slight consideration. The continuance of the war tariff, which enriched a comparatively few interests at the expense of the entire population, was the most striking factor in the development of this new republicanism. The farmer was compelled to pay tribute to the manufacturer, and so the Republican Party in this second phase of its existence became a party of class, as truly as the Democratic Party had ever been in the days before the war. The West was slow in recognizing the significance of this change. But as time went on, financial conditions operated to cause serious distress. In the first place, the gradual appreciation in the value of the paper dollar pinched the debtor class severely. The farmer, for example, who in 1863 had mortgaged his farm for 5,000 paper dollars worth, perhaps not more than half that sum in gold, found that he must repay the loan in dollars worth nearly twice as much, and therefore representing twice as much economy and diligence and labor. The resumption of specie payments in 1879, though a triumph of financial management, did nevertheless inflict a serious hardship upon all men who had borrowed money at a time when the paper currency of the United States was worth much less than its face value. This hardship was of course inevitable, but it was none the less a hardship, and it is not surprising that those who suffered from it should have tried to seek a remedy. Hence arose the so-called Greenback Party, which as early as 1876 nominated candidates for the presidency and vice presidency on a platform which demanded the repeal of the act for resuming specie payments, and which advocated the issue of United States notes as the sole currency of the nation. Upon this platform, Peter Cooper of New York received in that year a popular vote of 81,000, while in 1880 another Greenback candidate, James B. Weaver of Iowa, polled a vote of over 300,000. This movement, however, represented only one form of popular discontent. There were other grievances more irritating and apparently more easily remediable. One was the manner in which the railways of the country had monopolized the public lands. Note 11, page 268. Barring great tracts to settlers, while refusing to comply with the conditions under which the grants of land had been bestowed. Another grievance was the discrimination in railroad rates by which the small shipper was forced out of business by powerful corporations. Note 12, page 268. Still another was the working of the tariff laws which had steadily discriminated against the most widespread of all American industries, agriculture, while forcing it to bear the greater burden of taxation. It came at last to be widely asserted and believed that the government of the United States was becoming a creature of the corporations, that Congress was filled with corporation agents, railway senators, and trust representatives, and that even the judges on the bench were often men whose antecedents as corporation lawyers discredited their judicial decisions. All these and still other reasons for public discontent first found expression in isolated political movements throughout the West. Besides the Greenback or National Party, there arose the so-called Anti-Monopoly Party, which held its first convention at Chicago in 1884. In 1888, two labor parties appeared, each with a different set of grievances. The so-called Granger movement was another evidence of the popular discontent. The Grangers, or as they were officially styled, the Patrons of Husbandry, were an organization of which the founder was one O. H. Kelly, a clerk in the Bureau of Agriculture. Their general aim was to unite for self-protection all who were actually engaged in agricultural pursuits. By 1875, the Grangers, who then numbered more than 1,500,000 men and women, had definitely formulated certain measures which they hoped to have embodied in both state and national legislation. Like the Knights of Labor, they advocated women's suffrage and the regulation of railway rates. This organization afterwards grew into the Farmers' Alliance, just as the Knights of Labor grew into the American Federation of Labor, and as both of them had many aims in common, they effected a coalition in 1889, when they agreed upon a common platform of principles demanding the abolition of national banks, an increased issue of government paper, and the government ownership of all means of transportation and public intercourse. By this time the Western states were in a condition of political ferment. As yet there was no general cohesion or agreement between the different factions and parties. They lacked a leader. They had not as yet developed any political machinery. In the East, little notice was taken of them. The newspapers treated them with easy ridicule, and described the intensely earnest men and women who composed them as cranks and calamity howlers. Many of them were indeed unintelligent fanatics. Many of their wrongs were fanciful. Many of their remedies were quite impossible. Yet there did remain a very solid substratum of reason for these various movements, and the discontent was not without substantial justification. The epithet so sneeringly applied to the rank and file of the new parties recalled the no less sneering epithets that had been hurled at the Republicans in the days of their anti-slavery crusade. They too had been described as wild men and fanatics and enemies of public order. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1892, part 2. It may be asked why the discontented did not flock to the Democratic Party and use it as an instrument for turning out the Republicans, who were held to be primarily responsible for existing conditions. The reason was that both of the old parties were now almost equally distrusted. Both were regarded as being under the control of the money power. During Mr. Cleveland's administration, from 1885 to 1889, it had been made clear that the trusts were quite as influential in Democratic as in Republican politics. Mr. H. B. Payne, for whom the Standard Oil Company had bought the Ohio legislature, was ostensibly a Democrat. It was charged also that Secretary Whitney, Mr. Cleveland's closest adviser, was dominated by the same sinister influence. Senator Hoar had asked, "Is it, the Standard Oil Company, represented in the cabinet at this moment?" Note 13, page 270. And the question had rasped the nerves of the entire nation. Therefore these new factions that were springing up in the West and in the South felt that a clean sweep must be made, and that both of the old parties must be driven out. Seceding Republicans in the West declared themselves to be reverting to the earlier republicanism of Lincoln, while in the South those who had once been Democrats professed to be reviving the democracy of Jefferson. All of them wished to get back to simplicity, honesty, and economy in government, to secure a fair field for all, to resist commercialism, to oppose the money power, and the general corruption and cowardice of the old parties. Party conventions and organizations were now mere machines for winning elections and keeping control of the offices. They were unscrupulous oligarchies controlled by the rich. A few astute and wealthy managers and magnates, called businessmen, controlling the party managers as their henchmen, set things up in private conferences, while the masses were being fooled and manipulated like voting herds. Then the business magnates who dictated the nomination of the candidates and furnished the sinews of war for the campaign were of course to conduct the government. And equally of course the laws were to be made and administered in such a way as to take good care of these managers' business interests. It was felt that if any president or senator or congressman began to urge, honestly and effectively, that the great mine owners or railroads or trust combinations, the moneyed forces that controlled the money, land, and transportation of the people, should be actually brought face to face with the enforcement of just and equal laws, then some silent but powerful influence within the parties would retire such public servants to private life. Note 14, page 271. The storm center of this third-party agitation was the state of Kansas. In September, the Farmers' Alliance and the Knights of Labor assembled in convention there and nominated a full state ticket and also candidates for Congress. In the October elections, this ticket was elected, and out of the 7 congressmen allotted to Kansas, the new party elected 5, while the state legislature sent to the Senate a country editor, Mr. William Alfred Peffer, who had been a leader in the movement. In the following year, a general fusion took place of the different factions representing both the industrial and agricultural interests, now uniting for the first time as a definite political party under the name of People's Party or Populists. Their first national convention was held at Cincinnati in May 1891, and it drew up a platform which demanded the free and unlimited coinage of silver. The issue of paper money which should be loaned to the people at not more than 2% per annum on the security of non-perishable agricultural products, the national ownership of railroads, telegraphs, telephones, and steamship lines, a graduated income tax, and the election of United States senators by popular vote. Note 15, page 272. It was the financial part of this platform that was most immediately important. The demand for the free coinage of silver represented a general belief which had permeated the minds of the Western people. They had come to entertain what is known as the quantitative theory of money, believing that an increased supply of money would raise the prices of farm products. It was a matter of indifference to them how this increase of money was to be effected, whether by the issue of irredeemable greenbacks or by the unlimited coinage of silver. They would have preferred, if left to themselves, to substitute paper money for a metallic currency of any sort. But here came in another influence which for some time past had been at work. The price of silver, as compared with that of gold, had for a long time while been steadily falling. In consequence, the great mine owners of Nevada, Colorado, and other western states found the production of silver ceasing to be profitable. They had, therefore, as early as 1877, secured the passage of the Bland Silver Law, directing the government to purchase silver bullion and to coin each month not less than 2 million or more than 4 million silver dollars. Note 16, page 272. In 1890 this act had been repealed, and in place of it the so-called Sherman Silver Law had been enacted, directing the government to purchase every month 4,500,000 ounces of silver and to issue it against legal tender notes redeemable on demand in coin, either gold or silver, at the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury. Note 17, page 273. These two laws, although afterwards attacked by the Republicans, involved a logical application of the doctrine of protection. Silver was an American product, and the mine owners, as representing an American industry, demanded legislation which should make their industry a profitable one. As the tariff could not effect this, it was accomplished by forcing the government to provide an artificial market for the product of the silver mines. The Sherman Law was passed in the hope of propitiating the adherents of silver in the West, but it failed entirely of its object. It did not go far enough to please the silver men, while it alarmed the conservative financiers. What the Populists now desired was to make the coinage of silver an unlimited one, so as to render money plentiful and cheap, to drive gold out of circulation, and thus to secure artificially a general increase in the values of agricultural products. The silver propaganda was received with great enthusiasm in the West. Meetings were held in thousands of country schoolhouses to hear this new gospel of prosperity proclaimed by perfervid orators. The movement threatened to demoralize both of the old parties, for it was felt that the silver vote would be able at the next election to turn the scale in favor of whatsoever candidate should show himself to be most truly a friend of silver. It was while this agitation was at its height that the Reform Club in New York City, note 18, page 274, held a meeting to voice the opposition of New York businessmen to the free coinage of silver. An invitation to be present was sent to Mr. Cleveland. When this fact became known, many of his friends urged him to stay away and to keep to himself his opinions on the silver question. They knew that he was inflexibly opposed to any increased silver coinage. His messages to Congress had shown this very plainly. But they pointed out to him that by keeping silence he might let it be supposed that he had changed his mind, or that at least he was willing to approve a compromise. To offend the silver men was, they said, to throw away his chances for the presidency. He could not possibly receive a nomination if it were known that he was not a friend of silver. The West would be solidly against him. It was a time to temporize and to exercise a little diplomacy, both for his own sake and for the welfare of his party. Mr. Cleveland listened to this talk without saying very much. His engagements made it impossible for him to attend the Reform Club meeting. But he wrote a letter to the chairman, which on the following morning appeared in every newspaper throughout the United States. In it he said, "It surely cannot be necessary for me to make a formal expression of my agreement with those who believe that the greatest peril would be invited by the adoption of the scheme for the unlimited coinage of silver at our mints." And in the last sentence of his letter he spoke of the dangerous and reckless experiment of free, unlimited, and independent silver coinage. Note 19, page 274. These bold, uncompromising words created an immense sensation. Mr. Cleveland's enemies read them with exultation. Cleveland was out of the race at last. He had once more played the fool and made himself a political impossibility out of sheer pig-headedness. At last he was in reality a dead one. So thought the cynical Mr. Dana of the Sun, and so thought all the leading Democrats who had been nourishing presidential ambitions of their own. Admirers of the ex-president admired him more than ever, yet they could not repress a feeling of regret that he had spoken out so freely and, as it seemed to them, so unnecessarily. For they too viewed this Reform Club letter as putting an end to the movement for his re-election. Such was, in fact, Mr. Cleveland's own belief, yet in his heart there lurked no shadow of regret. An intimate friend who met him on the day after the letter had been published spoke to him ruefully about the matter. Mr. Cleveland's only answer was to throw out both his arms with the gesture of one who casts away a heavy burden. "Oof!" said he. And then, with a gleeful look at his friend's troubled face, he went on to talk about his summer plans. Yet neither his enemies nor his friends nor he himself had accurately gauged the effect of this act of defiant frankness. Beyond the haunts of the scheming politicians who managed caucuses and packed conventions, the pregnant sentences of that letter were read with an electric thrill of joyful recognition. Here at last was a man, one who knew his own mind and was not afraid to speak it, one who would not trim and shuffle to win votes, one who would kick aside a nomination for the presidency rather than wear a muzzle even for a moment. A shrewd English observer was once asked to explain the secret of Lord Palmerston's unbounded popularity. "Why," said he, "what the nation likes in Palmerston is his you-be-damnedness." It was something of the same quality in Mr. Cleveland that caused the American people at this moment to let their hearts go out to him, for the American people admire courage in their public men in exact proportion to the infrequency with which they have a chance to see it. Instantly, from having been merely a logical candidate for the presidency, Mr. Cleveland became the inevitable candidate. The stampede of Democrats to the ranks of the populace was checked at once. All through the West the party lines were closed up solidly once more, while in the East, conservative men, Republicans and Democrats alike, rejoiced over the growing influence of this dominant personality. It was only among a small coterie of professional politicians that the new aspect of affairs produced a feeling of anger and consternation. Before the appearance of the Reform Club letter, there had been several aspirants whose chances for the next Democratic nomination were seriously considered. One was Mr. Horace Boyce of Iowa, an earnest, able leader with convictions and a reputation for intelligence and integrity. He had fought a hard fight on the tariff issue ever since Mr. Cleveland's message of 1887 had brought that question to the forefront, and in the campaign which followed the passage of the McKinley Bill he had wiped out the vast Republican majority in Iowa and had been elected governor. He was a man of the people, in the best sense of the term, representing new issues and new blood, and he had always been consistently a Cleveland Democrat. Mr. Isaac Pusey Gray of Indiana was an old-school party leader, not conspicuous for his mental attainments, but popular in his own state, of which he had been governor. It was thought that he could carry Indiana, and he had the negative qualification of having made no important enemies in the party. Still another receptive candidate was Mr. Adlai E. Stevenson of Illinois, who had been Assistant Postmaster General in Mr. Cleveland's administration. His partisanship while holding that office (Note 20, page 277) had highly commended him to the petty spoilsmen of the democracy, and they pictured to themselves, with rare enthusiasm, the liberal fashion in which, if elected president, he would deal out offices to faithful henchmen. In the background, alertly watching every opportunity, was Senator Arthur P. Gorman of Maryland. Senator Gorman was one of the most astute and subtle of all the Democratic leaders. Of Irish descent and humble origin, he had as a boy been a page in the Senate chamber. In after years, with a truly Celtic genius for political intrigue, he had made himself master of the party organization in his own state, and an important personage in the national councils. Smooth, bland, and insinuating, he resembled both in appearance and in manner a typical Italian ecclesiastic, and his adroitness and inscrutability fully carried out the same resemblance. Mr. Gorman had kept on good terms with Mr. Cleveland during the latter's presidency. For his sake, the administration had incurred the odium of retaining Mr. Eugene Higgins in office (Note 21, page 277), against the protest of the Maryland civil service reformers, and had given aid and comfort to Mr. Gorman in his local party fights. Senator Gorman, however, was always at heart absorbed in his own ambitions. He had many private interests and personal associations not known to the world at large. He spun webs of exceeding fineness that were invisible even to his nearest friends, And while he was all things to all men, oily of speech and propitiatory in manner, he nourished ambitions for which he would sacrifice unsparingly whatsoever person interfered with them. The effect of Mr. Cleveland's outspoken letter on the silver question had been to eliminate these four would-be rivals from immediate consideration. There still remained, however, one who was rightly regarded by the Cleveland Democrats as a very formidable obstacle in the way of their candidate's success. This was Mr. David B. Hill, who had been chosen Democratic governor of New York in 1888, receiving for that office some 18,000 votes more than were given to Mr. Cleveland at the same election. Note 22, page 278. Governor Hill now stood forth conspicuously as the only person who could possibly wrest the next Democratic nomination from Mr. Cleveland, and therefore around him there rallied all who represented machine politics, hatred of reform, and the worship of the great god expediency, together with such as entertained a personal dislike for the only Democrat who had been inaugurated president since 1857. Mr. Hill was a lawyer who had attained to his prominent position by the most meticulous attention to the minutiae of New York politics. His private life was as blameless as his public record was vulnerable. He had no personal vices even of the minor sort. He neither smoked nor drank. To the society of women he was utterly indifferent. He cared nothing for money and earned a moderate income by hard professional labor. His one joy in life was found in political strategy and intrigue, to which his heart and mind and soul were unstintedly and absolutely given. Over great questions of public policy he wasted no reflection. He seems to have had at this time no serious convictions on such national issues as the tariff, finance, or foreign relations. It was the machinery of politics that absorbed his whole attention: the manipulation of primaries, the arrangement of "slates," the elaboration of deals, the word-juggling of party platforms, the carrying of elections. He knew the pettiest details of New York state politics by heart. Nothing was minute enough to escape his microscopic eye. He mistook, in fact, political myopia for statesmanship, and the march of great events bewildered him. But in his own sphere he was unsurpassed as a wily, patient, and hitherto successful plotter, a consummate artist in intrigue. During his 2 terms as governor, Mr. Hill had devoted all his powers to building up an organization in New York State which should have the efficiency of an absolutely flawless machine, and he had succeeded to a marvelous degree. Every local leader was a partisan of Mr. Hill, taking orders from him alone, and executing them implicitly. An alliance with Tammany Hall gave him support of that well-drilled and disciplined organization. In short, Mr. Hill was now absolute master of the New York political engine, and this fact gave him an undoubted claim upon the attention of the Democratic party throughout the nation. Mr. Hill's friends said with an air of finality, "Hill carried New York State in 1888. Cleveland lost it. You can't win without New York. Hill is the man who can surely give you New York's 36 electoral votes." This boast, however, was heard by many Democrats with the deepest anger and resentment. They said, "Yes, Cleveland lost New York and Hill carried it, but why? Because Hill sold out Cleveland, and made us lose the presidency in order that he might gain the governorship. Do you think that we have forgotten this, and that we are going to give the highest honors of the party to the man who openly betrayed it?" But Mr. Hill cared little for mere talk. He set about giving the party and the country an object lesson of his grip upon New York. He remarked to a friend of his, "Presidential nominations are not handed out on silver salvers in these days." In January, 1892, the Democratic National Committee issued a call for the convention of the party to be held in Chicago on June 21st. Within a few days, on January 25th, after this call had been promulgated, the New York State Committee, at Mr. Hill's dictation, summoned a state convention to meet in Albany on February 22nd, for the purpose of choosing New York's delegates to Chicago. The Democrats of New York were startled. Never had a state convention been called so early, 4 full months before the national convention. It was clear that Mr. Hill intended to steal a march upon the Cleveland men, to pack the state convention, and to secure for himself the delegates from New York. A burst of indignation and of angry protest came from every quarter against the attempt to force a snap judgment from a snap convention. But the Hill machine worked smoothly, and began at once to grind out delegates to Albany. Democrats friendly to Mr. Cleveland refused to take any part in the district caucuses. And so a solid body of "snappers," as they were called, poured into Albany on the 22nd to do the bidding of their master. The convention met, organized, and finished its entire business in 2 hours and a half. Only 3 speeches were made, all carefully revised beforehand. Mr. Cleveland's name was not so much as mentioned. A delegation to Chicago was selected, pledged to Mr. Hill, who was then summoned from the Delavan House, where, in Tweed's old headquarters, he had been waiting for his followers to do their work. He spoke briefly and in a perfunctory sort of way, and the gathering then adjourned. The only spontaneous applause which had been heard there on that day was given to Mr. Richard Croker, the new head of Tammany Hall. Once more, then, Mr. Cleveland was thought to be out of the running. His own state had apparently declared against him, and no candidate had ever received a nomination for the presidency without the support of his home delegation. Whether Mr. Hill should win or not, he seemed to have it in his power to defeat his quiescent rival, or failing that, to give the nomination to anyone with whom he could make the best political bargain. The Cleveland men in New York called a convention of their own, alleging that the gathering at Albany had not been truly representative. These anti-snappers chose a Cleveland delegation for Chicago, though there was practically no chance of its securing recognition there. Note 23, page 281. For the moment, the star of Mr. Hill was undoubtedly in the ascendant. In the meantime, the Republicans, though outwardly harmonious, were on the verge of serious dissension. President Harrison's administration had, on the whole, been satisfactory to the masses of his party, but the President himself had not been able to inspire any marked devotion to his own person. Everyone admitted his integrity, his good judgment, and his ability. He had gained the respect even of his opponents. Nowhere, however, was there the slightest enthusiasm for him or for his administration. The feeling of the Republican managers toward the President was not so tame a one as that of the rank and file. It had, in fact, become one of positive and intense dislike. Quite typical was the changed attitude of 2 very conspicuous leaders, Mr. Thomas C. Platt of New York, and Senator Matthew Stanley Key of Pennsylvania. Mr. Platt had, at the beginning of President Harrison's term, expected to receive either a cabinet office or some other high appointment. It was he who, as head of the Republican state organization in 1888, had presumably arranged the bargain with the Hill Democrats, by which Hill had been chosen governor, while the electoral votes of New York were cast for Harrison. Mr. Platt, however, had been thwarted in his hope. He had received no appointment to office, though a certain amount of federal patronage had been placed at his disposal. Mr. Platt was a secretive, silent sort of person, and he accepted what was given him. He was not, however, satisfied, and he felt that he had been treated with ingratitude. Furthermore, the President showed no great liking for his company, nor did he receive Mr. Platt's advice with any perceptible cordiality. Therefore, Mr. Platt, in his subterranean fashion, set himself to undermine President Harrison with the party as a whole. The case of Mr. Key was somewhat different. In his private life this man had many attractive qualities. He was genial and sympathetic in manner, and was always doing little acts of spontaneous courtesy to those about him. He had a scholar's tastes, and an Elzevir Horace was his constant companion. But in his public career he was one of the most depressing illustrations of triumphant baseness in all American political history. He perpetuated in Pennsylvania the corrupt traditions of Simon Cameron, who had been forced to leave President Lincoln's first cabinet because he had used the War Department's funds in private speculations. Key was a man without honor, without principle, and without shame. He began his political life by the betrayal of his friends for a money bribe, and this first act of his career was typical of all the rest. His audacity, however, and his skill in appealing to the lowest motives of the men about him, had given him almost absolute control of the Republican party in Pennsylvania, his only rival being another able "boss," one Chris McGee. Key had at first secured a share of President Harrison's favor, and was rather ostentatiously his supporter, but in 1890 something happened which affected the President very deeply. In that year Mr. H. C. Lee, a very eminent and influential citizen of Philadelphia, published certain charges against Senator Key, which if true made it clear that Key's proper place was not in the Senates of the United States, but in the penitentiary. Mr. Lee declared, and his assertion was corroborated by a vast amount of testimony, that Key, while Secretary of State for Pennsylvania, had misappropriated the sum of $260,000 which he had lost in speculation, and that while state treasurer he had used $400,000 of the public funds in stock gambling, which amount was subsequently replaced. These charges were repeated in the House of Representatives by Mr. R. P. Kennedy of Ohio; but by a party vote the Republican majority refused to let Mr. Kennedy's speech appear upon the record. Key, with his wonted shamelessness, allowed the charges to go unanswered, and though they were published all over the country, he remained silent with regard to them. The immediate result was an overwhelming Democratic victory in Pennsylvania in that year, and the election of Mr. Robert E. Pattison as governor. That Key was guilty of common theft was accepted as a fact, not merely by the people at large, but by the President, whose sturdy honesty made him shrink from all association with a felon, even though that felon had escaped unwhipped of justice. Key's anger was extreme. In private, he accused Mr. Harrison of profiting by his services, and then repudiating him under fire. There were many other malcontents whom Mr. Harrison had either knowingly or unknowingly offended; some by his cold, unsympathetic manner, others by his refusal to appoint them to office. All these men flocked to Platt and Key as natural leaders, and plotted with them to prevent the President's renomination. It was plain enough that under ordinary circumstances the party was bound to make Mr. Harrison its candidate a second time. Not to do so would be to declare that his administration had been a failure, and thus to stultify Republican professions; but if for him there could be substituted a still more eminent leader, one of unquestioned supremacy and of unchallenged claims, then this action would not necessarily put the party upon the defensive. That Mr. Blaine was such a leader could not be disputed; and so the Republican opponents of President Harrison begged the great Secretary for permission to use his name. Mr. Blaine's position was a very delicate one. He had become almost as unfriendly to the President as had Messrs. Key and Platt, though for very different reasons. His personal and official intercourse with Mr. Harrison had grown more and more distasteful to him. The two men were temperamentally antipathetic. Blaine, ardent, impulsive, abounding in original ideas, a man of imagination; Harrison, cold, sluggish, matter of fact, inhospitable to suggestion. From the beginning the seeds of an estrangement were sown by the refusal of the President to appoint Mr. Blaine's son Walker to be Assistant Secretary of State. This refusal constituted a personal, a family grievance. Note 24, page 285. And other causes of a gradual alienation were presently not wanting. During the Chilean crisis the divergent views of the two had strained their relations nearly to the breaking point. At one of the cabinet meetings Mr. Blaine's excited opposition to the President's opinions became so violent as to induce an attack of vertigo and an illness of several days. Not from love of his chief, therefore, did the Secretary of State reject the advances of Key and the anti-Harrison leaders, but because of the fact that Mr. Harrison was, indeed, his chief. Political etiquette, and even common decency, forbade a member of the cabinet to intrigue against the President who had appointed him, and of whom he was the official adviser. But, urged the plotters, why not resign the cabinet office, and announce frankly that you are a candidate? Then another and an even stronger reason became known. Mr. Blaine, in very truth, was sick of party strife. For 30 years he had toiled and fought. He had received high honors, even though he had failed of his supreme ambition; but now he was weary of it all, the noise, the turmoil, the intrigues and the lying, the seething mass of mean ambitions, the bold-eyed greed, the insolence of vulgar curiosity, the steam of sweating mobs, and all for what? Mr. Blaine reviewed it with the sense of true perspective which comes to men with years, and in his very soul he loathed the thought of dragging once again his weary limbs down into that reeking, roaring hell of all the evil passions. His strength was spent. Though still apparently in perfect health, there was lurking somewhere in his system an obscure disorder that was draining his vitality. His chosen biographer tells us that he had become a hypochondriac, given to morbid brooding over his condition and to the use of many drugs. Nothing, not even the presidency, seemed any longer worth his while. And so he wrote an open letter declaring that he would not, under any circumstances, consent to be a candidate. Key and the other plotters, therefore, turned away from Mr. Blaine and shaped their plans to give the nomination to ex-Speaker Reed, who had also become estranged from President Harrison. The weeks sped on. The Republican convention at Minneapolis had been summoned for the 7th of June. On June 4th, 3 days before the convention met, the country was amazed to learn that Mr. Blaine had written a curt note to the President, resigning the Secretaryship of State, and asking that his resignation take effect at once. Note 25, page 286. Intense excitement ran through the ranks of the Republicans. What was the meaning of this sudden act? Had Mr. Blaine's health really broken down? Had he quarreled with the President? It was felt that no matter what the ultimate cause might be, the time chosen for the resignation made it an act of obvious unfriendliness to Mr. Harrison. Senator Keyes sought to rouse the old-time Blaine enthusiasm among the delegates. But the effort was in vain. Some believed that their former hero's health was now completely shattered. Others resented the confusion and bewilderment caused by the letter of resignation. "Mr. Blaine is playing fast and loose with us. He will ruin himself by his duplicity," said Mr. Depew, until then his devoted admirer. "The plumed knight now carries a broken lance," said Mr. New of Indiana. The anti-Harrison leaders came to the convention with divided counsels. The Harrison forces were compact and confident. The former fought for delay in order to form new combinations, and for 3 days the sessions were devoted to the platform and to trivial details. The Reed movement did not appeal to very many, and the delegates from Mr. Reed's own section failed to stand by him, greatly to the disgust of several of his ardent friends. Mr. then Governor McKinley of Ohio had been made permanent president of the convention, and the enthusiasm which his appearance called forth led the opponents of Mr. Harrison to "boom" the high tariff advocate, though soon they returned once more to Mr. Blaine. Finally, on June 9th, in the midst of the flurry, a vote upon the admission of a contesting delegation afforded a fair trial of the relative strength of the two factions. The Blaine men controlled 423 delegates, the Harrison men 463. Instantly there was a break in the ranks of the opposition. It was plain that Harrison must win. All the time servers at once flocked to him. On the following day, after the usual speech-making, Mr. Harrison, who had been put in nomination by Mr. Depew, was chosen on the first ballot with 535 votes, or 82 more than were required. Mr. Blaine received 182 votes, and Governor McKinley precisely the same number. On the following day, Mr. Whitelaw Reid, the editor of the New York Tribune, was nominated for the vice presidency. When Mr. Blaine learned of what had happened, he wrote an open letter urging his friends with all the loyalty of a veteran to support the Minneapolis ticket. But Mrs. Blaine remarked, in the presence of a large gathering, "I am sick and tired of the whole thing." It was, in truth, upon Mrs. Blaine that the responsibility of this rather pitiable denouement rested. No authorized explanation of Mr. Blaine's sudden retirement from the cabinet has ever been put forth, yet it was perfectly well known to many at the time that this step, so ill-advised and so contrary to Mr. Blaine's own judgment, was taken because of his wife's insistence. Mrs. Blaine was a very masterful, high-spirited woman, unblessed with tact and far too prone to interfere with her husband's political concerns. More than once in his career this interference had caused him great embarrassment, though matters had always been arranged in such a way as to avoid anything like an overt esclandre. But when Mr. Blaine entered President Harrison's cabinet, his political difficulties were heightened by domestic complications. Almost at the outset a coolness arose between the wife of the Secretary of State and the wife of the President, and this coolness increased until it became at last a positive antipathy. Mrs. Blaine was far too conscious of the fact that her husband might have been elected president in place of Mr. Harrison, had he chosen to accept the nomination in 1888, and she let this consciousness be felt in many of the irritating little ways which feminine ingenuity so easily devises. Mrs. Harrison not unnaturally resented this, with a result that can be imagined. When, therefore, Mr. Blaine was urged to let his name be used in opposition to the President, Mrs. Blaine became an active ally of the anti-Harrison politicians. For a long time she was unsuccessful. But age and illness had sapped her husband's power of will and had perhaps obscured his judgment; so that finally he yielded to incessant domestic pressure and took the step which resulted so disastrously. From that moment his political career was ended. He retired to his home in Maine, and after a lingering illness died early in the following year. Note 26, page 289. There is something infinitely pathetic in a survey of Mr. Blaine's remarkable career. With so many qualities, with such high ambitions and such splendid opportunities, he never reached the goal upon which his gaze had been continually fixed, and toward which he had struggled with such dauntless hope and energy. It is not too much to say of him that for resourcefulness and for that sort of imagination which enters into constructive statesmanship, he had had no equal since the days of Jefferson. He possessed every gift that goes with supreme leadership save only one. He lacked that higher moral sense without which, in the last and crucial test, a statesman's strength is turned to weakness. As was said of him at the time, he reflected accurately the influences that were in the ascendant throughout the Civil War, amid whose storm and stress his political character had been molded. The ardent patriotism, the fiery courage, the intense devotion to a cause which made that period memorable, were his. But through all those years he had seen about him the play of meaner motives, and the inevitable jobbery and corruption which are the accompaniment of war, and long familiarity with these had blunted a naturally fine sense of honor, and had led him to set expediency sometimes in the place of right. The most serious charges brought against him were undoubtedly untrue, but he had so acted as to justify them in the minds of millions of his countrymen, and he was forced to pay the penalty of his indiscretion. Yet, whatever were his faults, he was a very great American; and when he bade farewell to public life, even his political opponents thought of him with something more than kindness. At a Democratic mass meeting held at Chicago in the campaign which followed, a speaker chanced to mention Mr. Blaine. At once the great audience sprang to its feet and thundered forth its uncontrollable applause. When it subsided, the speaker said, "Blaine seems to have more friends here than he had at Minneapolis," and a voice replied amid a second tempest of applause, "We were all his friends." End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1892, Part 3. The Democratic National Convention met at Chicago on June 21st with Mr. William L. Wilson of West Virginia as its permanent president. Events had taken an unexpected turn. Senator Hill's snap convention of the preceding February had proved to be a political boomerang. Its action, so far from coercing the Democrats of other states, had inspired them with indignation toward Mr. Hill and with enthusiasm for Mr. Cleveland. They regarded the maneuver as a most unworthy trick. The prominence of Tammany in the whole proceeding had repelled them, for Tammany had always been mistrusted by the democracy at large, particularly in the West. Therefore a very strong drift had at once set in toward Mr. Cleveland's candidacy. In the words of General Bragg, uttered in 1884, men loved him most of all for the enemies that he had made. State after state had instructed its delegates to vote for him, and it was already plain that he would have a sure majority in the convention at Chicago. Democratic usage, however, required a 2/3 vote to effect a nomination, and therefore Senator Hill did not yet despair. He might not himself win, but he felt that he could at least defeat his rival and give the nomination to another candidate. Even Mr. Cleveland's friends were still afraid to hope. Mr. Tracy of New York met Colonel Morrison of Illinois in Washington a day or two before the convention had assembled. "Morrison," said he, "we are going to nominate Cleveland or die." "Maybe," returned Morrison, "but are you certain that you are not going to do both?" When the convention met, however, the tide for Cleveland was running like a mill race. His portraits were displayed all over the city, his badges were on the breasts of more than half the delegates, his name alone seemed to be in the mouth of every one. A feeling of buoyant confidence inspired the great crowds which poured into Chicago. A sense of coming victory was in the air. The democracy was at last in fighting trim, and had fixed upon a leader of whose invincibility no doubt was felt. Ex-Secretary Whitney was in charge of Mr. Cleveland's canvass. He had come to Chicago expecting to make an uphill fight, but he found himself at once the master of the situation. "I can't keep the votes back," said he to an intimate friend. "They tumble in at the windows as well as at the doors." On June 20th, the day before the convention was opened, even the New York Sun grudgingly admitted that Cleveland's nomination was quite probable. The immense wigwam at Chicago, with its amphitheater roped off like a prize ring, was packed to suffocation. Mr. Wilson, whose voice was weak and whose presence was unimpressive, could not control the delegates, who sang and cheered and had things wholly their own way. In the committee which drafted the platform there was a sharp struggle over its tariff plank. The Conservatives of the committee inserted a shifty and ambiguous declaration, such as had been usual in other years, and being in the majority they had adopted it. No sooner had it been read to the convention, however, than it was greeted with tempestuous derision. The delegates were in an aggressive mood. They would have no compromise, no evasion of a dominant issue, and so by a great majority the plank as reported was stricken out and a substitute adopted, bolder than any declaration on the subject of the tariff which a Democratic convention had ever ventured to put forth. It began: "We denounce Republican protection as a fraud, a robbery of the great majority of the American people for the benefit of the few. We declare it to be a fundamental principle of the Democratic party that the federal government has no constitutional power to impose and collect tariff duties, except for the purposes of revenue only; and we demand that the collection of such taxes shall be limited to the necessities of the government when honestly and economically administered." In vigorous phrase it went on to speak of the McKinley tariff law as "the culminating atrocity of class legislation." It pledged the party to give the people free raw materials and cheaper manufactured goods. It declared that since the McKinley tariff had gone into operation, wages had been lowered in many trades, with resulting strikes and general distress. It called attention to the fact that after 30 years of high protection, the homes and farms of the country have become burdened with a real estate mortgage of over $2,500,000,000, and it denounced a policy which fosters no industry so much as it does that of the sheriff. The convention had now taken the bit between its teeth and was beyond control. The Hill leaders fought vainly to secure delay. The discussion of the platform had lasted until nearly midnight, and an attempt was made to adjourn the convention until the following day. The motion was shouted down amid indescribable uproar. The delegates refused to adjourn before the candidates were nominated. The customary nominating speeches were then made. Mr. Cleveland's name was presented by Governor Abbott of New Jersey, and the name of Senator Hill by Mr. William C. DeWitt of New York. Other candidates were put in nomination, among them Governor Boys of Iowa, Senator Gorman of Maryland, and Mr. Stevenson of Illinois. It was now 2:00 in the morning, but the convention showed no signs of weariness. The vote was certain to be taken before daybreak. The friends of Mr. Hill therefore played their trump card: the threat that Mr. Cleveland could not possibly be elected without the vote of his own state. To drive home the assertion with all possible point and power, they had reserved their ablest speaker until this moment. At 2:15 a.m., the bulky form of Mr. Bork Cochrane was seen emerging from the mass of delegates and moving toward the platform. Mr. Cochrane was an Irishman by birth, who had come to New York as a young man and had been admitted to the bar, achieving great success as a jury lawyer. Fluent of speech, witty and adroit, he was a natural rhetorician, and could be either denunciatory or persuasive, with great effect. In after years he received the nickname of the Mulligan Guard Demosthenes, because his eloquence was almost always at the disposal of Tammany Hall. Nevertheless, he was a superb stump speaker, and even the Cleveland men became hushed and silent to catch his opening words. Mr. Cochrane had some of the gifts of a very clever actor. As he faced his audience he seemed languid, heavy-eyed, and utterly exhausted. A feeling of sympathy won him the goodwill of the convention before he spoke a word. Then, in a voice that was rich and resonant, he uttered an earnest plea for harmony, making it appear that harmony could be achieved only by dropping Mr. Cleveland as a candidate. Here he spoke with perfect tact, anxious to offend no prejudice. For the personality of Mr. Cleveland he entertained, so he said, the most profound respect. "I feel for him a personal friendship. I oppose him in this convention solely because he stands between the Democratic party and the light of victory." He spoke of the great tidal wave of 1890, which had overflowed the Force Bill, and repudiated McKinleyism. He alluded to the service which Mr. Hill had rendered in that fight, and to the importance of New York as a factor in the election which was imminent. "Pennsylvania boasts," he then went on, "that she has never made a threat in a convention. I ask you, what could Pennsylvania threaten? Pennsylvania in November, with her 32 electoral votes, will thrust the democracy of New York into the ditch dug for it here. I believe that Mr. Cleveland is a popular man. Applause. A most popular man. Increased applause. Let me now add that he is a man of most extraordinary popularity on every day of the year except Election Day. Uproar. He is popular in Republican states because his democracy is not offensive to Republicans. I oppose him in this convention because his candidacy imperils the success which now comes to us with bright, alluring prospects. I appeal to you to pause now, before this contemplated action is taken, before this invasion is made complete. Build, gentlemen, build your hopes of success, not upon the shifting sands of political professions. Build it upon the solid rock of democratic harmony, of democratic unity, and of democratic enthusiasm. Then the people in whom you have trusted will repay your confidence with majorities so decisive that Republican prospects throughout the Union will receive a completer check even than they have received in the state whose triumphant democracy now asks you only for permission to win for you a democratic victory in November. Note 27, page 295. But Mr. Cochrane's eloquence was unable to stem the tide. In the early hours of the morning, the roll of the convention was called. And long before the last delegation had responded, it was plain to everyone that Mr. Cleveland had secured not merely a bare majority, but more than the 2/3 necessary to make him his party's candidate. The record showed that 617 votes were cast for him, 10 more than were required, while Senator Hill received only 114, Governor Boyce 103, and Senator Gorman 36. Amid a scene of tumultuous enthusiasm, with bands blaring and banners waving, the galleries joined with the excited partisans upon the floor in chanting a song which had struck the fancy of the public. Note 28, page 295. Grover, Grover, 4 more years of Grover. In he comes, out they go, then we'll be in clover. On the following day, to please the old-fashioned party men, Mr. Adlai E. Stevenson of Illinois was nominated for the vice presidency. Another candidate was said to be more acceptable to Mr. Cleveland, but just before the balloting began, a serious personal scandal regarding him became known to the delegates and served to prevent his nomination. It was characteristic of Mr. Cleveland that on the night when his political fate was hanging in the balance, he should have been chatting quietly in a friend's library, far distant from the telegraph wires and quite out of reach even of his own excited partisans. When the news was brought to him the next morning, he received it with the same tranquillity that had marked his bearing ever since his retirement from office. The same news was heard in a very different spirit by Mr. Dana of the Sun. He had pinned his faith on Hill up to the last moment, hoping against hope. In his paper for June 22nd he had styled Hill "that heroic and powerful statesman, a faithful, fearless, and successful champion." Now that Mr. Cleveland had been nominated, Dana was in a dreadful quandary. He hated Cleveland and everything for which Cleveland stood, yet not to support the nominee of the Democratic Party would probably mean for himself and for his paper financial ruin. Furthermore, there was no other party open to him. And so he reversed himself in a fashion so awkward and so insincere as to excite the mirth of everyone. Pretending that Republican success would mean the enactment of a force bill, he came out for Cleveland on June 24th, saying that the one supreme issue was the question whether those Southern states which have inherited a Negro population surpassing the number of their white citizens shall, by federal law and federal military force, be subjected to the political domination of the Negroes, to Negro legislatures, Negro governors, and Negro judges in their courts, or whether they shall continue to be governed by white men as now. Better vote for the liberty and the white government of the Southern states, even if the candidate were the devil himself, rather than consent to the election of respectable Benjamin Harrison with a force bill in his pocket. And so, throughout the ensuing campaign, Mr. Dana devoted himself to writing vociferous leaders around his watchwords, "No force bill," "No Negro domination." The Populists held their national convention at Omaha on July 2nd, and nominated for the presidency General James B. Weaver of Iowa. Note 29, page 297. And for the vice presidency Mr. James G. Field of Virginia. Their platform accused both of the older parties of subserviency to the capitalists, declaring that "from the same prolific womb of governmental injustice we breed the two great classes of tramps and millionaires." It demanded, among other things, the free and unlimited coinage of silver and gold at the ratio of 16:1, a graduated income tax, the establishment of postal savings banks, and the ownership by the government of railroads, telegraphs, and telephones. Few political campaigns in American history have been conducted upon so high a plane as that which followed in the summer and autumn of 1892. President Harrison said in a spirit that did him honor, "I desire this campaign to be one of republicanism and not one of personalities." A very dignified campaign it was. Even the speakers upon the stump alluded to their opponents in terms of personal respect. No scandals were unearthed, and no sensational episodes occurred, like that of the Murchison letter. The main fight between the two great parties was fought out upon the issue of the tariff. For the first time in its history, the Republican party was on the defensive. In 1884 it had been obliged to defend the record of Mr. Blaine, but its own past was held to be unassailable. Now the inequalities of the McKinley tariff were vigorously attacked by every Democratic speaker, and the explanation and defense of them taxed the ingenuity of the Republicans. Higher prices and lower wages were, indeed, strong Democratic arguments. President Harrison's own contribution to political discussion consisted of the sapient remark, "A cheap coat means a cheap man under the coat," an epigram which was about as convincing as Dr. Johnson's burlesque line, "Who drives fat oxen must himself be fat." By tacit consent, both Republicans and Democrats said very little about the silver question. The Populists, on the other hand, preached the doctrine of free silver with great vigor and enthusiasm. In some states of the West and South, coalitions were made with the Populist party. Thus, in Louisiana, the Republicans divided their electoral ticket evenly with the Populists. In Oregon, one Populist elector was placed upon the Democratic ticket; and in Minnesota both Democrats and Populists united upon 4 electors. In 5 states, Colorado, Idaho, Kansas, North Dakota, and Wyoming, the Democrats nominated no electoral ticket at all, but voted for the Populistic candidates. The object of this was not merely to defeat the Republicans at the polls. It was thought possible that enough Populist electors might be elected to prevent any party from having a clear majority in the Electoral College. In that event, the election would be thrown into the House of Representatives. Note 30, page 299, voting by states, in which case the Democrats would have a clear majority. As the summer drew near its end, both parties were hopeful, yet both believed that the result would be very close. One feature of the election would be novel. For the first time it was recognized that money could no more be used in directly bribing voters. Of the 44 states of the Union, 35 had adopted some form of the Australian ballot, thus enabling the voter to cast his vote in secrecy. As was written at the time, "No blocks of 5 can be marched to the polls on election day with their ballots held in sight of the man who has bought them till they are dropped into the ballot boxes." What the same isolation will accomplish in great manufacturing centers is equally obvious. No working man need fear loss of employment if he votes in accordance with his own beliefs and against the interests of his employer, for his employer cannot see how he votes. In the list of the 35 states which have the new systems are to be found all the so-called doubtful states, and all those states in the Northwest in which the tariff reform sentiment has made such havoc with old-time Republican majorities. In the great cities of the land there is another gain from the new system which is as important as that of the secret ballot. Trading and deals will be practically impossible, because of the difficulties which are thrown in the way. Other agencies for securing votes must be sought, and other managers and professional corruptionists and traders must be put at the head of the party organizations to conduct the campaign. Note 31, page 299. Something which occurred in Pennsylvania during this year did much to endanger the prospects of Republican success. In June, the Carnegie Steel Company at Homestead reduced the wages of its employees. A trade organization known as the Amalgamated Steel and Iron Workers sought to intercede; but the Carnegie Company refused to recognize it, and soon afterwards ordered a shutdown, and closed its works, throwing thousands of men out of employment. These men, a majority of whom had served the company long and faithfully, were not strikers. They were summarily deprived of their employment for the sole reason that they were members of a union. The intention of the company was to reopen the mills with non-union men. Anticipating trouble, the Carnegie managers, instead of appealing to the authorities for legal protection, employed a force of armed men to act as a garrison for the mills. This small army was placed in armored barges and brought to Homestead by the river. As they neared their destination, the men who had been locked out fired upon them and were met by a counterfire. A sort of battle took place, lasting for nearly 2 days, and involving the use of cannon and of burning oil, with which the river was flooded. 7 of the Carnegie army were killed, and a much larger number wounded. The loss of their assailants was even greater. In the end, the men in the barges surrendered and were badly treated by a mob, and finally state troops were sent to Homestead and restored order by the establishment of martial law. In various ways this incident was unfortunate for the Republicans. In the first place, here was a highly protected industry cutting down the wages of its workmen at the very time when Republican orators were proclaiming the blessings of the McKinley Bill. In the second place, the country beheld a very striking instance of the lawlessness of corporations. These great steel magnates, so said the Democrats, were acting precisely after the fashion of feudal barons, maintaining private armies, disdaining the protection of the law, and shooting down citizens without any legal warrant. The employment of armed men by corporations had already attracted the attention of Congress, and the bloody affair at Homestead made the private militia system exceedingly unpopular. Another cause of concern to the party in power was the condition of the national treasury. The $1 billion Congress had not only wiped out the surplus, but had authorized expenses which it was practically impossible to meet. For the 6 months ending December 31, 1891, the Treasury had paid out $86 million less than was called for by the existing laws. This sum had not been paid for the excellent reason that the funds were lacking. The customs revenue had fallen off, expenses had increased, and now the government of the richest nation in the world was in the position of a hard-up debtor, postponing from day to day the payment of its bills, and living, as it were, from hand to mouth. On the whole, then, the Democratic chances seemed very good. Only in one state, but that a most important one, could danger be detected. This was in New York. Mr. Hill and his followers had returned from the National Convention in a sullen mood. They had been soundly beaten by the Cleveland element. Would they take their revenge upon Election Day? This was a question which perplexed the Democratic managers, and most of all Mr. W. C. Whitney, who felt himself responsible for the result in his own state. The most dangerous element of opposition, as in 1884, was to be found in Tammany Hall. John Kelly had died, and had been succeeded by Mr. Richard Croker, who now wielded a power far greater even than that of Kelly. Croker was an Irishman by birth who had been brought to the United States when he was 2 years old. He had been a machinist and then a fireman, and had gradually worked his way into local politics, advancing from one position to another, until in 1886 he became the head of one of the most formidable political organizations in the world. He was a man of immense force of character, illiterate but shrewd. In many of his personal traits, as in his physical appearance, he reminded one of General Grant, having the same taciturnity, the same grim doggedness of purpose, the same iron strength of will. The vote of New York City was in his gift, and he had been consistently opposed to Mr. Cleveland. Nevertheless, it was known that Tammany Hall was anxious not to be regarded as disloyal to the party. Years before, Croker had been accused of murder, and among his counsel had been Mr. Whitney. For him, ever since that time, Croker had entertained a kindly feeling. Upon this feeling Mr. Whitney diplomatically worked, until Croker agreed to meet his party's candidate and come, if possible, to an understanding. He not unnaturally supposed that Mr. Cleveland would give promises in exchange for Croker's own promise to make his men vote straight. Mr. Cleveland, however, showed no inclination for an interview with Croker. It was only as a personal favor to Mr. Whitney that he at last consented, and the 3 men, with a second Tammany chief, dined together in a private room at Mr. Whitney's house. When the political conversation began, Mr. Cleveland took a line that was most unexpected. Instead of suggesting conciliation and speaking smoothly, he squared his shoulders and gave Croker such a talk as he had never listened to before. He told him what he thought of Tammany Hall, of Tammany politics, and of Tammany men. As he towered above Croker, punctuating his remarks with heavy blows of his fist upon the table, he completely dominated the great "boss," who in reply could merely iterate his hope that matters might be arranged between them. In the end, Mr. Cleveland said that what had happened in the past would not influence him in his future actions; and with this very meagre concession Croker had to go away content. Mr. Cleveland, in fact, meant to win the presidency, if he won it at all, without giving pledges to any human being. Among the many interesting anecdotes then current regarding him, one of the most characteristic was told by a distinguished man of letters who had long been his intimate personal friend. There was a certain rich contractor, a Blaine Irishman, a liberal employer of labor, who, because of his own ancestry, was thought to have great influence with the Irish voters in New York. Just at that time, the Irish vote in New York was a very uncertain element in Democratic calculations. Therefore, it occurred to the literary gentleman, who happened to know the contractor very well, that he might perhaps do his favorite candidate a good turn by bringing the two men into personal relations. So it came to pass that one evening they met in the poet's library, without the least suspicion on their part that the interview had been prearranged. After a few moments their host made some excuse for slipping out of the room. Returning at the end of half an hour, he found Mr. Cleveland and the contractor chatting very amicably together. A little later, the ex-president, having finished his call, departed. "Well," said the host, "what do you think of him?" The contractor's face fairly glowed. "Ah, sure," said he, slipping into his native brogue, "he's the greatest man I ever saw. He's a fine man, a grand man. He wouldn't promise to do one thing I asked him." And from that time until Election Day no one worked harder for Mr. Cleveland than the man who had failed to extort a single promise from him. The November election astonished Democrats, Republicans, and Populists alike. Mr. Cleveland swept the country. Of course, the Southern states were solidly for him, but in addition he carried all the "doubtful states," Connecticut, Indiana, New Jersey, and New York, while, to the amazement of the political prophets, California, Illinois, and Wisconsin gave him their electoral votes. Michigan cast 5 of its 9 votes for him, and even Ohio, the home of Mr. McKinley, returned 1 Democratic elector. In the Electoral College, Cleveland and Stevenson had 277 votes against 145 for Harrison and Reed. Note 32, page 304. Even had Mr. Cleveland lost New York, the presidency would still have been his own. A very startling result of the election was the enormous strength displayed by the Populists throughout the West. Not only did their candidate, General Weaver, poll more than 1,000,000 votes, but he actually carried 4 states, Colorado, Idaho, Kansas, and Nevada, receiving also 1 electoral vote in Oregon and 1 in North Dakota. For the first time since the birth of the Republican Party, a third political organization was represented among the presidential electors. Note 33, page 305. It is true that the vote given to the Populists was an exaggeration of their actual numbers, because in all but one of the states which they carried, the Democrats had made no nominations. But none the less, the election figures were indicative of an immense popular upheaval that was ominous for the future of the older parties. Meanwhile, Mr. Cleveland had won an extraordinary personal triumph. Disliked by all the politicians, nominated against the protest of his own state, and opposed by the powerful corporate interests throughout the country, he had, nevertheless, been carried into the presidency by a great spontaneous movement of the people themselves, who gave him their implicit confidence because they felt that in him they had found a leader courageous enough to defy coercion, and of moral fiber strong enough to resist those other influences which are only the more dangerous because insidious. He received the presidency for the second time, bound by no pledge save that contained in the declaration of his party to govern honestly, to reduce the tariff, and to curb the trusts. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. President Cleveland once more. Part 1. When Mr. Cleveland, as President-elect, proceeded to the Capitol to take the oath of office for the second time, it seemed almost as though the earlier ceremony of 1889 were being faithfully repeated. Now, as then, he was accompanied by Mr. Harrison, and only the relations of the two were changed. Then Mr. Cleveland was the defeated candidate, giving place to his victorious successor. Now it was Mr. Harrison who was gracefully sustaining the same rôle, and in his turn making way for an opponent. In externals, however, the scene was essentially the same, even to the aspect of the weather, for a storm of mingled sleet and rain was raging, and Washington had awakened on that raw March morning to find the streets all whitened by a swirl of snow. Amid a driving gale, and standing in what an observer graphically described as a blizzard-riddled wooden pen, the new president, bareheaded, delivered without notes of any kind a brief inaugural address. And then for 5 hours he reviewed the long procession which marched past the presidential stand. Its most conspicuous feature was the entire National Guard of Pennsylvania, headed by the Democratic governor of that state. For the first time also in the history of inaugural parades, women participated in the pageant. A cavalcade of them from Maryland, superbly mounted, rode past the president, adding a new element of the picturesque. More interesting, however, in view of recent political events, was the presence of 3,000 Tammany men, of whom several hundred were arrayed in Indian garb, and with whom were leaders such as Croker, Grady, and others, who for 9 years had waged relentless war on Mr. Cleveland. Assuredly it was for him a day of genuine triumph, when even such consistent enemies as these had been brought to heel. On the day following the inauguration, Senator Hill called upon the president, and the two were closeted for hours. Just what passed between them no one ever learned, but it seems quite certain that Mr. Hill accepted frankly the inevitable. From that day he never seriously opposed the policy of his successful rival, and more than once in the tempestuous times which followed he did staunch service in its defense. And thus began the years of President Cleveland's second term of office, which a philosophical writer has truly characterized as "the most momentous period in a time of peace in the history of the country, and the most interesting from a political point of view in either war or peace." Note 1, page 307. The fury of the elements that raged throughout the day of its inception symbolized, as it were, the storm and stress which marked the years of its continuance, and which reached a climax at its close. The composition of the new cabinet had become known to the people before the nominations were laid before the Senate. The Secretary of State was Mr. Walter Q. Gresham of Illinois, lately a judge in one of the federal courts. Mr. Gresham had been a lifelong Republican until a few months prior to President Cleveland's election. He had even been regarded as a possible Republican candidate for the presidency. At the Republican National Convention of 1888, he had received on the first ballot 111 votes, standing second only to Senator Sherman, who led the poll until the combination in favor of Harrison was effected. Note 2, page 308. Mr. Gresham had always been a conservative, a Lincoln Republican, wholly out of sympathy with the later tendencies of his party, and when the tariff was made a direct issue in 1892, he turned his back upon high protection as a policy, and publicly announced his purpose of voting for Mr. Cleveland. Mr. Gresham was popular with the labor element in the Middle West, and as a judge had given from the bench decisions accompanied by obiter dicta that greatly pleased the opponents of privilege. He was a man of the Cleveland type, sternly honest, inflexible of purpose, and vigorous in mind. In some respects he fell short of the ideal requirements in a Secretary of State. His training had not sufficiently familiarized him with the minutiae of diplomatic relations. He failed, perhaps, to appreciate the importance of these relations as compared with concerns of domestic interest. Moreover, on the personal side, he lacked something of that regard for the fitness of things which ought to characterize one who has to do with the representatives of foreign countries. It was Mr. Gresham's wont to receive ambassadors and ministers, men bred to the most punctilious etiquette, sitting in his shirt sleeves at his desk and chewing on the stump of a cigar, while he was over fond of lounging about the corridors of Willard's Hotel and mingling with the very motley mob which sprawled there at all hours of the day and night. Naturally, Mr. Gresham's appointment was rather sharply criticized. Republicans regarded him as a renegade from their ranks, while many Democrats thought it hard that the chief cabinet position should go to so very recent a convert to democracy. Mr. John G. Carlisle of Kentucky was made Secretary of the Treasury, and offered a brilliant contrast to his two immediate predecessors. He was an experienced legislator, who had been 3 times Speaker of the House and a member of 7 different Congresses, in all of which he had concerned himself with questions of theoretical and practical finance. Mr. Carlyle was of a calm, reflective, and judicial cast of mind, and he had to an exceptional degree the gift of lucid and convincing exposition. While acting as Speaker, Mr. Carlyle once received an unusual compliment from a political opponent. Mr. (afterward Senator) Hiscock of New York said of Mr. Carlyle, "He is one of the strongest of Democrats, and I am one of the strongest of Republicans. Yet my imagination is not strong enough to conceive of his making an unfair ruling, or doing an unfair thing against the party opposed to him in this House." Note 3, page 309. The President appointed as Secretary of War Colonel Daniel S. Lamont of New York, who had been private secretary to Mr. Cleveland while the latter was Governor of New York, and also during his first administration as President. It was essentially a personal appointment, well justified both by Colonel Lamont's devotion to Mr. Cleveland and also by his ability, his sound judgment, and his admirable tact. Another personal appointment was that of Mr. Wilson S. Bissell of New York, an old and intimate friend, to be Postmaster General. The new Secretary of the Navy was Mr. Hilary A. Herbert of Alabama, the first ex-Confederate to be placed in charge of one of the military departments of the government. Mr. Herbert was an accomplished gentleman and a skillful administrator. He had served as chairman of the House Committee on Naval Affairs in 3 Congresses, and was intimately familiar with the duties of his new office. Under him the Navy of the United States, which a few years before had ranked as only 12th among the navies of the world, advanced to the 5th place, being surpassed only by the armaments of Great Britain, France, Russia, and Germany. Mr. Hoke Smith of Georgia became Secretary of the Interior, and Mr. Julius S. Morton of Nebraska, Secretary of Agriculture. The cabinet was completed by the appointment to the Attorney Generalship of Mr. Richard Olney of Massachusetts, whose name was destined to be honorably associated with some of the most stirring events of President Cleveland's administration. When he became Attorney General he was almost unknown outside of his native state. Educated at Brown and Harvard, he was a successful lawyer who had mingled but little in public life, beyond serving in the Massachusetts legislature. He had, however, a very forceful personality, combining the keenness and prompt decisiveness of a trained reasoner with a certain aggressive quality which suggested, under all the suave amenities of a polished gentleman, the pugnacity and also the tenacity of a bulldog. President Cleveland entered upon his duties under no illusions as to the difficulty of the problems which confronted him. There was a seriousness, amounting almost to solemnity, in some of the sentences of his inaugural address, which may have been regarded lightly by those who then heard or read them, but which afterwards were seen to have been full of meaning. Toward the close he said with something like the spirit of prophecy, "Anxiety for the pledges which my party has made constrains me to remind those with whom I am to cooperate that we can succeed in doing the work which has been especially set before us only by the most sincere, harmonious, and disinterested effort. Even if insuperable obstacles and opposition prevent the consummation of our task, we shall hardly be excused, and if failure can be traced to our fault or neglect, we may be sure the people will hold us to a swift and exacting accountability." And then he added, "I shall, to the best of my ability and within my sphere of duty, preserve the Constitution by loyally protecting every grant of federal power it contains, by defending all its restraints when attacked by impatience and restlessness, and by enforcing its limitations and reservations in favor of the States and the people. Fully impressed with the gravity of the duties that confront me, I should be appalled if it were my lot to bear unaided the responsibilities which await me. I am, however, saved from discouragement when I remember that I shall have the support and the counsel and cooperation of wise and patriotic men, who will stand at my side in cabinet places or will represent the people in their legislative halls." In a letter to Mr. Justice Lamar, which was written at this time, but of which the full text still remains unpublished, the President spoke of his own misgivings and of his doubt as to whether his administration were not destined to disaster. It may, however, be questioned whether even he had yet become aware how formidable were the dangers which beset him. There were 3 elements in the political situation so closely interrelated as to make action in regard to any one of them involve an instant complication with the other 2. These 3 factors were: 1. The relation of the great moneyed interest to national legislation; 2. The spread of populism in the West and South; and 3. The condition of the government's finances. The rapid growth of great fortunes which accompanied and succeeded the Civil War had long been a subject of comment, and very properly of pride among Americans of every class. Never perhaps in the history of the world was there witnessed a parallel to the extraordinary outburst of energy and genius devoted to material success which marked the years from 1864 to 1890. All at once the untouched resources of the United States seemed to be revealed to its inhabitants, and thousands upon thousands of keen-witted, inventive, far-seeing men had grasped the vast possibilities which the development of these resources inherently contained. What had been accomplished in the whole of the preceding century was now surpassed by the railway builders, miners, traders, promoters, manufacturers, and financiers of this new era. The United States was like a freshly opened gold field into which prospectors flung themselves in a frantic rush for wealth. And from one point of view the results were admirable. Here were rich rewards for brain and muscle, for courage and capacity. America, far more than ever, was for a time a land of opportunity. Yet there was another and a darker side, which more and more became apparent as the years went by. This was seen first of all in the growing tendency of many who had become extremely rich to monopolize the sources of their wealth, and thereby to bar the door of opportunity to others, and furthermore in the effort, too often successful, to render subservient or worthless the machinery of the law, to which alone those who were wronged must look for swift redress. The most signal instance of corporate power was to be found in the railways. These companies, the creatures of the state, deriving their charters from the people, and often aided by generous public grants, went far beyond the rights that were conceded to them. From being simply common carriers, they began to get possession of those natural products which are included among the necessities of life. First in order, they secured the 3 great coal fields in which 95% of the anthracite coal of the United States is mined, and they secured them not by legitimate purchase, but by forcing private owners to sell at prices fixed by the railway managers. Those who refused found that the railways would no longer furnish cars for the shipment of private coal, thereby shutting off the individual miner from his market. When the state of Pennsylvania, in 1873, forbade, by a constitutional provision, its railways to engage in mining coal, the prohibition was at once evaded. Railway officials formed mining companies, of which the directors were the same men as those who made up the railway directorates, and the old abuses were continued with the added zest of defying the fundamental law. This arrangement even augmented the extortion; for now the railways, acting as common carriers, could charge exorbitant freight rates, thus justifying the mine owners, i.e., the railway owners, in selling the coal they shipped at whatsoever prices they pleased. It was found by a congressional committee in 1893 that the railway charge for carrying coal was far greater than the charge for carrying wheat or other similar freight, and that while the means of transportation had been continually improved and the cost of handling cheapened, the railway rates were higher than they had been 15 years before. Note 4, page 313. What was true of coal was also true of timber, copper, iron, and other minerals. In the West, great tracts of arable land were held by the railways and barred to settlers. Note 5, page 314. While there, too, by an unfair discrimination in freight charges, one locality was favored at the expense of another, just as one merchant or manufacturer might be ruined because of the more favorable terms that were secretly given to his competitors. Thus the railways were, in a sense, the masters of the state rather than its servants, arbitrarily bestowing or withholding prosperity, getting a firm grip on small communities, fixing at will the cost of articles of prime necessity, choking competition, and thus earning for the companies the great sums necessary to enable them to pay extravagant salaries and to keep up dividends on watered stock. Note 6, page 314. But the railway owners offered merely the most conspicuous and worst, and not by any means the sole example of gross abuse of power. They had bred a score of other organized and equally rapacious corporations, of which the Standard Oil Company, Note 7, page 314, and the so-called Sugar Trust were especially obnoxious to public sentiment and most successful in their defiance of the processes of law. The continuance of a high protective tariff had added to the number of these monopolies, for while the tariff did not invariably or necessarily create an actual monopoly, its tendency was distinctly to limit competition, and in 1892 Mr. John DeWitt Warner, a careful student of politico-economic questions, published a list of 100 corporations of this sort which had, by one means or another, secured tariff legislation in their own favor. The tariff, however, had nothing to do with the absorption by private corporations of valuable franchises all over the country, for which they paid little or nothing, while they usually exploited them in a spirit of insolent rapacity. Gas companies, having a monopoly in many cities, used fraudulent meters, supplied inferior gas, and collected excessive rates from the consumers, who were absolutely helpless and without redress against what everyone well knew to be sheer robbery. It was the same with electric lighting. The street railways were in the hands of another set of owners, who treated the traveling public like mere cattle, crowding them into insufficient cars in defiance of either comfort or decency, charging excessive fares for an inadequate service, and caring nothing for remonstrance or complaint. The telegraph was still another instance of an almost complete monopoly, the telephone of another, the business of the express companies of another. The mere enumeration of these facts, however, is less significant than another circumstance connected with them. Every country has witnessed phenomena not unlike these. Unscrupulous and able men are always ready to enrich themselves and to wring great fortunes from the people. In the United States, even at the time of its birth as a nation, the records were smirched by the story of stock jobbing, dishonest contracts, and the sale of influence, and by a vicious eagerness to exploit every public source of private gain. Note 8, page 315. Some decades later, the nation had a further experience of the political power of wealth at the time when Nicholas Biddle and his associates of the United States Bank waged a long war against the national administration until they were routed by the fiery Jackson. Later still, the period of the Civil War, which may be extended to cover the years from 1860 to 1875, saw men wielding the weapon of wealth with an unscrupulousness that has never been surpassed. But in business and in public life, this period is one to be recalled with shame by every American. Senator Hoar, in a memorable speech, once gave, as by a sudden glare of lightning, a glimpse of those appalling years. "My own public life," said he, "has been a very brief and insignificant one, extending little beyond the duration of a single term of senatorial office. But in that brief period I have seen 5 judges of a high court of the United States driven from office by threats of impeachment for corruption or maladministration. I have seen the chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs in the House rise in his place and demand the expulsion of 4 of his associates for making sale of their official privilege of selecting the youths to be educated at our great military school. When the greatest railroad of the world, binding together the continent and uniting the 2 great seas which wash our shores, was finished, I have seen our national triumph and exultation turned to bitterness and shame by the unanimous reports of 3 committees of Congress, 2 of the House and 1 here, that every step of that mighty enterprise had been taken in fraud. I have heard in the highest places the shameless doctrine avowed by men grown old in public office, that the true way by which power should be gained in the Republic is to bribe the people with offices created for their service, and that the true end for which it should be used when gained is the promotion of selfish ambition and the gratification of personal revenge. I have heard that suspicion haunts the footsteps of the trusted companions of the President himself. Note 9, page 316. Yet the things done in those years gave in their direct results no reason for despair. Those who did them were acting almost in isolation, and in most instances professedly outside the pale of honesty and decency. Fisk and Gould and Huntington, Belknap, Babcock, Brady, the chiefs of the whiskey ring, the plotters of Black Friday, and the Star Route criminals, were by the very crudity of their methods so conspicuously evil as hardly to be dangerous. Like Tweed and his confederates, who belonged to the same period, they were vulgar bandits, operating boldly enough on the byways of politics and commerce, yet ready to take flight when attacked by the law and by public indignation. But in 1892, great wealth had led to the development of a caste of which the members were exceedingly respectable and of a very different stripe from those whom they succeeded. Well-mannered, kindly gentlemen were they, usually irreproachable in their private lives, generous in their benefactions, and upholders of a conservative tradition which they had themselves created. The protected manufacturer rapidly enriched himself, not by defiance of the law, but strictly in accordance with it. The railroad magnate who gave rebates and drawbacks, the organizer of a mighty trust, and the able captain of industry who closed and barred the doors of opportunity to any other than himself, were in their own estimation far from being violators of the statutes. Every step they took was taken under the advice of the most eminent lawyers of the land. If what many of them did appeared to contravene alike the letter and the spirit of explicit legislation, and if they were often sued, indicted, or otherwise brought before the courts, this gave them slight concern, for nothing ever came of it. The law's delays were endless, its technicalities most interestingly labyrinthine, and the judges patient and extremely well disposed. The most striking feature of this new wealth was its solidarity and the close relationship of interest among its owners. There were no longer isolated millionaires, fighting each for his own hand. The chief figure in an oil company, for instance, would likewise be the principal stockholder in a great electric light concern, having also a subsidiary interest in a match trust, a candle monopoly, and a dozen gas works. Mr. H. D. Lloyd, whose zeal sometimes led him to exaggerate the importance of his deductions, but whose facts were based on irrefutable evidence, was well within the truth when he wrote in 1894: "A small number of men are obtaining the power to forbid any but themselves to supply the people with fire in nearly every form known to modern life and industry, from matches to locomotives and electricity. They control our hard coal and much of the soft, and stoves, furnaces and steam and hot water heaters, the governors on steam boilers and the boilers, gas and gas fixtures, natural gas and gas pipes, electric lighting and all the appurtenances. You cannot free yourselves by changing from electricity to gas, or from gas of the city to gas of the fields. If you fly from kerosene to candles, you are still under the ban." Note 10, page 318. Add to this the fact that the very same men, and others like them, held directorships in chains of banks, in railways, in insurance companies, and other fiduciary institutions; that they owned a controlling interest in the leading newspapers of the country, which helped to mold and control public opinion by coloring the news. Note 11, page 318. That they were lavish contributors to the campaign funds of one or both of the great political parties; that they helped their own protégés to seats in municipal councils, in state legislatures, and in Congress; and that their influence was benevolently exerted to promote their former legal advisers to positions in the state and national judiciary; and one may form a faint conception of the enormous power which they wielded. Note 12, page 319. It was primarily to check this power, and to bring it under the more efficient control of law, that the People's Party had been founded. In that party there were some who were sufficiently clear-sighted to perceive that the crux of the whole situation lay in the question as to who should control and regulate the public means of transportation and communication, with such other public utilities as heat and light and water. In private hands this control was certain always to be abused and made an instrument of oppression, precisely as it had been in the past. The Standard Oil Company and the coal monopoly had been reared upon the secret agreement between the railways in Pennsylvania. The Beef Trust had crushed competition largely by its grip upon the western roads. The transcontinental railways had fraudulently acquired and held great tracts of public lands. These and a multiplicity of related facts were known to almost everyone, and therefore here should have been found the point d'appui of the Populist campaign. But unfortunately for their cause, the leaders, and most of all the masses, of the new party were led astray by another plan, which seemed at once more tempting and more simple of execution. They did, indeed, as we have already seen, insert in their various platforms a demand for the government ownership of railways, telegraphs, and telephones; yet it was upon the silver question that they elected to make the strongest fight. Perhaps they had vaguely in mind the military maxim of a great French strategist: "Find out what it is that your enemy most desires you not to do, and then do it." To the populace the whole body of merchants, bankers, and business men in the Eastern States were collectively the enemy. No distinction was made between the Wall Street gambler, the trust promoter, and the note shaver on the one hand, and the conservative, fair-minded representatives of legitimate commerce on the other. In Kansas and Nebraska these were all equally the enemy, and when it became apparent that their interests were violently opposed to the free coinage of silver, that they dreaded it and viewed it as a menace to prosperity, then the rank and file of the new party felt a keen delight. Here was a sharp-edged weapon ready to hand. Here was a sword wherewith to slay the money sharks, the Shylocks, the Wall Street bloodsuckers, and the trusts. If free silver was a bad thing for them, then surely it must be a good thing for the honest farmer. The free silver leaders, of course, were not all actuated by a purely emotional view of a strictly economic subject. They called themselves bimetallists and honestly believed that it would be possible for the United States to maintain a double standard, even though its mints should be open to the unlimited coinage of silver dollars at the old ratio of 16:1, which had long since ceased to be a true one. Note 13, page 320. They had read the works of theoretical bimetallists, who held that the use of both metals would be economically desirable if adopted through a common agreement by the great commercial nations of the earth. This is, indeed, a question that still remains an open one, although purely academic. The important fact in 1893 was that, with the exception of India and the United States, all the leading nations of the world were either upon a definite gold basis or were preparing to accept it. England, which in fact, though not by law, had made gold its standard since 1699, adopted that standard legally in 1870 by the Coinage Act. In 1871, Germany demonetized silver and became a gold country. The nations composing the so-called Latin Union, France, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy, and Greece, did the same in 1877, and their example was shortly followed by Holland, Norway, and Sweden, while Russia, Austria, and Japan signified their intention to adopt a policy of gold monometallism at an early date. The practical question at issue in the United States, therefore, was not whether the double monetary standard might not be feasible through an international agreement, but whether one nation alone could successfully maintain it in the face of the use of a single standard by the rest of the civilized world. The serious and more intelligent leaders of the silver men, Democrats, Republicans, and Populists alike, believed this to be possible. They caught eagerly at stray passages in the writings of international bimetallists, and gave them an illogical application. Some very conservative economists and statesmen were, in fact, theoretically in favor of bimetallism as a principle, among them Mr. (afterwards Lord) Goschen, and Mr. A. J. Balfour in Great Britain, and in the United States General Francis A. Walker, Mr. Charles Francis Adams, Mr. S. Dana Horton, and President E. B. Andrews of Brown University. Note 14, page 321. The names of these and other authorities were dragged into the argument, and made to support assertions and deductions such as would greatly have astonished the worthy gentlemen to whom they were ascribed. But the great mass of the friends of silver did not know or care anything about the niceties of financial doctrine. They made up their own minds in a much more direct and simple way. To them, free silver had a most enticing sound, indicative of opulence and easy times. They had a vague notion that if the amount of money in the country should be increased per capita, each individual citizen would necessarily have more of it in his pockets. Just how he was to get it except by working for it precisely as he had done before, they did not attempt to demonstrate. But they were certain that the free coinage of silver would increase the number of dollars per capita in the United States, and that any objection to such a measure could come only from cruel capitalists in the East, who wished to hold the Western farmers forever in the bonds of debt. When assured that unlimited silver coinage would drive gold out of circulation, they replied that silver was good enough for them if they could only get enough of it. When told that the United States could not single-handed maintain a system at variance with that of the great European nations, they answered that this country was big enough to do anything it pleased without asking for leave or license from the monarchies of Europe. Such were the simple, primitive ideas which influenced the minds of the silver men throughout the West. But most potent of all was the belief that a vote for silver was a direct blow struck at the hated Eastern capitalist and creditor. The third serious element in the political situation at the time of President Cleveland's second inauguration was the condition of the United States Treasury. When it had been turned over to Mr. Harrison's financial secretary 4 years before, it contained a net surplus of $97 million. This had all been spent, and it was now difficult even to meet current expenses. Moreover, the financial legislation of past years had begun to inspire foreign holders of American securities with increasing apprehension. When specie payments were resumed in 1879, the Treasury had set apart in gold a special fund which was never to be less than $100 million for the redemption of outstanding legal tender notes, greenbacks. Of these greenbacks, there were in circulation $346 million in 1892. There were also outstanding $147 million of coin certificates, which had been issued in the purchase of silver bullion under the Sherman Act of 1890. Note 15, page 323. These, by law, were redeemable in coin, i.e., in either gold or silver at the option of the Treasury. But President Harrison's Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Windom, had very unwisely ruled that the holder of the notes might exercise his option. In other words, the coin certificates, like the greenbacks, were really payable in gold. Hence, there were now outstanding government notes calling for $493 million of gold, while the Treasury had little more than 1/5 of that sum with which to redeem them. Yet this was not the worst. For under the Sherman Act, which still remained in force, the government must buy each month 4,500,000 ounces of silver and issue against this bullion still more paper money to be redeemed in gold. The perplexities of the situation with which President Cleveland was confronted were, therefore, plain enough to be seen by any intelligent observer. He was pledged to reduce the tariff in the interest of freer trade, and in this he was certain to find himself in conflict with the whole power of consolidated capital, not the power of protected industries alone, but of all the allied forces of monopoly, for these well knew that a radical reform of the tariff would be only the first step toward a reform of other and even worse abuses. It was also plain that he must take measures to protect the Treasury and keep it solvent. But such measures would of necessity run counter to the convictions of the silver men of every party, and would convince the people of the West that Wall Street was supreme in Washington. President Cleveland's task, then, involved a bitter struggle with the capitalists on the one side, while it must inevitably fan the flames of popular suspicion on the other. The stoutest heart might well have shrunk from such an undertaking. To carry it through successfully demanded a high order of political genius, an exceptional gift for the management of men, a perfect union of tact and firmness, and a broadly tolerant understanding of human prejudice and passion. Mr. Cleveland was by no means possessed of this rare political genius, though he did have some very fundamental qualities of the governing man: a robust intelligence, a rigorous conscience, and unlimited courage. With these qualities he had also some of their usual defects. When he understood a subject, he was a little intolerant of those who failed to understand it, or who understood it in a different way. When he was convinced that he was right, he had no patience with those whom he conceived to be in the wrong. Because he was himself absolutely fearless, he scorned all such as shrank from following where he led. He wished, in fact, not only to accomplish his own ends, but to accomplish them in his own way, and coercion was to him more natural than conciliation. In fact, just as Strafford's motto was "thorough," so Mr. Cleveland's motto might have been "downright." Whatever policy he might adopt was sure to be a heavy-fisted one, and to be carried out, if carried out at all, with no finesse, but by dint of hard sledge-hammering blows. This temperament was a fine one for an absolute ruler, for that enlightened despot from Aristotle held to be the ideal governor of men, but it was dangerous in him who, in a republic, was obliged to carry out his plans through the unforced cooperation of other and no less independent men. Mr. Cleveland in many ways had changed in the 8 years which had elapsed since his first assumption of the presidency. For one thing, he had ceased to be a provincial, and had risen to the full measure of the office which he held. In 1885, those who noted his appearance on public occasions of great dignity, as, for instance, at the funeral ceremonies of General Grant, found in his external aspect, his tilted hat, his slouchy bearing, his stolid face, something that recalled the country sheriff. Since that time, a wide acquaintance with men of every type, no less than the pressure of high responsibility, had broadened and elevated his whole cast of thought. If he was now, beneath a less ungracious exterior, even more self-willed than ever, and more bent on having his own way, this was only natural in view of what had happened in the preceding years. He had flouted all advice, he had done precisely as he pleased, and yet the nation had set him once more in the seat of highest honor. It is not surprising, then, if from the time of his second inauguration the President displayed what seemed to many a certain arrogance of manner and of language, with a disposition to enlarge the prerogatives of his high office. The very phrasing of his official papers, his proclamations and his messages to Congress, is noteworthy for a haughtiness such as would have been far more appropriate in the rescripts of a hereditary monarch. The personal pronoun "I" occurs in these documents with an unusual frequency, and such expressions as "I have deemed it fitting," "It is my purpose," "It affords me signal pleasure," "I am decidedly of the opinion," and "I am satisfied," appear and reappear so often as to give to the whole a strongly personal coloring. Very characteristic was an executive order issued by the President on May 8th. He had set apart certain hours for receiving such senators and representatives as desired interviews with him. As is usually the case, these interviews related largely to questions of patronage. The President became so irritated in consequence as to make public his annoyance in a remarkable order, the effect of which upon both senators and representatives may be easily conceived. It ran: "The time which was set apart for the reception of senators and representatives has been almost entirely spent in listening to applications for office, which have been bewildering in volume, perplexing and exhausting in their iteration, and impossible of remembrance. A due regard for public duty, and an observance of the limitations placed upon human endurance, oblige me to decline, from and after this date, all personal interviews with those seeking appointments to office, except as I, on my own motion, may especially invite them. Applicants for office will only prejudice their prospects by repeated importunity and by remaining in Washington to await results." It was a number of incidents such as this that gave point to a contemporary cartoon entitled "Cleveland's Map of the United States," wherein the figure of the President was so drawn as to coincide with the outlines of the country, which was thus made by implication identical with himself. Under the drawing were the words, "My country, 'tis of me I sing." One might well have sympathized with the President in his annoyance over the importunities of office seekers, and the lack of consideration shown by the senators and representatives of his own party. But in view of the fact that he was about to recommend legislation of the most controversial character, and that only by the good will and cooperation of the majority in Congress could it be carried through, this executive order was an extraordinary example of political tactlessness. Far more important, however, was a line of action adopted by President Cleveland with regard to a pending international question. By this, at the very outset of his administration, he brought upon himself, both in and out of Congress, an avalanche of political unpopularity and personal dislike. At the inauguration ball, in Mrs. Cleveland's company, a dark-skinned, graceful girl had attracted much attention. This was the Princess Kaulani, the heiress apparent to the Hawaiian throne in direct succession to the Queen Liliuokalani, of whom she was the niece. The princess was only 18 years of age. She had been educated in England, and was in that country at the time when the Hawaiian monarchy was overthrown and the queen deposed. Note 16, page 327. On getting news of this, she had come at once to the United States, accompanied by her guardian, Mr. Theophilus Davies. It will be remembered that President Harrison's last important act had been the submission to the Senate of a treaty by which Hawaii was to be annexed to the United States. This treaty had not yet been ratified, and it was with the purpose of opposing it that the Princess Kaulani had hastened to Washington. Her advisers shrewdly counted on the chivalrous disposition of the American people toward women. They believed that a young and pretty girl pleading for the restoration of her rights would make a strong appeal to popular sentiment throughout the land. No sooner had Kaulani reached New York than she issued an appeal to the American people, which was published in the newspapers on March 2nd. Whether she wrote it herself, or whether it was written for her, was a question much mooted at the time. Whoever wrote it, the appeal was sweetly pretty, with a touch of false sentiment about it and a schoolgirl rhetoric that did not ring quite true, so that it wholly failed of its effect, and was received with smiles by nearly all who read it. In it the princess said, "Unbidden I stand upon your shores to-day, where I thought so soon to receive a royal welcome on my way to my own kingdom. I come unattended, except by loving hearts that came with me over the wintry seas. I hear that commissioners from my own land have been for many days asking this great nation to take away my little vineyard. To-day I, a poor, weak girl with not one of my people near me, and with all these Hawaiian statesmen against me, have strength to stand up for the rights of my people. Even now I can hear a wail in my heart, and it gives me strength and courage, and I am strong. Strong in the faith of God, strong in the strength of 70 million people who in this free land will hear my cry, and will refuse to let their flag cover dishonor to mine." End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cleveland Once More, Part 2. Of Mrs. Cleveland, this island princess made an important convert to the cause she represented. Mrs. Cleveland welcomed her very warmly to the White House and gave her a most womanly sympathy. Keoulani was indeed a very charming girl, and she made a favorable impression upon the President and also upon the Secretary of State, to whom she was presently introduced. Mr. Gresham, during the years when he was a Republican, had been a rival of Mr. Harrison, and this rivalry had in time deepened into a personal dislike. No wonder that the Harrison policy regarding Hawaii should be viewed by him with extreme disfavor. Altogether, then, between the President's natural caution, which led him to move slowly in an affair begun with so much haste, and Mr. Gresham's eagerness to undo the work of one whom he disliked, no surprise was felt when on March 9th, a message of 5 lines was sent to the Senate, withdrawing for the purpose of re-examination the treaty framed by President Harrison and the Hawaiian commissioners. A few days later Mr. Cleveland dispatched to Hawaii as a special commissioner, Mr. James H. Blunt of Georgia, to investigate the circumstances under which the change of government in the islands had been effected. Mr. Blunt was an honest but somewhat cross-grained politician who had been chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs in the House of Representatives, yet one more unfamiliar with foreign affairs could scarcely have been selected for this delicate mission. He had never been out of the United States in his life, and his knowledge of diplomatic usage was as limited as his mastery of social forms. In keeping with the rather primitive notions of Secretary Gresham in matters of ceremonial, Mr. Blunt proceeded to Hawaii, not by a regular mail steamer, nor in a man of war, but on board a little revenue cutter, the Richard Rush. He reached Honolulu on March 29th. President Dole and the other members of the provisional government had heard that a commission consisting of representatives of the judiciary, the army, and the navy had been sent to them, and suitable preparations were made to receive such a commission with due dignity. An eyewitness has given a graphic account of what actually happened. All the vessels in the harbor displayed the American flag, and the American colors were wreathed about the pillars and columns of the city houses. At the pier a great multitude had assembled, strewing the passageway with roses. As the Rush hove in sight, a Japanese cruiser, the Naniwa, fired a thunderous salute, to which the little Rush responded, like the yap of a terrier echoing the deep baying of a staghound. And then came an anticlimax that very closely approached the ridiculous. Instead of the dignified, affable, and courteous body of officials that had been expected, there stepped ashore a commonplace and rather sullen-looking man of 60, clad in ill-fitting clothes of blue homespun and a Panama hat. Public expectation had been roused to the highest pitch, and the revulsion of feeling was instantaneous and painful. Note 17, page 330. Mr. Blunt delivered to President Dole a letter from President Cleveland beginning, "Great and good friend, I have made choice of James H. Blunt, one of our distinguished citizens, as my special commissioner to visit the Hawaiian Islands, and make report to me concerning the status of affairs in that country. His authority is paramount." Mr. Blunt brought with him other letters from the American President. One of them, addressed to Minister Stevens, practically suspended that gentleman from the exercise of his diplomatic functions and made him subordinate to Mr. Blunt. A second letter, directed to Rear Admiral Scarrett, in command of the Pacific Squadron, to consult freely with Mr. Blunt, and obey any instructions you may receive from him regarding the course to be pursued in the islands by the force under your command. Armed with these remarkable credentials, Mr. Blunt began in his own way to investigate the events of the preceding February. On the day after his arrival he ordered the American flag to be lowered from the government building in Honolulu, and directed the force of Marines which had been stationed there to break camp and return to their ship, the Boston. This was done, and the provisional government at once raised its own flag, and posted its own troops with a battery of rapid-fire guns, to quell any attempt to restore the Queen. Note 18, page 331. When the news of these events reached the United States, a great deal of very bitter feeling was excited. The American people were not strongly in favor of annexing Hawaii. Apart from a few speculators in sugar, there was no great interest in the matter. A desire for foreign territory had not yet stirred the popular imagination. Had Mr. Cleveland simply put the treaty in the fire and kept his hands off Hawaii altogether, the whole affair would have been speedily forgotten. But when the credentials which he had given to Mr. Blount were fully known, they were very generally disapproved, alike by Democrats and by Republicans. The President had, apparently, delegated the whole power of his great office to an individual, commissioner, a nondescript functionary unknown to the Constitution, who had by a stroke of the presidential pen been put over the head of a regularly appointed minister and invested with the absolute command of an important naval force. There is indeed no doubt that Mr. Cleveland exceeded his constitutional rights, and that Mr. Blount's paramountcy was unlawful. Before long a still more intense feeling was aroused by the report that the President intended to restore Queen Liliuokalani to her throne. The rumor proved to be true. Mr. Blount's reports and a study of the earlier dispatches of Minister Stevens convinced Mr. Cleveland that the Hawaiian monarchy had been subverted by the active aid of Mr. Stevens, and through the intimidation caused by the presence of an armed naval force of the United States. Note 19, page 332. Having assured himself of this, the President felt it his duty, as he expressed it, to undo the wrong, and to restore the status existing at the time of our forcible intervention. Note 20. Page 332. It was here that the President made a second blunder, and as it proved, a most humiliating one for him. He forgot, in the first place, the wise tradition that in the foreign policy of the United States there should be no break, and that in essentials a change of administration should cause no change in the attitude of the State Department toward other countries. Note 21, page 332. There was another and more practical consideration. Whether or not the provisional government of Hawaii could have held its own against the Queen's forces in the preceding January without the presence of American marines, there was no doubt that it was now quite able to sustain itself. It had an efficient force of some 1,200 well-drilled troops, nearly all Americans and Englishmen. It was supplied with artillery, and it enjoyed the support of the responsible residents of Hawaii. Note 22, page 333. Hence, to restore the Queen would require something more than a curt request from President Cleveland. But with his innate obstinacy the President resolved to make the attempt, and the unpopularity of such a course only strengthened his resolve. Recalling Mr. Blount, whose churlish manners had made him thoroughly disliked, Mr. Cleveland appointed as Minister to Hawaii Mr. Albert S. Willis of Kentucky, a gentleman of intelligence and judgment. Mr. Willis, however, was specifically instructed to bring about the restoration of the Queen, and a naval force was stationed at Honolulu to give point to his instructions. On his arrival, the new minister sent to President Dole a formal request that he relinquish to the Queen her constitutional authority. President Dole replied by a courteous but firm refusal. Here was an impasse which could be broken through by nothing short of armed force. Would the guns of American ships of war be turned upon men of American blood in order to re-enthrone a Polynesian queen who had broken her coronation oath and had sought to govern irresponsibly? Mr. Willis hesitated, yet he might, under his instructions, have taken even this last step, had not the unexpected obstinacy of the Queen herself deterred him. She was asked whether, if replaced upon the throne, she would agree not to punish those who had deposed her. Note 23, page 334. This question she met with an indignant negative. Not punish them? Most assuredly she would punish them. The leaders, Mr. Dole, Mr. Thurston, and their associates, must be executed at once. She would have their heads, and their families must be banished. Here spoke not merely the Queen, who felt herself in all respects a sovereign, and who had been deprived of power and publicly humiliated. Something of the implacable hatred of an insulted woman found voice in the sharp answer which she made to Mr. Willis. For the annexationists, in the zeal of their self-justification, had not been satisfied merely to assail the public acts of Liliuokalani. They had tried to smirch her private life as well. And Mr. Stevens, in his dispatches to the State Department, repeating the scabrous gossip of the foreign clubs in Honolulu, had declared the Queen to be unchaste. Hence the indignation with which Liliuokalani refused to promise any amnesty. She would be Queen without conditions, or she would not be Queen at all. One may well admire her high spirit and her womanly indignation, but her persistence made further effort on her behalf impossible. Mr. Willis sent his report to President Cleveland, who afterwards asked Congress to take action. Congress, however, like the vast majority of the American people, was most antagonistic to what the President had done in the Hawaiian affair. Therefore it took no action at all, and in due time the Republic of Hawaii had to be formally recognized by the United States. Mr. Cleveland's interference had not only failed to restore the Queen, but his withdrawal of the annexation treaty had deprived her and also the pretty young Princess Keulani of the liberal income which that instrument had guaranteed to them. Furthermore, the President, at the very outset of his administration, had incurred a vast amount of odium, just when he most needed the harmonious support of all who had ever been his friends. Already a serious crisis had arisen. The condition of the Treasury, to which allusion has been made, soon began to affect the prosperity of the country. Foreign investors were steadily selling American securities, thus causing a general decline in prices. This movement had begun during the latter part of the Harrison administration, but it was now perceptibly accelerated. Although the business of the country was fairly good, although the crops were bountiful and the general industries not idle, there existed nevertheless something like a vague premonition of disaster, a pervasive distrust to which no name was given. The most obvious reason for this feeling seemed to be a lurking doubt as to whether the government could continue to meet its obligations in paying gold upon the demand of all its notes, forced as it was by the Sherman Law to purchase more than 2 tons of silver bullion every month. Most Republicans insisted that the lack of confidence arose from a dread of the tariff changes to which the party now in power was pledged. But whatever the cause, commercial and financial activity languished. "The country exhibits all the symptoms of a patient suffering from low fever," said a writer in The Nation, and this very well describes the situation up to the end of June. After the 26th of that month, however, this "low fever" assumed the form of a delirium. The government of India on that day suspended the free coinage of silver at its mints. That such a measure was certain to be taken had been well known to students of finance, yet the announcement at once precipitated a panic, the like of which had not yet been seen in the United States. The value of the silver dollar, which had long been falling, dropped from 67 cents to less than 60 cents. Individuals all over the country began collecting gold and hoarding it, having lost their confidence in government notes. Banks called in their loans and refused new discounts. In this the lead was taken by those Canadian banking houses which, for the purpose of "moving the crops," were accustomed to lend money to American customers in the northwestern cities, such as Milwaukee, Detroit, Minneapolis, and St. Paul. Business therefore came almost to a standstill, and before long the weaker banks headed the long list of failures and suspensions which occupied whole columns in the daily press. Note 24, page 336. A chain of shaky banks, nearly 50 in number, organized by one Zimri Dwiggins in the West, came down in a single crash. The gold reserve in the Treasury for the first time fell below the traditional minimum and sank to less than $97 million. Many prophesied that the country would soon be forced to a silver basis. 4 days after the demonetization of silver in India, President Cleveland issued a proclamation, note 25, page 336, summoning an extra session of Congress to meet on August 7th. In the proclamation he spoke of the distressing condition of the country as largely the result of a financial policy which the executive branch of the government finds embodied in unwise laws which must be executed until repealed by Congress. This meant, of course, that the President intended to press for the repeal of the purchasing clause of the Sherman Act. The proclamation had but slight effect in calming public anxiety. It was known that the number of silver men in both houses of Congress were a very large one, and many persons doubted whether these would consent to the repeal of a measure so likely to bring about the very situation which they earnestly desired. Hence, all through July, the failures still continued, mines were closed, factories shut down, and laborers were discharged. On August 1st, 6 days before Congress met, the savings banks put in force the clause which requires 60 days' notice from depositors desiring to draw money. The effect of this was to create what came to be known as a currency famine. Until then the general public had feared lest gold should not be paid upon demand, but now the belief spread rapidly that no money of any kind would long remain in circulation. Hence, whereas men had previously hoarded gold, there now began a frantic rush to hoard silver, paper money, in fact any kind of circulating medium. Of course this movement, if not checked, would have led to a panic so tremendous as to cause a universal crash. and therefore in New York most of the banks that were members of the Clearing House resorted to a strong and quite unprecedented measure. They declined, as a rule, to cash checks drawn by their depositors except for very small amounts. Depositors were told that they had usually made their deposits in the form of checks, and that for the present, therefore, they must themselves employ the same medium of exchange. In other words, instead of drawing money, they received certified checks payable through the Clearing House. If a depositor insisted upon receiving cash, it was given him, but he was informed that he must at once withdraw his account. Large employers of labor were provided with the money necessary for them in making up their payrolls, and in other cases, where good reasons could be shown for drawing cash, it was paid out; but otherwise checks were not directly honored. To sustain the weaker banks, the Clearing House issued loan certificates. This plan was put into effect on August 3rd, and on the following day currency of every kind was at a premium ranging from 1 to 2%. The money brokers who had foreseen the action of the banks had for several days been quietly accumulating a stock of cash, and they now proceeded to cash certified checks at the discount mentioned. An enormous business of this sort was done. A well-known brokerage firm near the head of Wall Street bought currency at a premium of 0.5%, and sold it at a premium of 3%. Great bundles of paper money were stacked up behind the counters, and all day long the exchange went on. In no other way could checks be readily converted into money. Even those drawn by the Assistant Treasurer of the United States at the Sub-Treasury in New York in payment of pensions were not accepted at their face value. On August 8th the premium on currency rose to 3%, while, for the first time since January 1st, 1879, the banks themselves paid a premium for gold. By August 11th the currency famine was at its height, and it was estimated that at least $1 million in cash was paid out daily by the money brokers to holders of certified checks. The country was swept from one end to the other for coin and notes, and even from Canada there was sent to New York a consignment of nearly $1 million in small bills and fractional silver. Oddly enough, silver was now taken as readily as gold, while paper money was preferred to either. On August 5th a firm of money brokers advertised for silver dollars, offering a premium of $7.50 per thousand. Note 26, page 339. Many persons bought and hoarded Bank of England notes or French and German gold. The special session of Congress opened on August 7th in the midst of these unusual occurrences. For the first time since 1853, when Pierce was president, the Democratic Party was in control of the executive and legislative branches of the government, Presidency, Senate, and House of Representatives. Under President Hayes, both Senate and House had been Democratic for a short time. During Mr. Cleveland's first administration, his party had the presidency and the House, but now it was in complete possession, and was therefore undividedly responsible. In the House, the Democrats had 219 members, the Republicans 124, and the Populists 12. Note 27, page 339. In the Senate there were 44 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 5 Populists, and 3 vacancies. The weakness of the Democrats lay in the slenderness of their majority in the Senate, and in the fact that on financial questions there existed a great divergence of opinion among them in both houses. The President's message was sent to Congress on August 8th. It was a clear, concise, and convincing statement of what he held to be the cause of an alarming and extraordinary business situation. This cause was, according to him, primarily the purchase provision of the Sherman Act of July 14, 1890. Between July 1890 and July 1893, he said the gold coin and gold bullion in the Treasury had decreased more than $132 million, while during the same period the silver coin and silver bullion had increased more than $147 million. Note 28, page 340. Unless government bonds are to be constantly issued and sold to replenish our exhausted gold, only to be again exhausted, the operation of the silver purchase law now in force leads in the direction of the entire substitution of silver for the gold in the Treasury, and this must be followed by the payment of all government obligations in depreciated silver. At this stage gold and silver must part company. Given over to the exclusive use of a currency greatly depreciated according to the standard of the commercial world, we could no longer claim a place among the nations of the first class. The President therefore recommended the repeal of the Sherman Act. Mr. Wilson of West Virginia, who soon came to be regarded as the administration's spokesman in the House, introduced a bill carrying out this recommendation, and the debate upon it began on August 11th. At once it became evident that the question was not to be decided by a purely party vote. Other lines of cleavage rapidly developed. A large group of Democratic representatives were opposed to repeal, unless in place of the Sherman Act there should be substituted a still more radical measure intended to "do something for silver." A majority of the Republicans stood with the President. Consistency, in fact, if nothing else, would have made this necessary, for Mr. Wilson's repealing bill was almost identical in language with a like bill offered in the preceding Congress by Mr. Sherman himself. Note 29, page 341. Yet there were also a good many "silver" Republicans, and these, combining with the silver men among the Democrats, and the entire body of Populists, made a formidable opposition. This fact explains why the special session of Congress and the President's message did nothing immediately to relieve the financial situation. It was on the day when the debate began that the premium on currency reached its highest figure. The debate was very interesting. Mr. Wilson's argument for repeal was weighty, and represented the position of conservative expositors of finance. Mr. Reed of Maine, the Republican leader, spoke at some length and in a blandly philosophic tone. He mentioned the existing business depression, and seemed to give in his adhesion to the cyclic theory of panics. Great panics, he remarked, seem to occur at long intervals, but with a sort of cosmic regularity. Who shall say just why they come? And then between there are minor panics, curious, interesting phenomena of the business world. Nothing could have been more beautifully detached than Mr. Reed's whole tone and manner, though as he neared the end he made it clear that to his mind the advent of the Democratic party to power had, in this particular instance, Mr. Grosvenor of Ohio had no philosophic doubts. In a burst of declamatory eloquence he charged the collapse of prosperity to a dread of Democratic domination and the menace of free trade. He drew a picture of the country after the election in November. One by one the furnaces went out. One by one the mines closed up. One after another the factories shortened their time. Why did they do this? Was it a mere senseless stampede? Was it a Wall Street panic? Was it an unintelligent curtailment of the business of the country? I say not. Where is there an intelligent man today, if he were a manufacturer, with the threat of the Democratic party in power, the menace of its possession, the threat of its mere existence under that platform, and confiding as human nature does in the belief that a great political party will do as it says, a violent assumption, I admit, in the present instance, what one of you at the head of an industrial institution would carry on your business? The Republican leaders, however, while casting the blame for the existing situation upon the President and his party, gave their assent to the measure for repeal. The allied silver men were led by Mr. Richard P. Bland of Missouri, who had grown gray in the advocacy of a freer use of the white metal. He was the author of the Bland-Allison Act of 1878, note 30, page 342, and his activity in behalf of silver had never ceased, so that he had won for himself the popular nickname of Silver Dick. In the debate now in progress he had answered Mr. Wilson on August 12th. His arguments were those with which all men were familiar, and while they were listened to with respect, they were neither new in substance nor especially forcible in the form of their presentation. 4 days later, August 16th, the discussion was enlivened by the participation in it of a remarkable figure, who now for the first time drew to himself the attention of men of every party throughout the United States. It was Mr. William Jennings Bryan of Nebraska. Mr. Bryan at this time was a young man of 33, the son of an eminent lawyer and judge, whose profession he had followed. In 1890 he had accepted a Democratic nomination for Congress in a district where no other Democrat was willing to stand, the contest being considered hopeless. Without financial aid from the State Committee of his party, Mr. Bryan had made a spirited canvass, and had astounded everyone by converting a Republican majority of 3,000 into a Democratic majority of 7,000. In 1892 he had been re-elected, and he now appeared as the ablest of Mr. Bland's lieutenants in opposing unconditional repeal. The time allotted to each speaker had by agreement been limited to 1 hour. But when Mr. Bryan's period expired, he had so engaged the attention of the House that by unanimous consent his time was indefinitely extended, and he continued speaking for nearly 2 hours longer, to the admiration of all who heard him. This admiration was, no doubt, partly due to Mr. Bryan's command of the arts of the orator, to his active presence, his pleasing manner of delivery, and his clear, vibrant, and beautifully modulated voice. Yet, making all allowance for these adventitious aids, the speech which he then delivered still remains perhaps the most forcefully persuasive exposition of the argument for silver that has ever been presented before a deliberative body. Its rhetoric never obtruded itself in the form of garish tropes or adjectival excess. It was the subtler and more effective rhetoric which gives to undisputed facts the exact coloring that the artist in words desires to apply, and which insensibly leads the listener to accept the facts and the deductions from those facts as of precisely equal value. Mr. Bryan's argument, briefly summarized, was to the effect that there existed neither gold enough nor silver enough for either to form the sole basis of the world's metallic money, and that to discriminate against the use of either was to contract the currency everywhere. To demonetize silver was to augment artificially the value of gold, and thus to lower the price of all commodities when measured in gold, while increasing the burden of the debtor class, who must pay their debts in a kind of money more valuable and hence more difficult to earn than that in which the debt had been originally contracted. He held that the United States should make a free use of silver and should allow free coinage of it at some ratio, and he declared the ratio of 16:1 to be a just one. Retaining it, the parity of the gold and silver dollars could still be maintained. He quoted Lord Goshen's dictum: "At present there is a vicious circle. States are afraid of employing silver on account of the depreciation. So the depreciation continues because states refuse to employ it." And he flung at the Republicans the following citation from a speech of Mr. Blaine: "The destruction of silver as money and establishing gold as a sole unit of value must have a ruinous effect on all forms of property except those investments which yield a fixed return in money. These must be enormously enhanced in value and must gain a disproportionate and unfair advantage over every other species of property." Note 31, page 344. As against the proposal to repeal unconditionally the Sherman Act, Mr. Bryan said: "The main objection which we heard last spring was that the Treasury (Sherman) notes were used to draw gold out of the Treasury. But the objection is hardly important enough for consideration. While the Treasury notes have been used to draw out gold, they need not have been used for this purpose, for we have $346 million worth of greenbacks with which gold can be drawn so long as the government gives the option to the holder. If all of the Treasury notes were destroyed, the greenbacks are sufficient to draw out the $100 million reserve 3 times over, and then they can be reissued and used again. To complain of the Treasury notes while the greenbacks remain is like finding fault because the gate is open when the whole fence is down." Mr. Bryan's effort won him the sincere applause of party friends and foes alike, but it could not prevail to defeat the administration's measure. The power of a new president is very great, and perhaps the power of a new speaker is even greater. Mr. Charles F. Crisp of Georgia, who had succeeded Mr. Reed and now occupied the Speaker's chair, was or had been an advocate of free silver coinage, but he frankly accepted the policy of the President, and did all he could to press the repeal bill to a final vote. This was taken on August 28th, when Mr. Wilson's measure passed the House by a vote of 239 to 108. Here was apparently a triumph for the President, yet the triumph was not unalloyed. During the contest a proposal had been made to reenact the old Bland-Allison law of 1878, and this proposal had been lost by a vote in which the majority of Democratic representatives had opposed the policy of Mr. Cleveland, so that he was sustained only by the aid of the Republicans. The repealing bill now went to the Senate, where it was introduced by Mr. Voorhees of Indiana, with an amendment which declared it to be the policy of the United States to use both gold and silver as standard money, and to coin both gold and silver into money of equal intrinsic and exchangeable value, such equality to be secured through international agreement. The object of this amendment was to win the votes of those who, like Senator Lodge, were theoretical bimetallists, and also to make it clear that the use of silver was not to be discontinued. But in the Senate the passage of the bill was stubbornly resisted, and both the Populists and the Silver Advocates belonging to the older parties threatened to talk the bill to death. As the Senate rules provided for no restriction of debate, and as each senator might talk as often and as long as he desired, this threat was a most serious one. Prodigious feats of oratory were performed by the recalcitrant senators. Mr. Allen of Nebraska made what was doubtless the longest speech in the history of legislative bodies, in talking for 14 hours without interruption, resting himself by sending volumes of history or statistics or poetry to be read from the desk as part of his address. Other senators, especially the Republicans, took a humorous view of the whole situation. Senator Hale and Senator Chandler told fish stories and exchanged jokes. Other senators discoursed upon current topics having not the slightest relevance to the order of the day. In fact, the proceedings degenerated into an undignified and most discreditable farce. On September 25th, several influential senators representing the administration went privately to Vice President Stevenson, who presided over the Senate, and urged him to break the deadlock. By refusing to recognize those senators who should thereafter rise to speak for purposes of pure obstruction, the debate might be brought to a close and a vote taken. Such a course would be contrary to all American precedents. It would be almost revolutionary. Yet it was in accordance with the dictates of common sense that a minority should not be allowed permanently to prevent a majority from enacting legislation, least of all in so serious a crisis and when every day's delay was so ruinous to the business of the country. There was recent English precedent for such action as they asked. In the absence of a rule providing for a closure, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Mr. Arthur Peel, after an almost interminable period of obstruction on the part of the Irish members, had refused to entertain dilatory motions, and on his own responsibility had put the question to the House. Note 32, page 347. But Mr. Stevenson lacked the courage to carry out a coup like this. He sat there day after day, quite helpless in his chair, often unable to preserve more than a mere semblance of order and decorum. His were not the audacity and the dominant vigor of a Reed. It may be, too, that his secret sympathies were with the Silver men, as his subsequent political career would seem to show. At any rate, he would not accept the suggestion made to him, nor would he even promise to compel senators to speak to the question before them. He would do nothing whatsoever. And so the administration senators carried word to the President that the affair seemed hopeless. But the President knew well enough that, in the last resort, he could force the repeal bill through the Senate. Every President has influences at his command which, if he be inclined to use them, make it possible for him to impose his will upon a congressional majority of his own party, and sometimes even upon a majority of the opposition. When President Johnson was at the very ebb of his popularity in 1867, and when House and Senate were overriding his vetoes and treating his recommendations with contempt, he once said to a personal friend, "Even now, if I really wish anything very much indeed, I can get it done." Mr. Cleveland was still new in office, and the vast patronage at his disposal was still practically untouched. He had rebuffed, by his order of May 8th, those senators who had importuned him on behalf of their constituents and friends. Now he had only to show himself a little more complacent, to listen a little more patiently, to say "yes" instead of "no," and the thing would be done. It would be merely a reversion to the invariable practice of his predecessors, from Lincoln, note 33, page 348, down to Harrison. Yet, to one of Mr. Cleveland's temperament, and in view of the higher tone of public opinion, such a course could be justified only by the existence of a supreme emergency. Such an emergency was undeniably at hand. The government was threatened by the necessity of a partial repudiation of its debts, by the impairment of its credit, and by the loss of its financial honor. Yet still the President held his hand. The majority at last tried to wear out the minority by a plan to prevent adjournment until a vote upon the bill should have been taken. One session lasted continuously for 3 whole days and nights. Note 34, page 348. During which time haggard and blear-eyed men talked and talked, while others slept with their heads upon their desks. But this physical test proved as exhausting to one side as to the other, and the plan was given up. The Senate had now been considering the bill for 2 long months, and the end appeared no nearer than it had in August. Then, at last, the President very quietly made a move, so quietly that few perceived it. but on October 29th one of his supporters came to him to express discouragement. There was really no chance at all of anything being done. The silver men would never yield or let a vote be taken. "Why, Mr. President," said he, "there is Senator , whom I have just seen, and he says that this bill won't pass till hell freezes over." The President looked up with just a half perceptible gleam of interest. "Did Senator say that?" he asked. "Then please say to Senator , with my compliments, that hell will freeze over in exactly 24 hours." And on the following day the filibustering mysteriously ceased, and the Sherman Act was repealed by a vote of 48 to 37. But the measure so earnestly advocated by the President had been adopted by the help of Republican votes. Note 35, page 349. The House promptly concurred in the Voray's amendment, and the bill was signed and became law on November 1st. Mr. Cleveland had now been in office for only 8 months, and already his party was divided and unwilling to be led. He had forced the passage of one measure of immense importance, but in doing so he had made a host of enemies, while he had depleted his available sources of influence, both moral and material. And the tariff fight was still to come. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Storm and Stress, Part 1. Apart from events of a political character, the most memorable occurrence that took place during the years of Mr. Cleveland's second term was the Columbian Exposition in Chicago, which was opened by the President on May 1, 1893, and was closed to the public on October 31st. From several points of view, this magnificent revelation of American capacity and versatility deserves to be considered in any record which has to do with the intellectual and aesthetic development of the United States. Its inception, no less than its successful elaboration, must remain one of the enduring civic glories of the city of Chicago; and because of it, Chicago became known all over the civilized world as the most vitally American, if not the greatest, city of the Western Hemisphere. The plan for a World's Fair, to commemorate the quadricentenary of the first landing of Columbus, began to take definite form in 1889. That the site of the Exposition should be in or near the city of New York was at first regarded as a matter of course. A great many persons in New York wished it, though New York collectively did not wish it very much. There is never anything which New York collectively wishes very much. Yet with a sort of uninterested generosity its wealthy citizens subscribed the sum of $5 millions to defray the cost of the affair, and measures were taken to assure the opening of a Columbian Exposition in October 1892, the anniversary month of America's discovery. But when Congress was asked to approve this plan and thus to give the celebration a national character, it appeared that other cities than New York had claims which they were anxious to submit. St. Louis contended for the honor, though half-heartedly. Many thought that Washington, as the nation's capital, deserved the most consideration. But the people of Chicago fairly hurled themselves into the contest. They longed intensely for the opportunity to accomplish something sufficiently stupendous to satisfy their own ambition, their own love of bigness, their civic pride, and, most of all, their vivid and spectacular but very genuine patriotism. They harped upon their city's nearness to the center of population. They claimed the Exposition not merely on behalf of their own state, but of the entire West. They pledged themselves to do anything and everything that might be necessary to make it triumphantly successful. They laughed with a large, amused contempt at New York's pitiful $5 millions. Their own estimates, at the very least, were twice that sum; and before long they spoke of $15 millions as barely adequate to realize their magnificent ideal. In the end, they and their supporters fairly carried Congress by storm, and the Exposition was given to Chicago. Ere long it was declared, and as the event showed truly, that not less than $20 millions would have to be expended. Note 1, page 351. The very hugeness of the sum, the colossal daring of the conception, which seemed to the conservative East almost a frenzy, served only to exhilarate the people of Chicago and nerve them to surpass all that they had hitherto imagined. In New York there was a certain feeling of relief because the Exposition had gone elsewhere. The enthusiasm of Chicago seemed to the Manhattanese a bit of patavinity, an amusing exhibition of provincialism. Chicago's promises were rated as mere wind. Of course some kind of a huge raree show would be given on the borders of Lake Michigan, but its bigness would be equaled only by its crudity. How superbly, and with what overwhelming completeness, the metropolis of the West transformed this mocking criticism into wondering admiration, the whole world came to know when on the lakeside a rough, unkempt, and tangled stretch of plain and swamp became transmuted into a shimmering dream of loveliness under the magic touch of landscape gardener and architect and artist. No felicity of language can bring before the eye that never saw them those harmonies which consummate art, brooding lovingly over nature, evolved into that maze of beauty. Not one of the 12,000,000 human beings (Note 2, page 352) who set foot within the court of honor, the crowning glory of the whole, could fail to be thrilled with a new and poignant sense of what both art and nature truly mean. The stately colonnades, the graceful arches, the clustered sculptures, the gleaming domes, the endless labyrinth of snowy columns, all diversified by greenery and interlaced by long lagoons of quiet water, here were blended form and color in a symmetrical and radiant purity such as modern eyes at least had never looked upon before. It was the sheer beauty of its wonderful ensemble rather than the wealth of its exhibits that made this exposition so remarkably significant in the history of such undertakings, and especially in its effect upon American civilization. So far as the display within its buildings was concerned, this had been equaled several years before in Paris, as it was afterwards surpassed in both Paris and St. Louis. Upon that side, indeed, the American people stood far less in need of education than was commonly supposed. The importance of the Columbian Exposition lay in the fact that it revealed to millions of Americans whose lives were necessarily colorless and narrow, the splendid possibilities of art and the compelling power of the beautiful. These possibilities and this power could never have been forced upon their understanding in any other way than by a demonstration so impressive as to stultify denial. The far-reaching influence of the demonstration was not one that could be measured by any formal test. But a study of American conditions will certainly reveal an accelerated appreciation of the graces of life, and a quickening of the aesthetic sense throughout the whole decade which followed the creation of what Mr. H.C. Bunner most felicitously designated as the White City. The year 1894 is one to be long remembered in American history. In it those elements of dynamic discontent which had long been gathering strength half unperceived now loomed upon the political horizon with the black and sullen menace of a swelling thundercloud, within whose womb are pent the forces of destruction. For years, by bargain and by compromise, the day of reckoning had been postponed; but now both compromise and bargain were impossible, and the nation had to face, however fearfully, the issues which would no longer down. The events of 1894 must of necessity be narrated in succession. Yet the reader should remember that they took place simultaneously, and that each of them had a very definite relation to the others. It had been expected by the President and his immediate supporters that the repeal of the Sherman Act would at once revive prosperity by restoring confidence to the business world. Such, however, proved not to be the case. The premium on currency had, to be sure, disappeared as early as September 6, and the list of failures and suspensions was gradually curtailed. But there was no general revival of commercial activity. If the country had previously shown the symptoms of financial fever, it now exhibited a condition of extreme debility. The income of the government was far from satisfactory, and the Secretary of the Treasury, in his estimates for the coming year, anticipated a deficit of $28,000,000, as against a surplus of some $2,000,000 for the fiscal year just ended. This unfavorable condition of affairs was ascribed by the Democrats to the incubus of the McKinley tariff legislation, while the Republicans continued to assert that the business of the country was at a standstill because of a general distrust of democratic rule and a feeling of uncertainty as to what action the party now in power might take with reference to the tariff. It seemed indeed an unpropitious time for entering upon a revision of the revenue system. Many Democrats would have been glad to wait. Yet in the face of their explicit party pledges, delay would have convicted them of insincerity. They had carried the election chiefly on the tariff issue. Their platform had said of the McKinley Law, "We promise its repeal as one of the beneficent results that will follow the action of the people in entrusting power to the Democratic party." Finally, some new tariff measure was necessary in order to secure additional revenue for the Treasury. The schedules of the McKinley Act had, in part, been framed for the purpose of reducing the revenue and preventing the accumulation of another huge surplus. This they had accomplished only too successfully, and therefore a revision was imperative as a matter of finance. In the face of all this, it was impossible to take any backward steps or to hesitate and seek refuge in delay. Furthermore, the President, as always, was earnestly in favor of an aggressive policy. His party had been divided by the silver controversy, but on the tariff question he felt sure of its support. Hence, when the regular session of Congress began on December 4th, the President's message spoke with confidence and vigor of new tariff legislation as both an opportunity and a duty. After a hard struggle, tariff reform is directly before us. After full discussion, our countrymen have spoken in favor of this reform, and they have confided the work of its accomplishment to the hands of those who are solemnly pledged to it. Nothing should intervene to distract our attention or disturb our effort until this reform is accomplished by wise and careful legislation. The President outlined the sort of tariff measure that seemed to him desirable. It should give to American manufacturers free raw materials, thus enabling them to produce as cheaply as the foreigner, and hence to enlarge the market for American-made goods. In general, the tariff charges should be reduced upon the necessaries of life. Finally, the President announced that a measure such as he had in mind had been already framed and would be promptly submitted to the Congress. This measure was not to be unduly radical, not providing as yet for a tariff for revenue only. The country could not in a moment cast aside every vestige of the protective system. We cannot close our eyes to the fact that conditions have grown up among us which in justice and fairness call for discriminating care in the distribution of duties and taxation. On December 19th, Mr. Wilson, the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, reported to the House the bill to which the President had made allusion in his message. It was officially styled, "An Act to Reduce Taxation, to Provide Revenue for the Government, and for Other Purposes." But popularly it was known as the Wilson Bill. The Republicans at once denounced it as free trade legislation. Yet an analysis of its provisions as originally reported showed plainly enough that while it was distinctly a step in the direction of freer trade, it was on the whole a very conservative measure. In the first place, it removed entirely the duties on wool, on coal, on iron ore, on lumber, and on sugar, both raw and refined. It made rather moderate reductions in the duties on woolen goods, cottons, linens, silks, pig iron, steel billets, steel rails, tin plate, china, glassware, and earthenware. A number of minor and miscellaneous articles received new schedules. The most noticeable feature of the bill was its treatment of raw materials as just described. Here lay the point of departure from Republican tariff legislation, which in taxing raw materials had made American protectionism a thing unlike the protectionism of other leading nations. The Wilson Bill, in providing for the free entry of wool, coal, iron ore, lumber, and sugar, adopted a principle recognized by scientific economists, while it adhered closely to the recommendations of President Cleveland's various messages and to the promise made in the Democratic platform of 1892. The remission of the duty on wool was the boldest assertion of the new policy, for the duty on wool was the one provision of the McKinley tariff that had been of practical advantage to many American farmers. Its repeal was bitterly opposed by the wool growers of Ohio and other states, whom Senator Sherman estimated at 1,000,000 souls, and the value of their annual product at $125 million. Note 3, page 357. Free iron ore was opposed by the interest that had secured control of the western ore beds, but it was of distinct advantage to the eastern manufacturers. Free coal affected very few sections of the country. In New England and on the Pacific coast, consumers might get their supply of coal from the adjacent mines in Canada rather than from the more distant coal fields of Pennsylvania and West Virginia. But the country at large must still use American and not imported coal. The same thing was true with regard to lumber. The question of the tariff on sugar, however, was somewhat more complex. During the years preceding 1894, the refining of sugar in the United States had gradually become monopolized by the American Sugar Refining Company, oftener spoken of as the Sugar Trust, of which Mr. H. O. Havemeyer was the head. This corporation was one of the most powerful of all those to which public attention had been directed, and it was one of the most unpopular. The interests of this corporation would be served by admitting raw sugar free, thus giving the trust the benefit of cheap material, and by a tax upon refined sugar which came from other countries. This was precisely what the McKinley Act had done, enormously increasing the profits of the trust. The Wilson Bill, as reported to the House, provided for the admission of raw sugar free, in accordance with the general theory as to raw materials, but it also admitted refined sugar free, thereby depriving the Sugar Trust of any special advantage and leaving it to stand upon its own legs. So much for the distinctive features of the new tariff measure in its original form. The rest of its schedules were lower than those of the McKinley Act, but in the main quite as high if not higher than those of the Tariff Act of 1883, passed by a Republican Congress. In fact, taken as a whole, the Wilson Bill, so far from being in essence a free trade measure, was one that would have been regarded in the years before the Civil War as a piece of rigorous protective legislation. It embodied, however, as has been explained, the general principle of free raw materials, while still it dealt considerately with the many interests which had grown up under the shelter of the 32 Tariff Acts which the Republicans had passed between 1860 and 1890. The Wilson Bill was very well received by the Democrats in the House and by the party as a whole. Little change was made in the original draft during the 5 weeks when it was under consideration by the Representatives. But many Democrats and some Republicans from the South and West eagerly advocated the insertion in the bill of a clause providing for a tax on incomes. This would yield, it was said, a substantial revenue and wipe out the anticipated deficit. And most of all, it would make the possessors of large fortunes contribute to the government a sum proportionate to their wealth. There was a strong and very widespread feeling that many of the richest persons in the country had so successfully dodged their taxes as to have secured a practical exemption from any taxation whatsoever. Secretary Carlyle had suggested laying a tax upon certain classes of corporations, but the House adopted instead a tax of 2% upon all incomes of more than $4,000, the tax to remain in force until January 1, 1900. This clause was adopted on January 24 by a vote of 204 to 140, and the bill as a whole received the approval of the House on February 1 by a vote of 182 to 106, 61 members not voting. When the result was announced by the Speaker, it was received with a burst of Democratic cheering, and Mr. Wilson was showered with congratulations by his followers and friends. But after the bill reached the Senate, affairs took a decidedly different turn. The Democratic majority in the upper house was a very small one, and its close cohesion had already been destroyed, while there were many reasons why a tariff measure, such as the Wilson Bill, should encounter serious opposition there. These reasons may be indicated briefly as springing first from personal opposition to President Cleveland, and second from the fact that the Senate, unlike the House, was controlled by powerful financial interests which were ably represented on the floor. The personal animosity toward the President, which did not at once find open expression, was in part an inheritance from his first administration. Note 4, page 359. In part a result of the masterful way in which he had forced the repeal of the Sherman Act, and to a large degree it represented the traditional antagonism which most senators entertain toward every president who has not had congressional experience sufficient to make him understand and properly respect the usages, the prerogatives, and the prejudices of the senatorial body. In various ways, senators of the United States feel themselves to be above the president. They are elected not by a direct vote of the people, but by the legislatures of the several states, and therefore they are not directly influenced by the popular will. Their term of office is longer than the presidential term of office, and a senator who is either a man of real distinction or a master of political management is certain to be elected for term after term, so that in very many instances a seat in the Senate is held by what is practically a life tenure. Finally, the ramifications of so-called senatorial courtesy traverse party lines and create among the members of the Senate an esprit de corps which is often stronger than the dictates of party loyalty. As to the interests other than political interests which at times controls the action of individual senators, these may be sufficiently divined from what has been set forth in the preceding chapter. Note 5, page 360. Most senators are wealthy men, and their private and personal affiliations are not unnaturally with those who represent the power of wealth in public life. It was something more than ominous that the Wilson Tariff Bill, after passing the House by a majority of 76, and after having been referred by the Senate to its Finance Committee, should have been held back by that committee for almost 2 months. When reported, March 20th, it had been so clipped and trimmed as to exhibit a very curious metamorphosis. Yet in the open Senate the measure fared still worse. As might have been expected, the Republicans fell upon it tooth and nail. But acting in entire harmony with them were certain Democratic senators who seemed to have forgotten altogether the solemn pledges which their National Convention of 1892 had given to the country. Foremost among these were the blandly inscrutable Senator Gorman of Maryland and the newly elected Senator Bryce of Ohio. The two appeared upon the Democratic side of the Senate as the unavowed yet most efficient agents of the protected interests, and their object was plainly to modify and mutilate the Wilson Bill in such a way as to deprive it of any real significance and meaning. As its schedules were discussed, Messrs. Bryce and Gorman played upon the local interests of little knots of Democratic senators, so that amendment after amendment was made, each one restoring a part of the remitted duties. In all, the Senate made 634 changes in the House measure, destroying entirely its original character. Coal, iron ore, lumber, and sugar were removed from the list altogether, leaving wool and copper the only raw materials to be let in untaxed. The action of the Senate upon the sugar schedule led to a most deplorable scandal. The House had put all sugar, both refined and raw, upon the free list, thereby giving governmental aid neither to the Sugar Trust nor to the domestic producer. The two senators from Louisiana, however, having in mind their sugar-growing constituency, insisted that raw sugar must be taxed. Without their votes, the bill could probably not be carried at all, so close was the division. Furthermore, other senators believed that such a duty was necessary as a revenue measure. Note 6, page 361. Since the funds in the Treasury were low and the receipts from the income tax would not be available for many months. Hence the Senate imposed a duty upon raw sugar of 40% ad valorem, equivalent to about 1 cent a pound. But a duty on raw sugar without a countervailing duty on refined sugar would have been a serious blow to the Sugar Trust. All the powerful influences at the command of this corporation were immediately brought to bear upon the Senate. Here was a direct issue between one of the most notorious of trusts on the one side, and the purpose of crippling trusts avowed by the democracy on the other. The Democratic platform had spoken of trusts and combinations as a natural consequence of the prohibitive taxes which prevent free competition. Would Democratic senators, in the face of this declaration, impose a prohibitive tax at the bidding of a trust whose monopoly controlled one of the necessities of life? The debate upon the subject soon waxed hot. While it was in progress, ugly rumors began to fly abroad. The certificates of the Sugar Trust fluctuated in value every day, as the Senate seemed first favorable and then unfavorable to its interests. The story was at first whispered, and then published all over the country, that certain senators were buying and selling sugar certificates, speculating, that is, in sugar on the basis of their own official action. So great an outcry went up, and such sweeping charges were made, that an investigation was instituted by the Senate itself, an investigation only half-heartedly pursued. Probably no senator really wished to smirch the reputation of a fellow senator. Yet, if only to pacify the public, something had to be done at once. Senators were questioned by the Special Investigating Committee, but with slight result save in one striking instance. Mr. Key of Pennsylvania most characteristically admitted that he had speculated in sugar, and that his speculations had been guided by his official knowledge of the Senate's action. With even greater effrontery, he justified what he had done, adding as an afterthought, that his financial interest in the affair had not in the least degree influenced his course on the floor of the Senate. Other senators were less impudent, if not less culpable. Definite knowledge could not be had. It must come, if at all, from New York brokerage firms, through which the speculative senators had sent their orders by telegraph. There was some difficulty about getting this evidence, and in the end nothing was accomplished save to leave a taint upon the names of several senators, and to disgust the country with the whole tariff controversy. One very instructive feature of this investigation was found in the testimony given to the committee by Mr. Henry O. Havemeyer, the president of the Sugar Trust. Mr. Havemeyer was asked about the relations of his trust to the great political parties and their state campaign funds. Did it contribute to the funds of both parties? Yes, said Mr. Havemeyer with cheerful frankness, we always do that. In the state of New York, where the Democratic majority is between 40,000 and 50,000, we throw it, the trust's contribution, their way. In the state of Massachusetts, where the Republican Party is dominant, they probably have the call. Wherever there is a dominant party, wherever the majority is very large, that is the party that gets the contribution, because that is the party which controls the local matters. The importance of this admission was obvious when one remembers that what Mr. Havemeyer vaguely alluded to as local matters meant the election of senators and representatives to Congress and of judges to the state judiciary. Mr. Havemeyer further remarked that the practice of dividing money between the two political parties was the practice of every corporation and firm and trust and whatever you may call it. This illumining discourse of Mr. Havemeyer's was on the whole the most valuable contribution to knowledge made by the Senate committee when it finally reported. Note 7, page 364. But meanwhile the trust had its way. Refined sugar was taxed 1/8 of a cent a pound, with an additional duty of 1/10 of a cent on refined sugar imported from countries giving an export bounty. This tax, minutely insignificant though it may appear, was ample to continue and confirm the Sugar Trust in its supremacy. The fractional duty of 1/8 of a cent a pound meant to the treasury of the trust not less than $20 million of profit every year. Note 8, page 364. After months of wearisome delay, with frequent scenes of disorder and indecorum, the Senate finally, on July 3rd, allowed the mutilated tariff bill to pass by a scant majority of 5 votes, 39 to 34, with 12 senators not voting. During these proceedings, President Cleveland had watched the course of the Senate with a very natural indignation. In his message of the preceding December he had said, "Success can only be obtained by means of unselfish counsel on the part of friends of tariff reform, and as a result of their willingness to subordinate personal desires and ambitions to the general good. The local interests affected by the proposed reform are so numerous and so varied, that if all are insisted upon, the legislation embodying the reform must inevitably fail." As the event showed, there had been no unselfish counsel in the Senate. Personal desires and ambitions had not been subordinated. Local interests had been most greedily insisted upon. It was now evident that the legislation would inevitably fail, so far as it professed to embody a reform, unless the Senate could be induced to rescind some of its amendments. The bill went back to the House for its concurrence. Mr. Wilson, rising in his place on July 7th, urged that as altered and amended it not be passed. He spoke with force and eloquence, and then took the unusual step of reading to the House a personal letter addressed to him by the President on July 2nd, anticipating the action of the Senate. It was an extraordinary letter, and the fact of its being read was still more extraordinary. For thus the Executive was made to criticize the action of one House of Congress in a letter practically written to be read before the other House. From a party point of view, a Democratic president was arraigning Democratic senators before both Democratic and Republican representatives. The most significant sentences of the letter were the following: "My public life has been so closely related to the subject, I have so longed for its accomplishment, and I have so often promised its realization to my fellow countrymen, that I hope no excuse is necessary for my earnest appeal to you that in this crisis you strenuously insist upon party honesty and good faith, and a sturdy adherence to democratic principles. It is quite apparent that this question of free raw materials does not admit of adjustment on any middle ground, since their subjection to any rate of tariff, great or small, is alike a violation of democratic principles and democratic good faith. There is no excuse for mistaking or misapprehending the feeling and temper of the rank and file of the democracy. They are downcast under the assertion that their party fails in ability to manage the government, and they are apprehensive that efforts to bring about tariff reform may fail, but they are much more downcast and apprehensive in their fear that democratic principles may be surrendered. Every true Democrat knows that this bill in its present form is not the consummation for which we have long looked. Our abandonment of the cause or the principles upon which it rests means party perfidy and party dishonor. Note 9, page 366. That President Cleveland should have permitted such a letter to be read at such a time has seemed to many the clearest possible evidence of his incompetence as a party leader. It was most certainly a gage of defiance to the Senate, a body already inimical to him. It violated to some extent the proprieties of executive courtesy toward a branch of the national legislature. It was certain to give the bitterest offense to senators of his own party. What, then, could the President hope to gain by what was, on his face, a serious indiscretion? The answer to this question is probably to be found in the remark of an English student of Mr. Cleveland's political career. As this observer wrote in 1896, Mr. Cleveland was possessed of an enduring faith in the common sense of the nation. He had always acted on the rule that the people were capable of understanding the truth if it was clearly and frankly put before them. Note 10, page 366. This does, beyond all doubt, sufficiently explain why, as President, Mr. Cleveland so often sent to Congress long messages advocating measures which he knew very well would not be considered for a moment by that body. His arguments were in reality addressed not to the senators and representatives, but to the entire nation. And so his letter to Mr. Wilson, by the very unusual circumstances under which it received publicity, was not by any means a peevish plaint, uttered in a moment of irritation, but rather a well-considered disclaimer of responsibility for the action of the Democratic senators. It was an appeal from the politicians to the people. But the effect of it in the Senate was to seal irrevocably the fate of the Wilson bill as a measure of true reform. Although the President had named no names in his accusation of party perfidy and dishonor, the shaft had gone unerringly to its proper mark. Senator Gorman, stung by those pungent words, brought the subject before the Senate with a show of virtuous indignation. Senator Hill defended the President in a long speech, July 20th, but Mr. Gorman, having prepared himself for battle, went into the whole question on its personal side, July 23rd. After some satirical remarks directed against Mr. Wilson for having made public what he, Senator Gorman, assumed to be a private letter, he went on to say that Mr. Cleveland's charges were wholly disingenuous. He asserted that the President had been consulted with regard to the Senate amendments, and had given them his approval. In corroboration of this statement, Mr. Gorman called upon two other Democratic senators, Messrs. Vest and Jones, to bear him out on what he had just said. In short, he raised a question of veracity between the President and himself. Whatever view the Senate took of this personal controversy, its opposition to Mr. Cleveland's wishes now became solidified and irrevocable. The House refused to concur in the Senate's amendments, and the bill was sent to a conference committee of both houses. In conference, the Senate's representatives refused to yield a single point. The House could take the bill precisely as it left the Senate, or the bill could fail, leaving the McKinley tariff still in force. In the end, the House was forced to accept the amendments in their entirety, and to pass the bill which Mr. Cleveland had stigmatized as involving perfidy and dishonor. Note 11, page 368. The predicament of the President was a cruel one. He could not put his signature to such a measure. He could not veto it, and make the professions of his party utterly ridiculous. And so he let it become a law without his signature, August 28th, giving his reasons for so doing in a letter to Mr. Catchings of Mississippi. The Wilson Act was, he said, in some of its provisions, better than the existing tariff law. It effected an average reduction of duties which left them less by 11% than those of the McKinley tariff. It provided for the admission of free wool. The tax on incomes would relieve the Treasury. But then he went on to speak of the sinister influences which had marred the measure as a whole. The war against those influences had only just begun. Tariff reform will not be settled until it is honestly and fairly settled, in the interest and to the benefit of a patient and long-suffering people. I take my place with the rank and file of the Democratic party, who refuse to accept the results embodied in this bill as the close of the war, who are not blinded to the fact that the livery of Democratic tariff reform has been stolen and worn in the service of Republican protection, and who have marked the places where the deadly blight of treason has blasted the counsels of the brave in their hour of might. The trusts and combinations, the communism of pelf, whose machinations have prevented us from reaching the success we deserved, should not be forgotten nor forgiven." Humiliating as this lamentable fiasco was to the section of his party which had been steadily loyal to the President, there still remained a no less disappointing sequel. Many who felt chagrin over the defeat of genuine tariff reform had comforted themselves with the remembrance that at least the section of the Wilson bill establishing an income tax had been saved. This section had indeed proved to be the most popular of any in the bill, as the majorities given it in both houses very clearly showed. Men recalled the dictum of Secretary Fessenden, who in 1864 declared that "the ability to pay increases in much more than arithmetical proportion, as the amount of income exceeds the limits of reasonable necessity." To the Western and Southern Democrats, and also to the Populists, an income tax seemed perhaps a thing of greater immediate importance than a revision of the tariff, the more so as it was bitterly opposed by Eastern capitalists. In the Senate, Mr. Hill of New York had attacked it with an energy and force most unusual in him. "This income tax," said Mr. Hill, "is unconstitutional, because it is a direct tax, and a direct tax not based upon the population can be levied only by the several states and not by the federal government. It is odious because it is a war tax, and has never been imposed in time of peace." Note 12, page 369. "It exempts incomes of $4,000 and less, and therefore represents class legislation, distinguishing between the rich and the poor. It is a purely sectional measure because this tax will bear more severely upon the East than upon the West." Note 13, page 370. Finally, its administration is necessarily offensive, for it establishes that sort of inquisition into the individual citizen's private affairs which amounts practically to espionage. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Storm and Stress, Part 2. No sooner, however, had the Wilson bill become a law, than preparations were made by the Treasury to collect the tax which Senator Hill had so energetically denounced. The necessary blanks and other papers were printed, and the collecting officers began their distribution. Opposition to the measure was no less prompt. Several test cases were prepared. Note 14, page 370. These cases presently reached the Supreme Court, where they were argued at length, and, to anticipate, a partial decision was rendered on April 8, 1895. The court pronounced that part of the law unconstitutional which taxed values derived from land and from state or municipal bonds. But a final decision on the law as a whole was deferred, owing to the absence of Mr. Justice Jackson, who was ill. A few weeks later, however, Justice Jackson, having recovered, rendered his opinion so that the decision, as finally handed down by a full bench, pronounced the income tax unconstitutional as being a direct tax. Note 15. The court was divided 5-4. Note 16. 15 and 16, page 370. There were circumstances connected with this decision which caused deep feeling throughout the country. It had been long since a case before the Supreme Court had attracted such general attention. A brilliant array of counsel had submitted arguments, among them ex-Senator Edmunds, Mr. James C. Carter, Mr. Joseph H. Choate, and the Attorney General himself. The final judgment, as given on May 20th, carried with it a reversal of an earlier judgment handed down 15 years before. In 1880 the Supreme Court had decided, Note 17, page 371, with no dissenting opinion, that an income tax on rents is not a direct tax, within the meaning of the Constitution, but an excise tax, and hence permitted to the general government. That the Supreme Court should reverse a decision which had stood for 15 years was a very unusual occurrence. Note 18, page 371. That it should reverse by a majority of only one a decision which had been unanimously reached was still more remarkable. Yet this was not all. On April 8th, Mr. Justice Sherris had been favorable to the constitutionality of the law. Had he not altered his view, the opinion of Mr. Justice Jackson on May 20th would have made the court stand 5-4 in support of the income tax. But Justice Sherris in the interval had gone over to the other side, and so the result already described was ultimately reached. In expressing their dissent from the decision of the majority of the court, Justice Harlan and Justice White departed wholly from the impassive and impersonal manner which is usual in that high tribunal, and spoke in terms of marked feeling. Mr. Justice Harlan, indeed, let it be plainly seen that he believed the court to have dealt a severe blow at the stability and safety of American political institutions. Note 19, pages 371 and 372. In this he struck a note which was echoed all over the land, but most of all throughout the West and South. Men said that the influences which had crippled tariff reform in the Senate had proved no less powerful in the highest tribunal of the nation. Populism grew daily stronger, while other events which were coincident with those already told stimulated the new movement and enhanced its power. The slow progress of the Wilson Bill, prolonging as it did the feeling of uncertainty in the business world, had depressed all forms of industry. Thousands of men who had been thrown out of work in the summer and autumn of 1893 found themselves at the beginning of winter wholly destitute. Some of them had left their homes in the Eastern States and had gone to the Pacific coast as railway builders. They now turned their faces homeward, intending to tramp the long distance and to live upon the charity of the intervening towns and cities. These men were presently joined by others who were out of work, and finally by swarms of professional vagabonds and tramps. Through some curious psychological impulse, the notion of a general crusade of squalor spread all through the country, and from every quarter of the West and the Southwest, bands of ragged, hungry, homeless men appeared, fierce of aspect, and terrifying to the people of the hamlets and sparsely settled districts through which they passed. Theft, rape, and sometimes murder marked the trail of this new Jacquerie, which had at first no conscious purpose, as it had no leader. Both purpose and leader were presently provided. 3 odd fanatics came to the front, and after a fashion took command of the roving bands. These 3, Coxey, Kelly, and Fry, styling themselves generals, led the largest groups, which were now known as armies of the unemployed, and later as industrials and commonwealers. Coxey was the most conspicuous of the 3. He had a definite plan of action. He organized what he styled the Army of the Commonweal of Christ, and with it he intended to march on Washington, to enter the Capitol, and to overawe Congress into passing a law providing for the unemployed. His demand was that $500 million in irredeemable paper money should be issued, and that this sum should be spent in improving the public highways throughout the country. Such became at last the declared purpose of all the commonwealers, and so the 3 armies began their march to Washington from different points, Coxey setting out from Massillon, Ohio, on March 25th, Fry from Los Angeles, California, early in April, and Kelly from San Francisco on April 26th. There was something grotesque and also something very pitiful in the purpose of these poor men, many of whom were honest and well-meaning, but who were driven to desperation by poverty and cold and hunger. Yet among them were also many criminals and vicious characters, so that again and again the industrials came into conflict with the police, and sometimes even with the militia, which was called to arms in several states because of them. The newspapers made much of Coxey's army, and naturally viewing its march on Washington as a huge joke, began to humor the idea and to treat it with mock seriousness. Hence, in Europe, where American humor, if unlabeled, is seldom understood, the belief spread that the United States had fallen into anarchy. The Republic was to be overthrown by a great uprising of its own citizens. The movement of Coxey's prowling tramps upon Washington was gravely likened to the famous march of the mob from Paris to Versailles. English leader writers waited solemnly for the crash of a widespread and terrible revolution. Coxey and his followers straggled into Washington on April 28th. By that time their numbers had been reduced to about 300 men. The mild spring weather had led most of the army to roam off as individuals into the pleasant country valleys, where they could bask in the sunshine and live by begging. On the 1st of May, however, Coxey marched his dwindling host into the grounds of the Capitol, bearing aloft some improvised banners of calico and paper muslin. But by this time public interest in the industrials had waned. The joke had ceased to amuse, and therefore no particular notice was taken of Coxey until he and some of his lieutenants marched across the lawns, when the Capitol police at once arrested them for walking on the grass. Such was the farcical end of the Coxey Crusade, which foreigners regarded as a dreadful menace to the Republic, but which terminated in a short jail sentence served for the violation of a local ordinance by the would-be Robespierre. While, however, this pilgrimage of the commonwealers was in itself of no importance, it did reveal a state of restlessness in the industrial world. This was soon to find expression in a tremendous struggle of organized labor against organized capital, a struggle of which the outcome was at last determined by the unprecedented action of Mr. Cleveland and his Attorney General. It involved questions, both administrative, judicial, and constitutional, of far-reaching consequence. In 1886, the capitalists who controlled or owned the 24 railways which then entered the city of Chicago had formed a voluntary association known as the General Managers Association. Note 20, page 375. This body had for its main purpose the effective and arbitrary control of all persons employed by the railways represented in the association. Wages were cut down according to a general agreement. Discharged workmen were blacklisted so that they could not easily get new employment. With no standing whatever in law, the Managers' Association was establishing a complete control of the independence and even of the livelihood of thousands of railway employees. Note 21, page 376. To offset this combination of the owners, the men had organized in 1893 the American Railway Union. The two bodies, antagonistic as they were in their special interests, came into conflict early in 1894 over a question which did not in its origin directly concern either of them. The Pullman Palace Car Company was not a railway corporation, but was engaged in manufacturing cars which it operated through written contracts with the railways. It was a highly prosperous concern, and Mr. Pullman, its president, had won much commendation from philanthropic sociologists for having built the pretty little village of Pullman near Chicago, where employees of the company could at moderate rentals find houses that were clean, well lighted, and supplied with admirable sanitary arrangements. Lakes, parks, and well-kept streets made the place appear to be a poor man's paradise. On the other hand, those who lived in Pullman saw another side. Not many residents stayed there long. While they stayed, they seemed to be under a singular constraint. If they spoke of the company, they did so in half a whisper, and with a furtive glance behind them, very much as a Russian might mention the Czar. Note 22, page 376. Everyone felt that he was spied upon, and that an incautious word might lead to his discharge and get his name upon the blacklist. In May, 1894, the Pullman Company dismissed a large number of its workmen. The wages of such as were retained were lowered by some 20%. Many were now employed for less than what was usually regarded as full-time. A committee of employees waited upon Mr. Pullman to ask that the old wages be restored. Mr. Pullman refused this request, but promised that he would not punish any member of the committee for having presented the petition. This promise he apparently violated, for on the very next day 3 of the committee were discharged. Mr. Pullman, in fact, evidently regarded himself as a personage so sacrosanct as to make even a respectful petition to him a serious offense. Indignant at his action, 5/6 of his men went out on strike. Mr. Pullman promptly discharged the other 6, who had remained faithful to his interests. To justify the Pullman management, a general statement was given out on its behalf, that the close of the Columbian Exposition and the existing business depression had checked the demand for its cars, that it had been employing men at an actual loss, that it could not afford to continue them at work and at the old scale of wages. In reply to this, the fact was pointed out that while the wages of the men had been cut, the salaries of the officers remained as large as ever, and that rents in the town of Pullman had not been lowered. Moreover, the stock of the company was selling above par. Its dividends for the preceding year on a capital of $36 million had been $2,520,000, while it had a surplus of undivided profits amounting to $25 million. About 4,000 Pullman employees were members of the American Railway Union. In June, a convention of the Union was held in Chicago, and this body took up the question of the Pullman strike, although the men on strike were not railway employees at all. A committee of the Union wished to confer with the Pullman management, but were not allowed to do so. The Civic Federation of Chicago, with the approval and support of the mayors of 50 cities, urged the company to submit the matter to arbitration. The company answered, "We have nothing to arbitrate." Then on June 2nd, the railway union, finding no settlement possible, passed a resolution to the effect that unless the Pullman Company should come to an agreement with its men before June 26th, the members of the railway union would refuse to handle Pullman cars. The company remained obdurate, and therefore on the 26th the union fulfilled its promise. From that day on, all the roads running out of Chicago, no train to which Pullman cars were attached could move. The president of the railway union was Mr. Eugene V. Debs. He had formerly been a locomotive engineer and afterwards a grocer. Going into politics, he had served a term in the Indiana legislature. He was a very shrewd, long-headed strategist. He understood the strength of his organization. He was equally well aware of the one weak point in all the great labor demonstrations of the past. The 150,000 men whom he controlled could, by acting together, completely paralyze the railway system centering at Chicago. Local public sentiment was, on the whole, favorable to the Pullman employees. That sentiment would, however, be alienated if violence and general disorder were to follow on the strike. It was vital that the railway union should employ no lawless means. Mr. Debs, therefore, issued an address on June 29th, in which he said: "The contest is now on between the railway corporations united solidly on the one hand, and the labor forces on the other. I appeal to the strikers everywhere to refrain from any act of violence. A man who will destroy property or violate law is an enemy, and not a friend of the cause of labor." The order of Mr. Debs was implicitly obeyed by the members of the railway union, and the peaceable strike which was begun on the 26th proved at once to be remarkably effective. Switchmen refused to attach Pullman cars to any train. When they were discharged for this, the rest of the train's crew left it in a body. By the end of the 5th day after the strike began, all the roads running out of Chicago were practically at a standstill. The Railway Managers' Association was facing absolute defeat. Its resources in the way of men were exhausted, and its trains could not be operated. Yet all this had been accomplished by peaceable means. There was no sign of violence or disorder. But the men who made up the Managers' Association were very able. They had at their command unlimited money and legal advisers who could conceive daring plans. This struggle against the power of the railways meant to them a struggle for existence. Their chairman, therefore, issued a bold statement in which he said: "We are supported in our stand by the railway managers all over the United States. It is no time for weakness of policy. The fight must be won." It must have been plain to the managers that if the strike remained a peaceful one, the railways would be defeated. If, however, violence and crime were associated with it, public sympathy would no longer sustain the strikers, and the power of the law would be invoked against them. Singularly enough, on June 30th, just when this situation became very plain, disorder suddenly broke out in Chicago. The close of the World's Fair had left in that city a large residuum of vagabonds and semi-criminals, who had drifted thither during the Exposition, and who remained to swell the lawless population of the slums. As is usual in times of widespread excitement, these men now swarmed by thousands to the railway yards, intent upon prospective plunder. It was widely asserted at the time that the Managers' Association employed agents provocateurs to incite the disorderly elements to acts of violence. Of this there is no convincing proof. That thieves and bullies and jailbirds should seize upon so rare an opportunity for mischief was natural enough. But their sudden appearance was certainly most opportune for the railway managers, and most fatal to the real interests of the strikers. On June 30th, a mail train was stopped in the suburbs of Chicago. The engine was cut off and disabled by a mob, ostensibly directed by strikers. At about the same time, the mails were completely obstructed on parts of the Southern Pacific system, the strike having extended to the Pacific states. Mail trains having Pullman cars attached were not allowed to run. This news brought the United States government into the field at once. Attorney General Olney issued vigorous instructions to the United States district attorneys all over the country. Deputy marshals were sworn in, and other precautionary measures were taken. Writing to Mr. Edwin Walker, who acted as special counsel for the government in Chicago, Mr. Olney made the novel suggestion that, instead of relying upon warrants issued under criminal statutes against persons who had actually committed illegal acts, Mr. Walker should apply to the federal courts for injunctions forbidding the commission of such acts. On July 1st, the roads were still paralyzed. Disorder had still for the most part been sporadic. There was no evidence that the local authorities were not fully competent to deal with the situation so far as the unruly elements were concerned. On the following day, however, on motion of the United States District Attorney, Judge Woods issued a sweeping injunction forbidding the president of the Railway Union, Mr. Debs, and also its vice president, secretary, and others, from interfering with the transportation of the mails and from obstructing interstate commerce. Mr. Walker also sent word to Washington that in his judgment, United States troops would be needed to enforce the order of the court. On that very day, President Cleveland ordered General Miles to Chicago to assume personal command of the troops at Fort Sheridan. Mr. Walker seemed strangely insistent in his demand for troops and for their immediate use. Note 23, page 381. Mr. Olney telegraphed him, July 3rd, "I trust use of United States troops will not be necessary." Mr. Walker reiterated his demand, and with him were joined Judge Groscup, the district attorney, and the United States Marshal. The strikers had indeed been deeply stirred by the injunction which forbade even an attempt to persuade railway employees to strike. They felt that the federal courts were the mere tools of the railway managers, and were attempting to deprive men of the right to leave their work. Perhaps because of their indignation at this new move, the peaceful strike came to an end, and a regime of violence began. Baggage cars were wrecked and strewn along the tracks, and a mail train was ditched. The writ of injunction was read to the mob by a marshal, but it was received with jeers and curses. That same afternoon, President Cleveland ordered Colonel Crofton in command at Fort Sheridan to enter Chicago with the entire garrison of infantry, artillery, and cavalry. This order was promptly carried out, and on the following morning the troops were in camp upon the lake front. Reinforcements were hurried to them, and General Miles had presently at his disposal a force of several thousand men. A brigade of state militia was also ordered to the city by the governor at the mayor's request. The story of the next few days is one of perpetual disorder, controlled, however, or greatly lessened by the admirable work of the regular troops, whose cool firmness had that indescribable effect which discipline always exercises upon disorder. Yet there was much destruction of railway property, both within the city and near it, while the temper of the soldiers was often severely tried. The spirit of the mob grew more and more dangerous, and at last, on July 7th, General Miles issued an order to all officers in command of troops, directing them to fire upon persons engaged in overt hostile acts. Mr. Debs, whose prudence had begun to fail him, made an inflammatory address in which he said, "The first shot fired by regular troops at the mobs here will be a signal for civil war. Bloodshed will surely follow." Events moved quickly. On the following day, the President issued a proclamation ordering all persons engaged in unlawful assemblages to disperse, on or before 12 o'clock noon of the 9th day of July instant. Those who disregarded the warning were to be viewed as public enemies. There will be no vacillation in the decisive punishment of the guilty. On that same day, a mob at Hammond, Indiana, some 20 miles distant from Chicago, set upon several non-strikers, killing 1 and wounding 4. Matters grew still more serious, and a detachment of regular troops, commanded by Major Hartz, was hurried to the Monon station. Under their protection several trains were moved. This infuriated the mob, which, after exhausting every form of insult, began to shower the soldiers with missiles. The troops remained unmoved, awaiting orders. Emboldened by this apparent timidity, their assailants, who now numbered fully 3,000, made a wild rush, intending to overwhelm the compact company in blue. Major Hartz gave a sharp command, and the magazine rifles spurted fire into the yelling mob, drilling it through and through with bullets and strewing the ground with dead. Coincidentally with these events, Judge Groscup delivered a charge to a special federal grand jury, which at once found indictments against Debs and 3 of his associates, the charge being one of conspiracy under the Sherman Antitrust Law of 1890. On July 10th, the 4 men were arrested and gave bail in $10,000 each. On July 17th, the same men were brought before Judge Woods and were charged with contempt of court in having disobeyed the injunction of July 2nd. They refused to give bail upon this charge and were sent to prison under guard. This swift and stern action of the federal government broke the backbone of the strike, as Mr. Debs himself afterwards admitted. The movement in which the Knights of Labor had also taken part had spread over 27 states and territories, and had affected the operations of 125,000 miles of railway. But everywhere it was dealt with in the same energetic manner whenever it obstructed the service of the mails, and after the arrest of Mr. Debs it died speedily away. On July 20th, less than a month after the general strike began, the United States troops left Chicago, their presence being no longer needed. Note 24, page 384. In the opinion of the governor of Illinois, Mr. John P. Altgeld, their presence there had never been required. Mr. Altgeld was a Democratic of the populistic type. In appearance he resembled a typical German agitator, fanatical and intense. He had pardoned the anarchists who were sentenced to imprisonment at the time of the Haymarket murders in 1886. Note 25, page 384. Many persons regarded him as no better than an anarchist himself, yet this judgment was too harsh. His sympathies were undoubtedly with the strikers, and he felt with some reason that the presence of federal troops was essentially provocative. He read over the 4th article of the Constitution, which pledges the United States to guarantee to each state protection against domestic violence, on application of the legislature or of the executive. As Governor Altgeld interpreted that section, it meant that United States troops may be sent into a state only upon application of the legislature or of the executive. He therefore, immediately after the arrival of the troops in Chicago, telegraphed the President that they were not needed. Waiving all question of courtesy, I will say that the state of Illinois is not only able to take care of itself, but it stands ready today to furnish the federal government any assistance it may need elsewhere. As governor, I protest, and ask the immediate withdrawal of federal troops from active duty in the state. But Governor Altgeld had missed the point involved in the dispatch of troops. These had not been sent to protect the state of Illinois from domestic violence, but to guard the property of the United States, to prevent obstruction of the United States mails, and to enforce the judgments of the United States courts as against illegal combinations. Authority for this was found in the law of April 20th, 1871. Note 26, page 385. The President answered Governor Altgeld, explaining the matter very briefly, only to receive another and very long dispatch arguing about the relations of state and federal authority, and still missing the point as completely as before. To this second telegram Mr. Cleveland sent, July 6th, a short response which ended the discussion. While I am still persuaded that I have neither transcended my authority or duty in the emergency that confronts us, it seems to me that in this hour of danger and public distress, discussion may well give way to active efforts on the part of all in authority to restore obedience to law and to protect life and property. President Cleveland's course in sending troops to Chicago against the protest of the state's executive, and in using the army elsewhere to prevent obstruction of the mail routes, was on the whole generally approved by public opinion and by Congress. A great deal of the comment made upon it was, however, based upon a misapprehension of the facts. Many persons then imagined, and many still believe, that the President put a new and bold construction upon his own powers, and that in consequence the functions of the executive were by his action substantially enlarged. Such, however, was not the case. He was merely doing what he was empowered and even required to do by statute, a statute originally enacted under President Grant, and aimed at the Ku Klux Klan. Hence, both the states' rights Democrats, like Governor Altgeld, who condemned him, and the advocates of centralization, who applauded him, did so with insufficient knowledge. If he deserved praise at all, it was not because of a new precedent which he established, for he established none, but for his rude courage in using, through a sense of duty, his statutory powers in a way that was certain to intensify the hatred of him which had by this time come to be almost a religion in the Western states. The serious constitutional question which the strike of 1894 brought into prominence concerned the judiciary rather than the executive. Government by injunction was a phrase that now came into general use. The Interstate Commerce Law of 1887 and the Sherman Antitrust Law of 1890 had both been framed with a view to checking the power of the corporations. Clever lawyers, however, had most ingeniously converted these two acts into instruments to protect the railway corporations against attack. If an engineer left his post, or if the crew of a train deserted it, this was held to be a conspiracy in restraint of commerce. A United States Circuit Court had issued a blanket injunction against all the employees of the Northern Pacific Road, forbidding them to strike. As to Mr. Debs and his associates, they had been enjoined from inciting men to strike. On December 14th, they were brought before Judge Woods in Chicago and sentenced, Debs to 6 months' imprisonment and the others to 3 months for contempt of court. This extension of the enjoining power was contrary to the whole spirit and practice of Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence as hitherto understood. By the new procedure, a judge defined in advance the nature of an offense, and by injunction forbade the commission of it by certain specified persons. If they disobeyed the injunction, they were brought before the judge and fined or imprisoned, not directly for the act itself, but for contempt of court. In this way the judge became also the accuser, and the accused lost the right of a jury trial. Many of the most conservative publicists in the East were alarmed by this alarming stretch of the judicial power. In the case of Mr. Debs, the principle at issue was admirably summed up in these words: "If Debs has been violating the law, let him be indicted, tried by a jury, and punished. Let him not be made the victim of an untenable court order, and deprived of his liberty entirely within the discretion of a judge. If the precedent now established is to stand, there is no limit to the power which the judiciary may establish over the citizen." Note 27, page 387. The action of Judge Woods in sentencing Debs was, however, sustained by a unanimous decision of the Supreme Court handed down on May 27, 1895, and he served his term in prison. Yet it is to be noted that the indictments for conspiracy found against him in legal form by a federal grand jury were afterwards dismissed. The report of a commission appointed by President Cleveland, note 28, page 388, to investigate the origin of the great strike was full of deep significance. This commission found in the Railway Managers' Association an example of the persistent and shrewdly devised plans of corporations to overreach their limitations and to usurp indirectly powers and rights not contemplated in their charters. It found that neither the railway union nor any general combination of railway employees had been planned until the railway managers had set the example. In the judgment of the Commission, the evils of intensive combination must in the end be met by government control of such corporations as have a public or quasi-public character. The report was widely read, and its unquestioned facts and dispassionate deductions impressed themselves upon the minds of thousands. More and more was it becoming evident that the proper form of resistance to the glacier-like power of consolidated capital was not through strikes or other efforts of voluntary associations, which tended too readily to promote disorder, but rather through the federal government itself, using all its latent and immense resources to protect its citizens impartially. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bond Sales and Venezuela, Part 1. While the Wilson Bill was dragging its slow way through Congress, and while the fierce struggle against the railways in the West was being fought out to the bitter end, another highly controversial question had arisen to plague the President and to widen still further the breach between him and the majority of his party. Throughout the entire 4 years of the second Cleveland administration, the sensitive nerve of the government lay in the condition of the Treasury, and it throbbed painfully in response to every event of serious import, whether this related to domestic politics or to international affairs. Here again the makeshifts and compromises of the past broke down completely, and the President was forced to take upon himself the whole burden of a responsibility which his predecessors had managed to evade. The events now to be narrated are those concerning which the sharpest differences of opinion existed at the time. They obscured in the mind of the people all the other acts of administration. They stirred millions of Americans to a pitch of acrimonious frenzy for which there are few parallels in our history. And in the end they shivered and rent the Democratic party until it cast aside its old traditions, and while retaining its historic name, stood forth transformed into the champion of new causes and new political ideals. It has already been mentioned in these pages that the Treasury's gold reserve of $100 million was intended to protect an outstanding issue of notes which, by the end of 1893, amounted to nearly $500 million. This gold reserve had proved adequate in the past, until the operation of the Sherman Silver Purchase Act of 1890 gradually shook public confidence in the Treasury's ability to meet its steadily increasing obligations. The repeal of this act under pressure from President Cleveland, as already described, had, to be sure, absolved the Secretary from buying 2 tons of silver every month and paying for it in gold. Yet, in matters of finance, distrust when once aroused dies hard. In April of 1893, when the hoarding of gold was at its height, the Treasury's Gold Redemption Fund had, for the first time, fallen below the $100 million mark, and the circumstance had sent a shiver through the business world. Some had quickly seen in it an opportunity for making money. For the true peril of the Treasury, from the standpoint of conservative finance, lay not so much in the discrepancy between its obligations and its gold reserve, as in the fact that under existing laws no sooner was a government note presented at the Treasury and redeemed in gold, than it must immediately be reissued to become again a new obligation. The situation was admirably and forcibly described to Congress by Mr. Cleveland in several of his later messages. Thus, speaking of the Gold Reserve Fund, he said: "Even if the claims upon this fund were confined to the obligations originally intended, Note 1, page 390, and if the redemption of these obligations meant their cancellation, the fund would be very small. But these obligations, when received and redeemed in gold, are not cancelled, but are reissued and may do duty many times by way of drawing gold from the Treasury. Thus we have an endless chain in operation, constantly depleting the Treasury's gold, and never near a final rest." Note 2, page 390. Referring to the statute of May 1878, he remarked with epigrammatic pungency: "The government was put in the anomalous situation of owing to the holders of its notes debts payable in gold upon demand, which could neither be retired by receiving such notes in discharge of obligations due the government, nor cancelled by actual payment in gold. It was forced to redeem without redemption, and to pay without acquittance." Note 3, page 391. These 2 paragraphs indicate very well the view which Mr. Cleveland and his supporters in the Eastern States took of the financial situation. They held that the Treasury was bound to redeem all its notes of every kind in gold, at the discretion of the persons who presented the notes for payment. The corollary to this theory was that when the gold reserve in the Treasury had been unduly lowered by the process, it became the duty of the Secretary of the Treasury to sell bonds of the United States in order to replenish the reserve, Note 4, page 391, and thus make it possible for the operation of the endless chain to continue indefinitely. Of course, the issue of more bonds meant an increase of the national debt. But, as Mr. Cleveland understood the case, there was no help for this until Congress should enact new currency legislation, providing for the retirement and cancellation of all notes when once redeemed. But both bimetallists and all the friends of silver declared that such a policy was both unreasonable and likely to prove ruinous. They pointed out the fact that of all the government obligations, only the legal tender Treasury notes, greenbacks, were specifically redeemable in gold. The silver certificates issued under the Bland Allison Act of 1878 were on their face declared to be redeemable in silver, while the notes issued for the purchase of silver bullion under the Sherman Act of 1890 were, by the terms of that act, redeemable in coin, i.e., in either gold or silver, at the option of the Treasury. And as they were issued against the silver bullion purchased by them, why should they be redeemed in gold? That the Treasury might pay out silver for them if it chose, was not denied even by Secretary Carlisle himself. On his appearing somewhat later before a committee of the House, Note 5, page 392, Mr. Sibley of Pennsylvania asked him: "What objection could there be to having the option of redeeming either in silver or gold lie with the Treasury instead of with the note holder?" To which Mr. Carlisle made the following reply: "If that policy had been adopted at the beginning of resumption, the policy of reserving to the government the option of redeeming in gold or silver all its paper presented, I believe it would have worked beneficially and there would have been no trouble growing out of it. But the Secretaries of the Treasury, from the beginning of resumption, have pursued a policy of redeeming in gold or silver at the option of the holder of the paper, and if any Secretary had afterwards attempted to change that policy, and force silver upon a man who wanted gold, or gold upon a man who wanted silver, and especially if he had made that attempt at such a critical period as we have had in the last 2 years, my judgment is that it would have been very disastrous. There is a vast difference between establishing a policy at the beginning and reversing a policy after it has been long established, and especially after the situation has been changed. But the silver men would not admit the strength of this position. If, argued they, Republican secretaries have incorrectly interpreted the law, that is no reason why a Democratic administration should not revert to its correct and unquestioned meaning. Redeem the greenbacks in gold, for such is the law, but redeem the silver certificates and coin certificates in the silver in which the statute makes them payable. Why, when the gold in the Treasury is low, and while the vaults are bursting with silver dollars, why lay open the gold supply to be raided by every speculator, and decline to make use of the ample stock of silver? The President, however, took his stand upon the declaration of Congress which had been made a part of the Sherman Act of 1890, to the effect that it was the established policy of the United States to maintain the two metals at a parity with each other upon the present legal ratio, or such ratio as may be provided by law. Mr. Cleveland held that such a parity between gold and silver could not be maintained if the Treasury made any discrimination whatsoever between the different kinds of government paper. It must redeem them all alike, greenbacks, silver certificates, and coin notes, in gold, or else excite a suspicion of the good faith and honest intentions of the government's professions, or create a suspicion of our country's solvency. Note 6, page 393. Hence he made up his mind that gold should be paid for every note presented, and that he would make an unstinted use of the nation's borrowing power rather than reverse the policy of his predecessors. He would buy gold with bonds to any extent that might be necessary. Such, too, had been the determination of President Harrison, and towards the close of his administration he had been almost forced to take such a step, for the drain upon the gold reserve had begun even then. Orders, in fact, had been given to engrave the plates for the printing of such bonds in February, 1893, but the necessity had been staved off by Secretary Charles Foster, who managed to get a temporary supply of gold, about $8 million, from a group of New York bankers. Thus the outgoing Republican administration was spared the necessity of doing that to which President Cleveland was soon forced by circumstances. The gold reserve, which in April, 1893, had fallen to $97 million, continued steadily to diminish throughout the year. The general hoarding of gold was one cause of this, for persons who wished to hoard could draw gold from the Treasury far more easily than from the banks. Note 7, page 394. Gold was also drawn out freely for export and in the way of trade. On the other hand, the customs receipts, which are as a rule made in gold, were now, for the most part, paid in paper, so that there was no flow of gold back to the Treasury to offset the drain. Hence, at the beginning of the eventful year 1894, the government's gold fund had sunk to only $70 million, against which there was outstanding nearly $500 million of paper money, all of it according to the Cleveland policy, redeemable upon demand in gold. The discrepancy was a frightful one, the more so in view of the general business depression, the uncertainties of tariff legislation, and the lack of public confidence. Hence, by direction of the President, January 17th, an issue of $50 million in United States bonds was advertised for sale in exchange for gold. Note 8, page 395. Bidders were required to offer a premium of not less than 17%. It was hoped by the President and the Secretary that these bonds would be at once oversubscribed, and that the mere announcement of their sale would check the run upon the gold fund in the Treasury. But both these hopes were disappointed. Bids came in so slowly that by February 1st it seemed as though the sale would be a total failure, a result to be averted at any risk. To announce that the United States could not borrow $50 million in the open market would have been at once humiliating and disastrous. Yet such appeared for a time to be the case, while the announcement of the bond issue, so far from lessening the drain of Treasury gold, actually hastened it. On January 31st, the reserve fund stood at only $66 million. In this crisis, Secretary Carlyle hurried to New York and called together a number of leading financiers. He pointed out to them that if the loan should fail, the shock to the public credit would disastrously affect the interests which they represented; that in this event the Treasury must inevitably suspend gold payments, and the country's finances be placed upon a silver basis. Moved by these considerations, the Secretary's hearers promised to support the loan, and within a week the bonds had been exchanged for sufficient gold to bring the Treasury's gold balance up to more than $107,000,000. Note 9, page 395. But the incident had been a very trying one, a grievous disappointment to the President, and very ominous for the future. In fact, the relief proved to be only temporary. Some of those who had subscribed for the bonds had drawn the gold to pay for them from the Treasury itself, thus taking out with one hand what they put back with the other. Furthermore, it had now been made plain that the credit of the United States was at the mercy of the great bankers and other heads of financial institutions. They could at will so bleed the Treasury of gold as to compel new bond issues, and by combining together, they could in the future exact such terms from the government as to assure themselves an extraordinary profit. This lesson they resolved to put into practice while the opportunity was still open. Within a little more than 2 months after the reserve had been reinforced by the purchased gold, it had again fallen to $78,000,000. The government tried every possible means to check the drain, but to little purpose. In November, the fund stood at only $61,000,000, and it was known that preparations were being made by New York bankers of foreign extraction to draw heavily upon this scanty store for shipment to foreign countries. On the 14th of the month, the situation being most serious, Secretary Carlyle called for bids in gold for a second issue of $50,000,000 in bonds. This issue was taken up by a syndicate of 33 banking houses and financiers, who managed to secure the entire allotment by bidding for all or none. As the other bids did not cover the whole amount, and as the acceptance of them would have involved delay at a time when delay might prove disastrous, the syndicate was successful. One of its members, the president of the United States Trust Company of New York, afterwards testified under oath that the transaction was unprofitable to the subscribers, an assertion which was received with a very general skepticism. This second bond issue, like the first, afforded only a momentary relief. Wall Street had now thoroughly learned the lesson, and began applying it with a vengeance. In a single month, December, 1894, the sum of $32,000,000 in gold was taken from the Treasury. In the following month, January, 1895, $45,000,000 more was sucked out of the dwindling fund. Early in February there remained only $41,000,000, an alarmingly slender store with which to secure the undiminished $500,000,000 of notes that were still in circulation. Thus, within 2 months after the second bond sale, nearly $80,000,000 of gold had vanished from the Treasury, and the reserve fund touched the lowest point it had ever reached. In this emergency, the President invited to a conference at the White House Mr. J. Pierpont Morgan, a very eminent and sagacious financier. In a sort of apologia, published 8 years later, Mr. Cleveland wrote with a touch of irony: "It never occurred to any of us to consult farmers, doctors, lawyers, shoemakers, or even statesmen. We could not escape the belief that the prospect of obtaining what we needed might be somewhat improved by making application to those whose business and surroundings qualified them to intelligently respond." Note 10, page 397. Of course, what the President now wanted, in the light of vast experience, was not merely gold to replenish the reserve, but some effective guarantee that the gold so acquired would not be immediately drawn out again. Only a very powerful financial combination could give this guarantee, and such a combination was effected as a result of the conference with Mr. Morgan. On February 8th, in a special message, the President laid before Congress the terms of an agreement entered into by Secretary Carlyle on behalf of the government, and by Messrs. J. P. Morgan and Company and Messrs. August Belmont and Company. The former banking house was acting also for Messrs. J. S. Morgan and Company of London, the latter for Messrs. N. M. Rothschild and Sons of London. By the terms of the agreement, the subscribing bankers were to take up an issue of United States 4% coined bonds to the amount of $62,315,400 at the rate of 104.5 to be paid for in gold, at least half of which was to be brought from Europe. They were also, to the extent of their ability, to exert all financial influence and make all legitimate efforts to protect the Treasury of the United States against the withdrawal of gold, pending the complete performance of this contract. On the other hand, the Secretary of the Treasury agreed to give these banking houses the first option upon any further bonds which might be issued before October 1st, 1895. So far, the contract was one which it was within the legal power of the Secretary to make without referring the matter to Congress at all. But the second clause contained a special provision. If Congress would authorize the payment of principal and interest to be made specifically in gold instead of in coin, then the syndicate would accept 3% bonds in place of the proposed bonds at 4%. The difference would mean a saving to the United States of some $16 million in interest in the course of the 30 years during which the bonds were to run. The President, therefore, laid the contract before Congress and asked for authority to issue 3% bonds payable in gold. Until now, Congress had had no opportunity to deal directly with the President's policy regarding the bond issues. In March of 1894 it had passed a bill for coining the seigniorage or so much of the silver bullion in the Treasury as represented the difference between its intrinsic value and its value when coined into money. This bill the President had promptly vetoed on the ground that its wording was ambiguous, and because in his judgment, "sound finance does not commend a further infusion of silver into our currency." Note 11, page 399. As a matter of fact, the intrinsic value of the silver bullion purchased under the Sherman Act had already decreased so as to represent a loss to the Treasury of more than $10 million. Hence, Mr. A. S. Hewitt very neatly described the scheme to coin the seigniorage as a plan for "coining a vacuum." Again, the President had urged upon Congress a bill for currency reform drawn by Secretary Carlisle. Note 12, page 399. The object of this bill was the absolute divorcement of the government from the business of banking, by giving greater facilities to national and state banks. Note 13, page 399. But Congress was in no mood to legislate in favor of banks of any kind, and the House, by a test vote upon a subsidiary motion, made this fact so clear that the bill was dropped. But now the whole matter of the bond issues came directly before that body, and a Democratic majority had to discuss the financial policy of a Democratic President. A joint resolution authorizing the issue of 3% bonds payable specifically in gold was reported by the Committee on Ways and Means. On February 14th, Mr. Bryan of Nebraska spoke in opposition to the measure, and for the second time attracted widespread attention by the force and piquancy of his style. He gave voice, in fact, to the rising note of doubt, distrust, and discontent which the course of the President had excited throughout the Western States. At the same time, the fairness and courtesy of his whole tone and manner could give no personal offense even to Mr. Cleveland's partisans. Speaking of the President, Mr. Bryan said, "The President of the United States is only a man. We entrust the administration of government to men, and when we do so we know that they are liable to err. When men are in public office we expect them to make mistakes, even so exalted an official as the President is liable to make mistakes. And if the President does make a mistake, what should Congress do? Ought it blindly to approve his mistake, or do we owe it to the people of the United States, and even to the President himself, to correct the mistake so that it will not be made again? But some gentlemen say that the Democratic party should stand by the President. What has he done for the party since the last election to earn its gratitude? What gratitude should we feel? The gratitude which a confiding ward feels towards his guardian without a bond, who has squandered a rich estate. What gratitude should we feel? The gratitude which a passenger feels towards the trainman who has opened a switch and precipitated a wreck." Then coming to the Morgan Belmont contract, he went on to say, "What is this contract? I am glad that it has been made public. It is a contract made by the executive of a great nation with the representatives of foreign money loaners. It is a contract made with men who are desirous of changing the foreign policy of this country. They recognize by their actions that the United States has the right to pay coin obligations in either gold or silver, and they come to us with the insolent proposition, 'We will give you $16 million, paying a proportionate amount each year, if the United States will change its financial policy to suit us.' Never before has such a bribe been offered to our people by a foreign syndicate, and we ought so to act that such a bribe will never be offered again. By this contract we not only negotiate with foreigners for a change in our financial policy, but we give them an option on future loans. We cannot afford to put ourselves in the hands of the Rothschilds, who hold mortgages on most of the thrones of Europe." There is another objection to this contract. It provides for the private sale of coin bonds running 30 years at 104.5, which ought to be worth 119 in the open market, and which could have been sold at public auction for 115 without the least effort. Why this sacrifice of the credit of the United States? What excuse was there for selling a 30-year bond for 104.5? What defense can be made for this gift of something like $7.5 million to the bond syndicate? And finally he attacked with much force the fundamental assumption of the President that all the obligations of the government must be paid in gold and in gold alone if the note holder and bond holder demanded it. So long as the note holder has the option, bonds may be issued over and over again without avail. Gold will be withdrawn either directly or indirectly for the purpose of buying bonds, and an issue of bonds will be compelled again whenever bond buyers have a surplus of money awaiting investment. The only remedy is the restoration of the bimetallic principle, and the exercise of the option to redeem greenbacks and treasury notes in silver whenever silver is more convenient, or whenever such a course is necessary to prevent a run upon the treasury. The government is helpless so long as it refuses to exercise this option. I propose the only policy which will help the government. I propose the only policy which will stop the leak in the treasury. I only ask that the Treasury Department shall be administered on behalf of the American people, and not on behalf of the Rothschilds and other foreign bankers. Mr. Bryan's attack upon the joint resolution was not the only cause of its defeat. Many Democrats who believed that all bonds were and ought to be payable in gold disliked the terms of the Morgan-Belmont contract as inequitable. The Republican members of the House were, for the most part, glad to thrust the Democratic administration still further down into the mire of popular dislike; and therefore the measure was finally defeated by a vote made up of all the Populists, of 2/3 of the Republicans, and of more than half the Democrats. Note 14, page 402. The President's transactions with the bond syndicate were thus condemned by the representatives of all three parties. He carried out the original contract, however, and delivered bonds to the amount of $62,315,500 in return for gold at the rate of 104.5. When he did so, the gold reserve had fallen to so low an ebb that the sub-treasury in New York was within 24 hours of suspending gold payments altogether. Then something happened which seemed to many to be full of sinister meaning. No sooner had the syndicate secured the bonds which it had bought at 104.5 than it offered them for sale in the open market. Almost at once their price rose to 118. Investors were eager to buy them at this figure. And yet these were the bonds which had been described as of uncertain value because they were not made specifically payable in gold. It is not surprising that the administration was widely and severely censured for the whole transaction. In financial circles Mr. Cleveland found defenders, who said that he was not responsible for the vicious legislation of earlier years, that the pressing necessities of the situation gave him no choice save to get gold where he could, as quickly as he could, and on the best terms possible, and that, in a word, he had done the very best thing in his power. But there were many loyal followers of the President who were deeply impressed with the belief that the whole affair had been very badly managed. The United States, one of the richest countries in the world, was apparently dependent upon a little group of bankers for a loan of some $60 million, and was forced to make those bankers a gift of nearly $7 million in return for the accommodation. Such usury might be paid by a country like Turkey, but hardly by the United States. Why, it was asked, did the President wait until the gold in the Treasury was almost gone before negotiating a new bond issue? Why were not the bonds offered to the people at large for popular subscription? If the bonds were sold in this way to small investors throughout the country, self-interest would make the people anxious to sustain the national credit, whereas these favors to foreign bankers created a strong sentiment inimical to the very cause which Mr. Cleveland was upholding. The New York World, which had consistently and ably supported the President until this time, now attacked the syndicate transaction with unsparing energy. It had opposed all exclusive issues of bonds to bankers who, after giving the Treasury a supply of gold, would at once siphon it all out again. In less than a year, said the World, note 15, page 403, The government has had $117 million from the banks and has lost it all and $8 million more through the financial thimble rigging of Wall Street. Its comment upon the completed syndicate transaction, or bank-parter negotiations, as it called them, was made in these words, which very fairly expressed the verdict of a majority of Democrats even in the East. "It is an excellent arrangement for the bankers. It puts at least $16 million into their pockets. For the nation it means a scandalous surrender of credit and a shameful waste of substance." Note 16, page 404. Scientific bimetallists pointed to the transaction as an object lesson, and as a warning of the financial dangers inherent to the adoption of the single gold standard. "Refuse to make any use of silver," said they, "and see the position in which you find yourself." The very credit and financial stability of the government are at the mercy of Wall Street money kings who can bleed the gold reserve and force new bond issues at their pleasure. But if the Treasury were to make only a very small part of each payment in silver, it would thus serve notice upon the speculators that they cannot go on raiding the reserve at will, and it would induce exporters of gold to depend for their supplies upon the banks. They cited the practice of the Bank of France in support of their contentions. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bond Sales and Venezuela, Part 2. Such were the opinions most often met with in the East. But all through the West astonishment, disgust, and rage spread like a prairie fire. Here was the President who had been chosen because he was the enemy of privilege, the champion of the people against consolidated wealth, the man who had denounced monopoly and the communism of capital. Here was that President lowering the credit of the nation at the behest of a syndicate of bankers, adding millions upon millions to the national debt, and all for what? To prevent the free use of the silver money with which the Treasury was overflowing, and which, both by law and custom, was legal tender for all debts. The Democrats of the West felt themselves to be not only injured, but betrayed; and in the violence of their resentment they even refused to credit Mr. Cleveland with upright motives. Many believed that he had himself derived personal profit from his negotiations with the syndicate and the bankers with whom he had to do. They pointed to his intimate friendship with a certain Mr. E. C. Benedict, a promoter who had been interested in various syndicates and in the Chicago Gas Trust; and they interpreted this intimacy in a sinister light. From the time of the third bond issue Mr. Cleveland's following in the West melted completely away, while populism and the cult of free silver were getting a tremendous grip upon the masses. In the country as a whole the unpopularity of the syndicate affair had not been needed to create a tremendous revulsion against democratic rule. This had already found effective and spectacular expression at the congressional elections of 1894. The Democratic party had then been in full possession of the government for 18 months. During that time there had occurred a disastrous panic, banks had failed or had suspended by the score, business was at a standstill, and the national debt had been increased by 100 millions. Moreover, the President had lost control of his own party. The pledge of tariff reform had ended in the pitiful fiasco of the emasculated Wilson Bill, which the President himself had been ashamed to sign. The sugar scandals in the Senate, the quarrels within the party, and the open breach between Mr. Cleveland and other Democratic leaders, these afforded a picture almost unrelieved of unwisdom, incompetence, and failure. The losses incurred during the great strikes had exasperated the corporations. The President's actions in using troops to check disorder had made organized labor hostile to him. Mr. Olney's resort to "government by injunction" was equally obnoxious. Finally, the President's ill-advised Hawaiian policy added still another charge to the general indictment which the Republicans drew against their divided and distracted opponents. As for the people, they, as usual, judged things in the large, not looking into the causes of what had happened, or apportioning the responsibility between the present and the past. They saw only that a year and a half of Democratic rule had been a year and a half of disorder and distress. Hence at the polls they showed their displeasure in a tremendous political avalanche, which blotted out the Democratic majority in the Senate. Note 17, page 406. and almost annihilated that party in the House, where the Republicans now had 248 members to 104 Democrats, the latter being almost wholly from the South. From the northern states scarcely a dozen Democrats were returned. The state election showed a no less overwhelming reaction. Everywhere the Republicans were jubilant, and looked forward to 1896 with eager confidence. "We can nominate a rag baby or a yellow dog and elect it," was a common boast of theirs. The Democrats were downcast and full of gloom. They charged most of their misfortunes upon Mr. Cleveland, yet the party had as yet produced no other leader at whose summons it might once more rally on a new fighting line. It is likely that the President, in his heart of hearts, regarded with considerable equanimity the Republican resumption of control in Congress. Republicans would, of course, oppose him as a matter of party policy, but the open assaults of avowed enemies were much less vexatious than the treachery and defection of those who should have been his friends. Moreover, the really eminent Republican leaders were more favorably disposed toward the President than they openly admitted. His financial doctrines were very much the same as theirs, and they respected the firm way in which he had stood by his convictions. In fact, the more radical Democrats had come to regard him as essentially a Republican. Mr. Bryan had already said of the President in his speech of February 14th, "He has attempted to inoculate it, the Democratic party, with Republican virus, and blood poisoning has set in." Hence, while the Republicans in the new Congress which met on December 2, 1895, would do nothing to help the President out of his various perplexities, they refrained from a policy of pinpricks, and sought merely to accumulate some telling political capital for use in the presidential contest of the coming year. For this purpose they continued what they had begun some time before, a general criticism of the manner in which the foreign relations of the government had been conducted by Mr. Cleveland. They wished to show that a Democratic President was careless of the country's interests and dignity abroad, that he was just the person to truckle to foreign powers, and to think but little of the honor of the flag. His entire course in relation to the Hawaiian question had laid him open to easy censure; but there were many other incidents upon which his Republican critics also seized. Indeed, the foreign relations of the United States during this administration would of themselves have made the period a memorable one. The momentous importance of our domestic problems was in no way so strikingly exhibited as by the fact that they wholly overshadowed a series of most dramatic events of an international character. With one exception, however, these last can be no more than outlined here. In June 1893, a treaty with Russia was ratified. Its third article, relating to the extradition of criminals, was widely denounced even by the Democratic press; for in pledging the United States government to deliver up to Russia all murderers, or those who should be accessories to murder, no exception was made in the case of purely political assassinations. Later events lessened among Americans this tenderness toward crimes of a political character; but in 1893 the ambiguity of the treaty was widely condemned as showing the administration's sympathy with monarchical institutions. Again, a prolonged diplomatic correspondence with the French government led to much friction, and gave many persons an opportunity to say that the President was indifferent to the rights of American citizens abroad. The French, having invaded and conquered Madagascar, had found an American ex-consul, Mr. John L. Waller, in the enjoyment of certain valuable concessions formerly granted him by the Queen whom France had just deposed. Mr. Waller was accused of giving military information to the natives. A French court-martial tried and convicted him and sentenced him to 20 years' imprisonment. It appeared to many that the charge and the conviction were arranged simply to deprive Mr. Waller of the concessions which French exploiters coveted. Mr. Cleveland's critics said that he had dealt with this matter in a spirit of indifference, and at variance with the spirited traditions of the State Department when in Republican hands. With Germany also there existed causes of irritation. The German Empire had partially excluded American food products, especially cattle and pork, on the pretense that they were diseased, and that the inspection at American ports was so carelessly conducted as to be practically worthless. The true motive was the protection of German landowners and agrarians against American competition. President Cleveland spoke in his messages to Congress of these unfriendly and injurious acts as vexatious, and hinted at a policy of retaliation. Yet this latter he deprecated as leading to consequences of the gravest character. More rasping to American susceptibilities was an incident which arose from a clash between Nicaragua and Great Britain. The Central American Republic had expelled a British vice-consul named Hatch and several other British subjects, and had subjected them to indignities for which the British government demanded an apology and the payment of $75,000 as a solatium. Nicaragua returned a flat refusal, whereupon a British man-of-war entered the Nicaraguan port of Corinto, landed marines, hauled down the Nicaraguan flag, and took possession of the custom house for the purpose of collecting the revenues, until the amount of the indemnity should be secured. Although this occupation was declared to be only temporary, and although Great Britain assured the American government that no infringement of Nicaragua's sovereignty was contemplated, the incident produced a painful impression throughout the United States. "Oh, for one day of Blaine!" was the cry which went up from the Republican editors, who declared quite unreasonably that the Monroe Doctrine had been violated. President Cleveland took no spectacular action in this affair, but by putting some friendly pressure upon both governments, he persuaded the Nicaraguan president to promise payment of the $75,000, while he induced the British government to terminate the occupation of Corinto. Conservative persons felt that the whole matter had been most admirably managed, but sensational newspapers continued to accuse the president of subserviency to Great Britain, and of deserving the comprehensive epithet "un-American." Some even found fault because he had not interfered to check the Turkish massacres in Armenia, although as no American citizens were among the victims, it was hard to say just why the United States should meddle in lands so distant, especially when great Christian powers such as England, which were by treaty responsible, did not go beyond remonstrance. One minor episode, however, was viewed with satisfaction by Americans without regard to party. In the Republic of Brazil the navy had revolted, and several of the more southerly states had followed its example. The insurgent leader was Admiral Mello, and it was perfectly well understood that the ulterior object of the outbreak was to restore the empire and replace Dom Pedro or one of his family upon the throne. This was made plain in a proclamation issued by Mello's second in command, Vice Admiral da Gama, who in January, 1894, with a part of the Brazilian fleet, was blockading the harbor and city of Rio de Janeiro. The warships of many European powers were also gathered in the harbor. Their commanders were ostensibly neutral, yet secretly willing to aid the rebels in their attempt to overthrow the young republic. Here presently assembled an American squadron, under the command of Rear Admiral Benham, and consisting of 5 cruisers. Note 18, page 411. For the first time since the close of the Civil War, the United States was represented in a critical situation by an efficient squadron of modern ships, armed with modern guns, and with an equipment that was wholly modern. The presence of this powerful group of vessels under the American flag led the foreign commanders to remain quiescent. They tacitly admitted the hegemony of the United States in an affair affecting an American republic. What were the intentions of the government at Washington? These were soon to be made clear. The rebel fleet had not received belligerent recognition, yet it was blockading a great seaport. Would the blockade be recognized? If so, the success of the revolt was almost certain; for President Peixoto could not hold out against an enemy that was able to bring Brazilian commerce to a standstill. And Peixoto's downfall meant the downfall of the Republic. In the outer harbor of Rio de Janeiro were several American merchant vessels. Their captains were anxious to enter with their cargoes, but da Gama's ships of war had threatened to fire upon them, and had turned them back. On January 28th, one of the American skippers got word from Admiral Benham to take his vessel, the bark Amy, up to the wharves on the next day. He would be amply protected. A brief note from Benham to da Gama notified the Brazilian that the United States did not recognize the blockade, and that American ships must be permitted to come and go quite unmolested. Da Gama's answer was to draw up his fleet in battle line. Admiral Benham sent an officer to the commanders of the foreign men of war, requesting them to drop down to the lower harbor, so as to be out of his own line of fire on the following day. Meanwhile, all the American ships were put into thorough fighting trim, the decks were cleared, the ammunition hoist made ready, and each cruiser, beginning with the flagship New York, swung around, broadside on, so as to confront the long line of their dark-hulled antagonists. At the time appointed, the Detroit steamed down alongside the little merchant ship to escort her from her moorings to the inner port. As the two moved slowly past the first Brazilian cruiser, it was a breathless moment. The American gunners stood ready to pour a terrific broadside into Da Gama's fleet. Suddenly, from one of the Brazilian ships, a musket shot was fired at the Amy. In reply, a gun boomed on the Detroit, and a solid shot screamed angrily along Da Gama's line, burying itself in the hull of the Brazilian Trajano. But no other shot was heard that day. The Brazilian guns were silent. Da Gama's courage had oozed away. The blockade was broken. The revolt was doomed to failure. And the Republic of Brazil was made perpetually safe from foreign interference. But the most striking chapter in the record of American diplomatic relations under President Cleveland is one that marks a distinct epoch in our history. Even before the end of the next decade, its consequences were seen logically to involve a wholly new and very startling development of American policy on the Western Hemisphere. In the President's first annual message to Congress, Note 19, page 412, the following sentence had found a place: "The boundary dispute between Venezuela and British Guiana is yet unadjusted. A restoration of diplomatic intercourse between that republic and Great Britain, and a reference of the question to impartial arbitration, would be a most gratifying consummation." A year later, his second annual message, Note 20, page 413, contained a much longer paragraph upon the same subject, again expressing the hope that the question at issue might be settled by reference to arbitration, a resort which Great Britain so conspicuously favors in principle, and respects in practice, and which is earnestly sought by her weaker adversary. Probably not one American in a million took any notice of these sentences at the time when they were given to the public. Certainly no human being could have guessed that the controversy to which they made allusion held within it mighty potentialities of mischief. The very few persons who knew anything about the subject were aware that for more than half a century there had existed a dispute between Venezuela and Great Britain over the boundary line between the domains of the former and the colony of British Guiana. Certain sections of territory were claimed by both countries. Venezuela's title rested upon the alleged explorations and discoveries of early Spanish adventurers, while that of Great Britain was inherited from the Dutch, who had ceded the colony to the English in 1810, without however defining its boundary. The whole question of delimitation was so vague as very naturally to give rise to the dispute which began as early as 1841, when the Venezuelan government protested against the hoisting of the British flag upon what it regarded as Venezuelan soil. A request was also made for the drafting of a treaty which should describe and fix a definite boundary line. From this time a long and desultory diplomatic correspondence was carried on at intervals, sometimes with scant courtesy on the part of the British foreign ministers, who often left the Venezuelan notes unanswered, or in answering gave no definite promise of satisfaction. Meanwhile the English had themselves caused a survey to be made by Mr. (later Sir) Robert Schomburgk, who established that Lord Aberdeen called boundary posts as a preliminary measure. Great Britain, however, disclaimed any intentions of encroaching upon the disputed territory, and regarded the whole subject as still open to negotiation. Here the matter had rested for many years, when in 1876 it was once more revived, and Venezuela appealed to the United States government to interest itself in any further steps that might be taken, and to concern itself in having due justice done to Venezuela. But something of much importance had occurred. On the territory in dispute, rich gold deposits had been discovered. It was no longer a question of getting possession of a tropical wilderness, but of securing a great mining field stored with immense and still undeveloped riches. Thenceforth English unwillingness to arrange a boundary treaty perceptibly increased. The Venezuelan minister in London pressed for some definite solution of the pending controversy. Lord Derby, and later Lord Salisbury, delayed giving any answer for 2 whole years. Meanwhile British settlers, miners, and others were entering the territory and were establishing their homes within its bounds. In 1880, after delaying 8 months before answering another Venezuelan note, Lord Salisbury suddenly put forward, as embodying his contention, a claim to lands which, even by all prior British surveys, were Venezuela's. He also mentioned the fact that some 40,000 British settlers were now within the province claimed by Venezuela, intimating that this made it impossible for Great Britain to give it up. In other words, because the long delay in adjusting the boundary, a delay for which Great Britain was largely responsible, had led Englishmen to enter lands that were known to be in dispute, therefore the title to those lands must be vested in Great Britain. From this time Venezuela argued, protested, and appealed in vain. The British foreign ministers held back their answers as before. They would agree to nothing. At last, February 20th, 1887, diplomatic relations between the two countries were broken off. Great Britain had refused to submit the question to arbitration, and Venezuela withdrew her minister from London, publishing a protest "before all civilized nations against the acts of spoliation which the government of Great Britain has committed." During the last 14 years of this controversy, the government of the United States had endeavored, in a spirit of amity, to bring about some equitable adjustment. Under President Arthur's administration, the American minister to England, Mr. James Russell Lowell, had informed Lord Granville that the United States was "not without concern as to whatever may affect the interest of a sister republic of the American continent." During Mr. Cleveland's first presidency, the matter had been pressed with much more urgency. At last, in 1886, the American minister, Mr. Phelps, was directed to offer the good offices of the United States in settling the difficulty, and to propose its arbitration, if acceptable. Note 21, page 415. To this offer and suggestion, Lord Salisbury somewhat curtly replied that arbitration was at that time impossible. Under President Harrison, Secretary Blaine had continued the policy of his predecessors, and had again pressed upon Lord Salisbury some action which would be a preliminary step to arbitration, and to the termination of a wearisome dispute. Note 22, page 416. Lord Salisbury made to this suggestion a wholly non-committal answer, postponing any decision upon the subject. Other communications passed, but to them all no definite or satisfactory reply was given. The tone of the British Foreign Office was one of civil indifference, with just a suggestion of boredom, and an intimation that while the United States might be listened to out of courtesy, that country was regarded as thrusting itself into an affair with which it had no concern. Such was the situation when President Cleveland took office for the second time. A weak South American republic had been trying for 50 years to secure from Great Britain a determination of its boundary. The question at issue was purely geographical and historical, one to be settled properly by a commission of impartial experts. Venezuela was willing to abide by the decision of such a board of arbitrators. On the other hand, Great Britain had practically refused to submit her claims to any arbitration, and had at the same time suggested no other way of ending the dispute. In July, 1894, Secretary Gresham sent a dispatch, note 23, page 417, to Mr. Bayard, then ambassador to England, which contained some very pertinent and pungent sentences. Mentioning the fact that the British Foreign Office had, since 1881, turned a deaf ear to all offers of arbitration, Mr. Gresham went on to say: "In the meantime, successive advances of British settlers in the region admittedly in dispute, were followed by similar advances of British colonial administration, contesting and supplanting Venezuelan claims to exercise authority therein. Toward the end of 1887, the British territorial claim, which had, as it would seem, been silently increased by some 23,000 square miles between 1885 and 1886, took another comprehensive sweep westward. This comprehensive sweep was taken in order to include the district in which the gold mines had been lately founded." Mr. Gresham's dispatch ended with a strong statement of the President's desire to see the respective rights of the two countries settled by arbitration. By this time, general attention in the United States had been drawn to the question, even outside of diplomatic circles, and after President Cleveland had made a direct allusion to it in his message of December 3, 1894, Congress passed a joint resolution, February 3, 1895, urging that Great Britain and Venezuela refer their dispute as to boundaries to friendly arbitration. On the following day, Lord Salisbury sent a dispatch to the British ambassador in Washington, containing the assertion that although Her Majesty's government were ready to go to arbitration as to a certain portion of the territory, they could not consent to any departure from the Schomberg line. Now, when it is remembered that the Schomberg line was originally drawn only as a tentative one, that at the time when it was drawn the British Foreign Minister, Lord Aberdeen, had disclaimed its permanency, and that he had specifically called it a preliminary measure to discussion, a mere ex parte survey in fact, one can measure the assurance of Lord Salisbury in declaring that the absolute acceptance of this line must be an indispensable preliminary to any negotiation whatsoever. "First give me everything I want, and then I will arbitrate as to the things which I care nothing about." Thus might Lord Salisbury's position be not unfairly summarized. At this point, President Cleveland and his new Secretary of State, Mr. Olney, felt their patience breaking down. Hitherto, the attitude of the United States had been entirely disinterested. The American State Department had given Venezuela a helping hand out of compassion for a weak and struggling republic; but as to the merits of the controversy no opinion had been held. It was for a court of arbitration to pass upon the facts. But now Great Britain refused a genuine arbitration. Its government coolly asserted that a large and immensely valuable expanse of territory was British soil, although for 50 years the title had been admittedly uncertain. "It is ours now, because our people have settled there. We shall hold it by force if necessary, and we refuse to allow our claim to be examined and adjudicated." This, in the view of President Cleveland and his Secretary of State, was to traverse directly the doctrine of Monroe. As to whether their view was historically correct, there has been an immense amount of discussion. Mr. Cleveland summed up his contention in a sentence written long afterward. "We had seen her, Great Britain's, pretensions in the disputed regions widen and extend in such a manner and upon such pretexts, as seemed to constitute an actual or threatened violation of a doctrine which our nation long ago established, declaring that the American continents are not to be considered subjects for future colonization by any European power." Note 24, page 418. As the President understood the Venezuelan case, Great Britain, by arbitrary assertion of sovereignty over territory to which an American republic had a prima facie claim, was extending her system over American soil, and colonizing new portions of the American continent. At once Secretary Olney, at the direction of the President, began the draft of a long and most elaborately reasoned argument, tracing the history of the Monroe Doctrine, asserting its direct application to the Venezuelan question, declaring the deep concern which the United States felt in the issue as it now shaped itself, and concluding with a strong request that Great Britain submit the whole case to arbitration, not as before out of regard to Venezuela's interests alone, but because the dispute now touched the rights, the honor, and the dignity of the United States. The language of this dispatch was very firm. Note 25, page 419. There was in its tone that which ought to have warned Lord Salisbury of the stern purpose back of it. Mr. Olney wrote that "the United States may and should intervene in a controversy primarily concerning only Great Britain and Venezuela. The United States is to decide how far it is bound to see that the integrity of Venezuela is not impaired by the pretensions of its powerful antagonist. The United States is entitled to resent and resist any sequestration of Venezuelan soil by Great Britain." These were not the smooth words of European diplomacy. They smacked of gunpowder. Indeed, had they emanated from the chancellery of a great European power, Lord Salisbury would most certainly have recognized their gravity. But British foreign ministers had been taught to believe, and with some reason, that American state dispatches are not to be judged by the standards of old world diplomacy, that a certain rhetorical vehemence in them is to be expected and allowed. Note 26, page 420. In the second place, Lord Salisbury, like all European statesmen, made the fatal error of imagining that the Monroe Doctrine is a mere panache of American diplomacy, something to flutter in a popular harangue or a newspaper article or a presidential message; in fact, a meaningless though effective catchword, good always for a round of unintelligent applause. He did not know that, next to the passionate devotion which the American people give to their ideal of national unity, there is no political sentiment so deep rooted and so intense among them as that which centers in the doctrine first explicitly enunciated by President Monroe. Foreigners may ignore this feeling. They may speak of it as a superstition, and of the object of it as a fetish. Some denationalized Americans may even sneer at it. But that the great masses of the people cling to it with an ever-strengthening tenacity cannot be denied by any one who knows them well. The sagacious student of political psychology may, indeed, find in this phenomenon evidence of that popular instinct which is often more profoundly wise than the reasoned arguments of statesmen. The extraordinary hold which the Monroe Doctrine has always exercised upon the imagination of Americans may well be due to a vague and still unformulated stirring of the national consciousness which discerns, however dimly, a future wherein the whole of the Western Hemisphere shall be held under the flag of the United States. If this be so, then no wonder that a principle first enunciated under special circumstances should have been expanded and perpetuated to bar all influences which might prevent that splendid dream from coming true. But to Lord Salisbury the Monroe Doctrine was merely an old-time bit of diplomatic rubbish, of which a few paragraphs from his pen could readily dispose. And he made a third blunder in the estimate which he had formed of President Cleveland and Mr. Olney. He evidently thought that, like certain of their predecessors, they were now engaged in the periodical performance popularly known as "twisting the lion's tail." Lord Salisbury remembered Mr. Cleveland's dismissal of Sir Lionel Sackville West because of the exigencies of a political campaign. No doubt he felt that Secretary Olney's stand in the Venezuelan matter was taken to offset the administration's general unpopularity, and to win a little cheap applause. The British Premier had not forgotten his correspondence with Secretary Blaine over the Bering Sea fisheries. In that correspondence Mr. Blaine had used undiplomatic language and had beaten the big drum. But at the critical moment he had yielded rather than take the responsibility of an open rupture with Great Britain. Note 27, page 421. These Americans are all alike, the noble Marquis doubtless told himself. Treat them firmly and they will not go beyond tall talk. Little did he know the two men with whom he now had to do, Americans of the older stock, of New England ancestry, as dogged and as stiff-necked as any of their race who had remained in Britain. Lord Salisbury, then, wholly failed to recognize the seriousness of the issue which confronted him. He took his time about composing a reply to Mr. Olney's note, and indeed when Congress met on December 2nd no answer had yet come from him. In the President's message of that date this fact was noted, and the promise was made that the British note should be submitted to Congress when received. When it did come, Lord Salisbury's communication was in the form of two separate dispatches, addressed to the British ambassador in Washington, but meant to be submitted to the American State Department. The first note dealt with the relation of the Monroe Doctrine to the Venezuelan question, and also the matter of arbitration. The second discussed the whole previous history of the boundary dispute. The tone of both these notes was intensely, if unintentionally, irritating. Something of conscious patronage was there, the air of an intellectual superior trying to make a simple matter plain to an inferior understanding. There was also subtly suggested the attitude of the great nobleman listening with patient condescension to the demands of some intrusive, persistent person whom it would be undignified to treat uncivilly. It was, in short, the pose of Sir Leicester Dedlock submitting to an interview with Mr. Rouncewell, the ironmaster. Lord Salisbury graciously explained that the Monroe Doctrine was a highly respectable principle, originally enunciated by a distinguished statesman, but that it long ago became obsolete. It bore no relation to the state of things in which we live at the present day. Furthermore, even if it did, Her Majesty's government could not accept it as sound and valid, for it had no place in the law of nations. No statesman, however eminent, and no nation, however powerful, are competent to insert into the code of international law a novel principle which was never recognized before, and which has not since been accepted by the government of any other country. Again, his lordship was not prepared to admit that the United States had any concern whatever in disputes which might arise between the states having possessions in the Western Hemisphere. Still less could he accept the doctrine that the United States possessed the right to demand the arbitration of such disputes. In other words, the sum and substance of this note might be expressed as, "Mind your own business, and we will mind ours." Regarding arbitration itself as a mode of settling international differences, Lord Salisbury read Mr. Olney a little lesson, a sort of political essay on the subject, ending in another very obvious snub. Arbitration, said his lordship, is not free from defects. It is hard to find an impartial arbitrator. It is not always easy to enforce the award when made. In short, whether or not to arbitrate in a given case is generally a delicate and difficult question. Only the two parties to the controversy can decide this question. The claim of a third nation to impose this particular procedure on either of the two others cannot be reasonably justified, and has no foundation in the law of nations. End of chapter 9, part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3, of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bond Sales, and Venezuela, Part 3. Finally, Great Britain had at times offered to arbitrate her claims to a part of the territory in dispute, but she absolutely refused to submit to arbitration the status of lands on which British subjects had for years been settled. Some years after, an intimate friend of Mr. Cleveland's was asked how the President felt when he read these two dispatches. "Felt?" was the reply, conveyed in an expressive Americanism. "Why, he felt mad clear through." On December 17th he sent to Congress a message accompanied by the entire correspondence. It had become generally known in Washington that something out of the ordinary was impending, but no one was prepared for so stirring and uncompromising a missive. As the reading of it proceeded, a dead silence settled upon the House, and every ear was strained to catch the slightest word. The message began by a brief recapitulation of the facts: the nature of the controversy between Venezuela and Great Britain, the direct interest of the United States in resisting unproved claims of any European power to American territory, the request of the United States that Great Britain submit its alleged rights to a court of arbitration, and the absolute refusal of Great Britain to do so, or even to admit that the United States had any just concern in the affair at all. Having thus summed up the facts, the President declared the duty of the United States to be a very plain one. Since Great Britain refuses to allow the true boundary to be determined by disinterested arbitration, this government must for itself ascertain that boundary through a commission. When the commission shall report that certain territory belongs of right to Venezuela, it will be the duty of the United States to resist by every means in its power, as a willful aggression upon its rights and interests, the appropriation by Great Britain of such territory. And then occurred these ominously weighty words: "In making these recommendations, I am fully alive to the responsibility incurred, and keenly realize all the consequences that may follow." The reading of this message was received in each of the two houses with a tumult of wild applause from Republicans and Democrats alike. The former, if anything, were the more enthusiastic. They had long taunted the President with what they called his subserviency to England and to English interests, and so they dared not now appear less strenuous than he in behalf of a warlike policy. Yet it is unnecessary to ascribe their attitude at the moment to motives such as this. A vigorous defense of the Monroe Doctrine appeals to all Americans, and in any sudden crisis that pits the United States against a foreign power, party divisions vanish. Therefore at once, Mr. Hitt of Illinois, the Republican leader of the House, introduced a bill appropriating $100,000 for the expense of such a commission as the President had suggested. This bill was passed in the House without delay, and though in the Senate Mr. Sherman of Ohio suggested that it be referred to a committee, it became a law within 3 days. Note 28, page 425. Not a single vote in either house was cast against it. Republicans vied with Democrats in praising the boldness and patriotism of the President. From all over the country came messages of congratulation and approval. The most partisan of Republican papers, such as the New York Tribune, eulogized the President's action. It is American in letter and spirit, and in a calm, dispassionate manner upholds the honor of the nation and ensures its security. When a brief summary of the message was cabled to London on the afternoon of the 17th, the British public refused to take the matter seriously. They had not heard a word of this Venezuelan dispute. What on earth did it all mean? What was it all about? Men rubbed their eyes and puzzled over the cabled news with utter amazement and incredulity. Surely this was only some bit of American nonsense, a political dodge, a touch of sorry buncombe. On the following morning certain members of the London Stock Exchange sent a cablegram to the New York Exchange to express their notion that the affair was wholly humorous. The allusion in it was to the yacht races for the American Cup. The cablegram read: "When our warships enter New York harbor, we hope that your excursion boats will not interfere with them." Perhaps there was conveyed in this, besides the obvious jest, a hint that the American defenses were practically limited to excursion boats. The New York brokers were prompt with their reply. They cabled, "For your sake it is to be hoped that your warships are better than your yachts." But by this time the full text of the President's message had been published in England, and something like a panic followed. It was impossible to doubt the gravity of the situation after reading those grimly measured sentences. In them there was no touch of bluster, no suggestion of anything like jingoism. An unfaltering sense of duty, a profound conviction of right, and the note of an inflexible purpose, these were what men found in the words which an English writer described as being "full of stateliness and force." When the true meaning of the message dawned upon the British people a wave of consternation swept over the country. Not because England shrank from war as war, but because the very thought of war with their own kindred affected Englishmen with a moral horror. "War with America is unthinkable," was said again and again. Clergymen spoke from their pulpits of the criminality of such a thing. The newspapers declared it to be quite impossible. Note 29, page 427. The man in the street, puzzled and confused, experienced a feeling of bewilderment. Then a most unprecedented incident occurred. On New Year's Day, 354 members of the House of Commons signed and sent to the President and to Congress a memorial asking that in the future all questions at issue between Great Britain and the United States be referred to arbitration. There was an amusing lack of logic shown in sending this memorial to the President and Congress, inasmuch as both had striven earnestly to have the Venezuelan question arbitrated. That it might better have been addressed to Lord Salisbury was fairly obvious. Yet the meaning of it was clear enough. It was indirectly a disclaimer of the Premier's action and also an appeal for peace. In like manner an address was prepared and largely signed by British authors to their American brothers of the pen, deprecating the thought of war, and asking their influence in behalf of international goodwill. Of course, not all Englishmen were anxious for an amicable settlement of the dispute. The jingo and the fire-eater were here and there in evidence. When the British authors were preparing their address, Mr. Morley Roberts wrote and published a very characteristic letter in which he voiced the secret thoughts of many Tories. Said he, "No Englishman with imperial instincts can look with anything but contempt on the Monroe Doctrine. The English, and not the inhabitants of the United States, are the greatest power in the two Americas, and no dog of a republic can open its mouth to bark without our good leave. Those who sign this precious paper go on to say that we are proud of the United States. Sir, we might be proud of them, but to say that we are proud of them is to speak most disingenuously. Who can be proud of a politically corrupt and financially rotten country, with no more than a poor minority vainly striving after health?" And the Saturday Review, while declaring over and over again, as though to keep its courage up, that of course there would be no war, professed to think that if war came, the humiliation of the United States would be instantaneous and bitter. Discussing the military resources of the two nations, it declared, "America is now at a greater disadvantage compared with Great Britain than it was in 1812. Note 30, page 428. As a purely academic question, it may be permitted to hazard a conjecture as to the probable course and issue of such a war as then seemed for a moment possible. President Cleveland's message, with its implied threat, had been often spoken of as a colossal bluff; and both then and afterwards men said that the United States must have yielded had the verge of war been actually reached. It is true that the national military establishment in 1896 was wretchedly inadequate for any war whatever, and most of all for war with the greatest naval power in the world. For a number of years the creation of a system of modern coast defenses had been slowly going on, but as yet nothing had been completed. There existed only the nucleus of works which it will still take years to finish. When the President sent his bold message to Congress, there had been actually mounted only one high-powered modern gun of really formidable caliber. So far as permanent defenses and scientific fortifications were concerned, every city on the entire American seaboard was practically unprotected against the attack of a powerful fleet. Portland, Boston, New York, Baltimore, Charleston and Savannah in the east, and San Francisco in the west, together with a score of smaller cities, invited capture by their weakness and their wealth. Many an English naval captain and many an English soldier must have thought longingly of this enormous mass of riches, echoing perhaps old Blucher's greedy exclamation, "Was pour plunder." Note 31, page 429. Nor as yet had the new American navy reached a growth sufficient to make it a factor in the problem of defense. Not a single first-class battleship had been completed, and the cruisers alone were neither numerous enough nor powerful enough to meet the armored squadrons of Britain. Note 32, page 429. These facts must have been carefully conned over in the British War Office during the last days of 1895. Perhaps there was a moment when those whose touch could turn the scale may have been tempted to let it incline to war, feeling, as an Englishman afterwards expressed it, that "we are likely to suffer in our self-respect, our sense of personal security, and in our pockets, until we have succeeded in convincing some nation of the first class that we are ready for war." Note 33, page 430. On the other hand, there were some considerations to offset the disparity of immediate resources. There can be no doubt that in the first months of such a war the American seaboard would have suffered most severely. Some, at least, of the cities mentioned would have been laid under heavy contribution, and some would possibly have been shelled or burned. Yet the military experience of later years has shown that even improvised or hastily constructed means of defense may suffice to hold a fleet in check and even to destroy a part of it. The torpedo, the floating mine, and all the other deadly implements of naval warfare, would have been developed and used with terrible effect by a people so ingenious, so inventive, and so daring as the Americans; and these devices, supported by the heavily armored, double-turreted monitors, Terror, Puritan, Amphitrite, Miantonomo, Monadnock, and Monterey, would probably have saved New York, and no doubt other cities; for the fortune of war does not usually give all the successes to one side. But granting that the British fleet might have dealt ruin and devastation to the entire Atlantic seaboard, this would have been only the beginning of the war. The vast interior of the country would have still remained untouched, its resolution unimpaired, its resources unexhausted. Meanwhile the whole of Canada would have been overrun by American armies. It has been many times asserted, and as many times denied, that in the event of hostilities the British troops in Canada, heavily reinforced, were to have commenced a campaign which Sir Redvers Buller had been chosen to direct. The subsequent career of this officer, and his proved weakness and incompetence in South Africa, give one a criterion by which to judge what he would have done against enemies 100-fold more numerous than the Boers, and 10,000-fold more able to sustain a long and wasting war. Indeed, ere a single troopship could have sailed from England, an army of 500,000 men would have swarmed across the Canadian frontier. The permanent conquest of all British America, with the flourishing cities of Victoria, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, Quebec, St. John's, and Halifax, would have been a more than adequate compensation for the hasty plundering of a few American seaports. Moreover, the loss to Great Britain would have been tremendously augmented by the destruction of her commerce with the United States, by the paralysis of her shipping trade, which carried so large a share of American products, by the cutting off of her abundant food supplies, and, perhaps, by the confiscation of the hundreds of millions of British capital invested in American enterprises. Again, as the war went on, the American navy would have swiftly gained the power of taking the offensive. In navy yards inaccessible to attack, the battleships and formidable cruisers and torpedo boats, already half completed, would have been finished and new ones rapidly laid down, until at last a mighty fleet would have issued to give battle on the open seas, while swarms of commerce destroyers would have swept the ocean clean of British merchantmen. Already in 1895, at the opening of the German ship canal at Kiel, two of the new American cruisers, the New York and the Columbia, had won the instant notice of foreign naval experts. The Columbia, in particular, both for the strength of her armament and her extraordinary speed, was an object of curiosity and of some disquietude. Her speed became apparent on her return voyage, when she made the passage from Southampton to New York under natural draught and in heavy weather, in 6 days and 23 hours, distancing the English-built liner St. Louis and the German-built liner Augusta Victoria. A score of cruisers such as the Columbia, able to escape from the more sluggish battleships and fitted to destroy all smaller craft, would have put an end to ocean trade in British bottoms, and would thus have ruined the great shipping interests of Glasgow, Liverpool, and London. But there still remained another element which must have been seriously pondered by the British cabinet. Lord Salisbury at the time may well have repeated Bismarck's saying after Sadowa in 1866, "We are not living alone in Europe." Involved in a gigantic war with the United States, how would Imperial Britain have safeguarded her prestige in other quarters of the globe? Germany stood ready to grasp eagerly at the scepter of commercial supremacy. France would have extended her African possessions with the humiliation of a Fashoda. Russian armies could have occupied Constantinople or pushed back the frontiers of India. The Boers might have secured their independence without a blow, or, by setting forward the time for their great struggle, have won it gloriously. Indeed, had England and the United States engaged in war, they would have taken quite unequal risks. Upon the latter nation the contest must have inflicted vast material losses. Its prosperity would have been crippled, and its expansion checked for many a year. Yet in the end the Republic would have emerged with no impairment of its power or prestige. But to Great Britain, which had so many hostages to give to fortune, defeat would have spelled instant ruin, while even victory, if we concede that victory was possible, must have been purchased at a price of which no Englishman could think without a shudder. Fortunately, so appalling a catastrophe was averted, never perhaps again to be so imminent. In the end, public opinion in Great Britain came to recognize that no strip of South American territory, even were it piled knee-high deep with gold, was worth a war between the two great English-speaking peoples. The blame of the whole unfortunate imbroglio was very justly laid upon Lord Salisbury, for allowing what was in itself an unimportant question to drift into the magnitude of a casus belli. Yet the impasse still continued. However great the blunder which he had committed, the British Premier could scarcely cry "Peccavi," and ask the American President to forgive him. It was then that the way to peace was made smooth by the American Commission which Mr. Cleveland had promptly appointed on January 1st. This body, through Secretary Olney, asked the governments of Great Britain and Venezuela for such documentary evidence as would aid it in its investigation. In each case a most courteous assent was given. A month later, Note 34, page 433, Ambassador Bayard, in view of the public demonstrations in both England and the United States, proposed to Lord Salisbury that the Venezuelan question be discussed at Washington, with a view to ultimate arbitration. This was a decided proffer of the olive branch, and Lord Salisbury responded 5 days later in a note in which he cordially agreed to Mr. Bayard's suggestion, and concluded with this significant sentence: "I have empowered Sir Julian Pauncefote to discuss the question either with the representative of Venezuela, or with the government of the United States, acting as the friend of Venezuela." This little sentence conceded the whole question at issue. It recognized the United States as entitled to interfere on behalf of an American republic as against a European power, and it tacitly withdrew the prior British declaration that such interference had no warrant in the law of nations. In other words, Great Britain accepted President Cleveland's new interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine as a principle to be recognized thereafter in Anglo-American relations. Soon after, Lord Salisbury, not to be gracious by halves, withdrew his insistence upon the Schomberg line, and agreed to submit the whole question to arbitration. A formal treaty to that effect was signed in Washington on February 2nd, 1897. Note 35, page 434. It would be difficult to exaggerate the profound impression which the Venezuelan affair produced upon the statesmen of continental Europe, an impression that was reflected in the press and in many monographs and special publications. The prestige of the United States was enhanced immensely, a fact of which Americans abroad were made aware in many ways. Their country was now spoken of in a tone of grave respect that was altogether new. A thoughtful observer who had carefully studied the drift of European opinion wrote that the best informed French and German journalists, though they acknowledge the equity and prudence of the compromise which has been reached, think it necessary to point out that it involves possibilities of considerable gravity, not merely to England and the United States, but also to the civilized world in general. Note 36, page 435. And he cited the very able Kölnische Zeitung as saying, "A precedent has been established by the joint action of the two Anglo-Saxon powers, the effects of which are likely to be felt long after the British Guiana boundary question has been forgotten." But the most explicit statement of just what Lord Salisbury's concession meant was made by the London Times in these pregnant sentences: "From the point of view of the United States, the arrangement is a concession by Great Britain of the most far-reaching kind. It admits a principle that in respect of South American republics, the United States may not only intervene in disputes, but may entirely supersede the original disputant and assume exclusive control of the negotiations. Great Britain cannot, of course, bind any other nation by her action, but she has set up a precedent which may in the future be quoted with great effect against herself, and she has greatly strengthened the hands of the United States government in any dispute that may arise in the future between a South American republic and a European power in which the United States may desire to intervene. Note 37, page 435. In the United States, many and various were the opinions then expressed regarding President Cleveland's bold and somewhat startling course. Of the unfavorable criticisms uttered at the time it will be necessary to speak hereafter. But perhaps the matured judgments of two able men who were not of Mr. Cleveland's party may be cited as embodying the final verdict of his countrymen. Dr. Edward Stanwood, a close student of American political history and long an intimate friend of Mr. Blaine, summed up very briefly the outcome of the Venezuelan episode as "the most signal victory of American diplomacy in modern times." Note 38, page 436. And Mr. John W. Foster, an experienced and sagacious diplomat who succeeded Mr. Blaine as Secretary of State in President Harrison's cabinet, gave his deliberate opinion in these words: "I regard the President's action as a consistent, judicious, and necessary application of the true intent and spirit of the Monroe Doctrine." Note 39, page 436. But whatever opinion may be held regarding the wisdom of President Cleveland's action, or the accuracy with which he then defined a fundamental doctrine of American policy, one impressive fact cannot be questioned. The interpretation which he gave was instantly accepted by his countrymen and has been confirmed and extended by his successors. In less than a decade, indeed, its far-reaching significance was to receive a practical demonstration. Had nothing else occurred to make his administration memorable, this Venezuelan incident would have sufficed, since through it President Cleveland left an ineffaceable mark upon the history, not of the United States alone, but of the whole Western Hemisphere and of the world. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rising in the West, Part 1. The universal chorus of applause which in the United States greeted President Cleveland's Venezuela message continued for precisely 3 days. At the end of that brief period discordant notes were heard, so harsh and so insistent as to put an end to what had seemed to be a perfect political harmony. It was indeed Mr. Cleveland's fate never to taste in public office the sweets of popularity for any length of time, and he was now to enter upon the most trying year of all. The praise which he had lately won alarmed the Republican leaders. They had perforce commended the bold front which he had shown to England, yet this sudden popularity seemed likely to upset their plans. Was the President thinking of a third term? Mr. Chauncey M. Depew, in a published interview, suggested this hypothesis, and it created something like a panic among the gentlemen who were asserting that they could elect even a yellow dog in 1896. Therefore, almost immediately, the Republican press began to qualify its praise of Mr. Cleveland, and to forget its enthusiasm of a day or two before. The New York Sun, which once again had drifted into the anti-Cleveland ranks, disclosed a new line of criticism in an editorial remark. If the eccentric statesman and instinctive antagonist of the more vital American sentiments who now occupies the White House, had dealt with the Venezuelan affair from the beginning in the creditable spirit shown in his message, it is a question whether the situation would not now be satisfactory and without danger of war. Note 1, page 438. The Sun's lead was quickly followed by the Tribune, which had at first spoken of the President's straightforward, manly words, but which now called his diplomacy that of a self-opinionated tyro. But it was not the political so much as the financial aspect of the situation that raised a storm of disapproval, and this, curiously enough, in those quarters where the President had hitherto found strong support, as well as in a section where he was already hated. The possibility of war with England had frightened Wall Street. On the day after the message, stocks dropped several points, and the market was decidedly weaker at the close. On the 19th, when the full gravity of the situation had become known, there was something very like a panic. The soundest securities declined in value. It was said that European holders of American stocks and bonds were preparing to sell them in large blocks. According to an estimate generally accepted at the time, the depreciation in values consequent upon the prospect of war amounted to at least $400 million. It was then that Wall Street turned on Mr. Cleveland. Hitherto the bankers and brokers and other financiers had lauded him for having, as they said, preserved the national credit and saved the country from repudiation. But now that stocks were down, these same men cursed his very name. Whether his policy was brave and honorable or the reverse was nothing to them. Margins had been wiped out, money had been lost. That was all they cared about. And so it came to pass that the President was wounded in the house of his friends. It was then that he lost for a while the support of one who had been among the most devoted, the most consistent, and the most able of all his advocates in the press, Mr. Edwin Lawrence Godkin, the editor of the New York Evening Post. Mr. Godkin at that time divided with Mr. Dana the honor of preeminence in American journalism. No two men could have been more utterly unlike in temperament, in training, or in character. Mr. Godkin was an Anglo-Irishman by birth, and as a young man he had been the correspondent of the London Daily News during the Crimean War. In the East he had made the acquaintance of men of great distinction in many fields of effort, from whom, no less than from his reading, he acquired an invaluable fund of knowledge relating to politics, diplomacy, economics, history, and incidentally human nature. During the American Civil War he acted in the dual capacity of correspondent for the Daily News and for the New York Times, thus establishing a definite connection with American journalism. In 1865 he was made editor of the Nation, and in 1881 he became one of the two editors of the Evening Post, his colleague being Mr. Horace White. Mr. Godkin's comprehensive knowledge of the great world, his cosmopolitanism, and his personal associations gave him a distinct advantage over those American editors who became famous in spite of their early disadvantages. Such men as Weed and Raymond and Greeley were possessed of natural force, but they lacked breadth of view and liberality of thought. They were infinitely keen at detecting the drift of each cross-current of popular opinion; but they were deficient in the qualities which would have enabled them to guide that drift and to mold and shape opinion for wise and worthy ends. Mr. Godkin's editorial ideals were entirely at variance with those of every other great American editor. He did not set himself directly to appeal to the masses of his adopted countrymen. He never wrote down to the intellectual level of the man in the street. His appeal was rather to men of intelligence and cultivation, men who were really representative of the best elements in American life, professional men, scholars, authors, lawyers, clergymen, great merchants, experts in their own subjects; and for these he wrote in a style that was wonderfully effective. His leading articles presupposed in their readers not merely a natural intelligence, but education. They were full of allusions of the kind that are heard in the familiar intercourse of men of culture. Yet nothing could have been further removed from pedantry or pose. The manner was ease and simplicity itself. The sentences were short and to the point. The phrasing was crisp and neat, and oftentimes colloquial. The whole tone was that of an accomplished gentleman conversing with a set of intimates at his club. And Mr. Godkin had also a delightful wit at his command, an appreciation of the comic which made his persiflage delicious, and which also tipped his delicate irony with destructiveness. Note 2, page 440. This last quality, his irony, was a weapon that he used with consummate skill. Its touch was light, yet it could make the apparently invulnerable argument of an adversary shrivel like a leaf. Anything more intensely exasperating than some of his ironic strokes cannot well be imagined; and he was the only one of Dana's editorial contemporaries who could rouse that seasoned veteran to serious wrath. Mr. Godkin, unlike Dana, had a high regard for principle, and his championship of any cause was as conscientious as it was courageous. Many indeed were the causes for which he seemed at times to fight almost alone, yet of which at last he lived to see the triumph. To that triumph his steady hammering, in season and out of season, very powerfully contributed. It is not too much to say that nearly all the most important questions of American political history from 1881 to 1896 got their first public hearing largely through the influence of Mr. Godkin. They were, of course, bound to arise and to clamor for solution. But it was Mr. Godkin's clear prevision which perceived their imminence, as it was his vigorous pen that won for them attention. The reform of the civil service, the introduction of the Australian ballot, the enactment of rigorous election laws, the revision of the tariff, the divorce of municipal government from partisan politics, and the establishment of a stable monetary system. All these issues were fairly forced upon the public mind through Mr. Godkin's influence. And as the whole spirit of his work was different from Dana's, so was his reward a different one. Dana must still perhaps remain in popular remembrance the greatest of all American editors. He was read by more people, his personality was the best known, he amused and entertained and furnished an infinite number of quotable bits and passages for comment. But he exercised no lasting influence, for he was utterly devoid of any real beliefs. His admirations were sham admirations. His enthusiasms were sham enthusiasms. He was sincere only in his hatreds, and the spectacle of an old man shrieking forth an expression of his hatreds was in the end more repellent than edifying. Mr. Godkin, on the other hand, was never very widely known. Yet through his selected clientele of readers he exercised a power of persuasion beyond that of any other publicist in the United States. Each of those whom he convinced became a propagandist and an intellectual leavener of the community where he lived. And so, if Mr. Godkin himself was never famous with the sort of fame that Greeley and that Dana won, it may be said of him, as Mr. W. D. Howells once most aptly wrote of a greater man than Mr. Godkin: what he had taught had become part of the life of his generation, and was thus far alienated from any consciousness of him in those whose conduct he had largely shaped. As might have been expected, a personality so marked as that of Mr. Godkin possessed the defects inseparable from its qualities. In declaring his opinions he was wont to adopt the tone and manner of the superior person, and to assume an air of absolute infallibility such as few are quite prepared to recognize as attainable in this imperfect world. A lack of fairness was another mental characteristic of the man. Editorially he would seldom or never admit that he had erred, even when the proof of error was incontestable. Again, his censure was at times so bitter and so unsparing as to create a certain sympathy with those who suffered from it. Indeed, among his victims were many who had once been Mr. Godkin's friends and fellow workers, but who had had the reprehensible temerity to differ with him as to public questions. On such as these he always poured the choicest vials of his wrath, and showed himself intolerant beyond belief. They had, in his eyes, committed the unpardonable sin. Having once seen the light of the pure Godkinian revelation, they had sinned against it. Hence it was that the most persistent readers of the Evening Post were the very men who spoke of it with gibes. They read it, and were influenced by it, yet at the same time they felt themselves continually irritated by its tone. One of these gentlemen, a very eminent New Yorker, who had sometimes felt the touch of Mr. Godkin's chastening rod, is said to have spoken of the Post as "that pessimistic, malignant, and malevolent sheet, which no good citizen ever goes to bed without reading." And to the same gentleman was ascribed another and very widely quoted epigram, uttered in answer to a friend who was deploring the general demoralization of New York. "But what can you expect," broke in his hearer, "of a city with two such leading newspapers, the Sun in the morning making vice attractive, and the Post in the evening making virtue odious?" Perhaps the most marked of Mr. Godkin's mental attributes was his inability to appreciate the power of sentiment and the force of human passion. For these things, like one of his favorite philosophers, J. S. Mill, he seemed unable to make any allowance whatsoever. But he took a cold-blooded commercial view of almost every public question. Had he remained in England he would have been a Little Englander of the straitest sect, improving even upon Mill and Cobden and the prophets of the Manchester school. As an American editor he applied the same standards to American affairs. In his eyes no war could be justifiable because it cost money. No threat of war was ever to be made because it depreciated the value of stocks and bonds. National honor was a thing to be written of in derisive quotation marks, and to be regarded as a word belonging only to the vocabulary of the political swashbuckler. With such beliefs it may be readily conceived that Mr. Godkin read the President's Venezuela message with a mixture of horror and disgust. Horror because it might mean actual fighting, and disgust because it seemed to evince so much ingratitude to Mr. Godkin. Ever since the name of Cleveland had been heard in national politics, the Evening Post had been his thick and thin supporter. It had defended him against the scandal mongers in 1884. It had praised the achievements of his first administration. It had urged persistently his second candidacy. It had made his financial policy its own. And now he had dared to break away from all the Cobdenite Godkinian traditions, and to show himself as pugnacious in an international dispute as though he had been a Cass, a Marcy, or a Blaine. Small wonder, then, that the Evening Post declared, as soon as the message had reached its office, that "the President's fulmination has no moral support whatever." On the 19th it pronounced his action "criminally rash and insensate." The national finances, already in a perilous condition, will be shaken as they have not been since the Civil War. Mr. Cleveland has frustrated his own wise attempts to adjust them on a sound basis. The President's message is a standing and very insulting threat to a first-class power. The Post quoted against the President his own dictum that "patriotism is no substitute for a sound currency." It spoke of his "jingo insanity." It declared his policy to be marked by "insolence, abusiveness, and brutality." Everyone who favored it came in for a share of Mr. Godkin's wrath, and he even accused a well-known administration senator of appearing at a public banquet in a state of intoxication, and of delivering a speech which was hiccuped out to a deriding, hooting, and insulting audience. Though what this had to do with the Venezuelan question it would have been hard for even Mr. Godkin to explain. The Evening Post's especial following took up the same parable. Clergymen preached against the righteousness of war. Some college professors gave their verdict to the effect that the President's view of the Monroe Doctrine was all wrong. Note 3, page 445. A convocation of Baptist missionaries passed resolutions declaring that the United States might better go to war with Turkey on behalf of the Armenians than with Great Britain on behalf of the Venezuelans. There was, in fact, in the United States something of the same divergence of opinion as existed in Great Britain. But the country as a whole soon ceased to think of this particular issue because of the immediate revival of an older one. The uneasiness of Wall Street was speedily reflected in a new drain upon the gold fund in the Treasury. The Morgan Belmont syndicate had carried out its promise, and for 9 months the reserve had been efficiently protected. But in November there was felt a slow but steady outflow, which brought the fund to less than $80 million, and in December the hoarding of gold once more began. The menace of war led bankers to ship gold to Europe. Only 3 days after his Venezuela message, and on the eve of the usual adjournment for the Christmas holidays, the President sent a brief communication to Congress urging it to take some action for the betterment of financial conditions. As this advice was utterly ignored, Secretary Carlisle was directed to issue, January 6, 1896, a circular asking for subscriptions to a new loan of $100 million. Note 4, page 445. This was the fourth and last of the bond issues made by Mr. Cleveland in order to protect the gold reserve, as it was also the largest. Unlike the 2 preceding ones, this loan was offered for popular subscription. Bonds of a denomination as low as $50 were engraved, so that the most modest investor might have an opportunity to bid; and an entire month was to elapse before the sealed proposals were opened. In deciding to offer the loan in this public way rather than once more make a bargain with the syndicate, the President was undoubtedly influenced by the scathing criticism which had been visited upon him. He would never admit this, either then or afterwards, yet one cannot well think otherwise. Moreover, Congress had taken the matter up with serious intention. A House bill provided that no bond sale should be made thereafter save by popular subscription. Senator Elkins had offered a resolution declaring that bonds should not be sold at all by private contract. On the whole, the President must have felt the sting of an almost universal censure. Therefore he now arranged a loan before the Treasury was actually in distress, Note 5, page 446, and he went directly to the people rather than to Wall Street. As it turned out, there were 4,635 bidders for the bonds, and the loan was oversubscribed by $400 million. It was a triumph for the advocates of the open sales. To be sure, of the bids received, only 828 were accepted, and in the allotment of the bonds Messrs. J.P. Morgan and Company, who had offered to take the entire issue, received some $62 million, while the other bidders received $38 million. But it is to be noted that the lowest bid which the Treasury now considered was at the rate of 110 7/10 as against the 104 1/2 paid by the Morgan Belmont syndicate in the preceding February. This fact alone would seem to be a sufficient condemnation of the syndicate transaction, though Mr. Cleveland never would admit the justice of this criticism. Note 6, page 447. Reviewing the whole series of bond issues after the lapse of many years, and regarding all the circumstances connected with them, there appears not to be the slightest reason for impugning the good faith, the integrity, or the patriotism of President Cleveland. All through those trying times he acted as he believed the highest interests of his country bade him act. But in the matter of the bond contract with the Morgan Belmont syndicate, there can be little doubt that he was guilty of a serious mistake. Not in the arrangement which necessity drove him into making, but because he delayed so long as to create the unfortunate necessity. That he learned the lesson of his error was shown by his management of the fourth and last bond issue. During his final year of office, the Treasury suffered no more from speculative raids upon it. Wall Street had found that the siphon process could be no longer made a source of private gain. But the fact that the President had again sold bonds to keep the gold reserve intact fanned the already fierce resentment of the silver party into more furious flame. The Western silver men cared nothing for the effect of the Venezuela message upon Wall Street. If it caused a panic there, so much the better. If stock gamblers had been ruined by it, well and good. If securities had dropped $400 millions in value, this was a cause for grim rejoicing. The prospect of a war with England was very popular all through the West, not upon patriotic grounds alone, but as likely to bring an era of easy money and good times. A writer in the Oregonian, published in Portland, Oregon, undoubtedly expressed a widely prevalent feeling when he declared that the people of his state and many other Americans wished a war because "they all know that the wealth of the world has got into the hands of a few, and that there is no relief for the masses. Business is at a standstill, and will remain so until something happens. We are at the mercy of England as far as our finances go, and this war is our only way out." Such was the prevailing sentiment in the Western states so far as the Venezuelan incident was immediately concerned. But the new gold loan, with its great addition to the public debt, made for the sole purpose of insulting silver, was the last straw upon the back of the far from patient Populists. By this time men had formed the habit of speaking of gold and silver as though the two metals were possessed of human attributes. They were not only animified, but personified, and both vices and virtues were ascribed to them. 1,000 hoarse-throated orators depicted the infamy of gold and the rectitude of silver. Gold was the coward metal which basely sneaked out of the country when times were troublous. It was the accomplice of money sharks and usurers, the enemy of labor, the traitorous propagator of poverty and want. Silver, on the other hand, was brave and honorable, too noble to desert the people in their hour of need. It was the debtor's ally, the benefactor of the poor. To it were addressed words of as passionate adoration as ever lover lavished upon mistress or devotee upon divinity. In truth, at this period a large portion of the American people was touched by something very like emotional madness over one of the most prosaic questions of pure economics. The tide of populism which had begun to rise in 1889, which had swollen to a flood in 1890, and which in 1892 had temporarily been diverted into democratic channels, was now roaring through the West with a fury that swept everything before it. In all the silver-producing states it seemed to be wrecking the older parties, while in Kansas and Nebraska men and women and even children turned away from the ordinary vocations of life, and gave themselves up body and soul to the politics of unrestrained emotion. The fact that women had the ballot in these states may account in part for the extraordinary scenes that were enacted there. Certain it is that during the year 1896, entire communities seemed to be afflicted with a strange obsession, resembling the hysteria which swept over Europe at the time of the First Crusade. This comparison did, in fact, suggest itself to a very keen though unsympathetic observer, who has left a vivid picture of the time. It was a fanaticism like the Crusades. Indeed, the delusion that was working on the people took the form of religious frenzy. Sacred hymns were torn from their pious tunes to give place to words which deified the cause and made gold, and all its symbols, capital, wealth, plutocracy, diabolical. At night, from 10,000 little white schoolhouse windows, lights twinkled back vain hope to the stars. For the thousands who assembled under the schoolhouse lamps believed that when their legislature met and their governor was elected, the millennium would come by proclamation. They sang their barbaric songs in unrhythmic jargon, with something of the same mad faith that inspired the martyrs going to the stake. Far into the night the voices rose, women's voices, children's voices, the voices of old men, of youths and of maidens rose on the ebbing prairie breezes, as the crusaders of the Revolution rode home, praising the people's will as though it were God's will, and cursing wealth for its iniquity. It was a season of shibboleths and fetishes and slogans. Reason slept, and the passions, jealousy, covetousness, hatred, ran amuck, and whoever would check them was crucified in public contumely. Note 7, page 450. These people honestly believed that their happiness and prosperity were being sacrificed unpityingly to the greed and money lust of the rich men in the East, that the President of the United States was the pliant tool of a plutocracy without bowels of compassion, and that in obedience to his masters he was barring out the blessings of free silver, which meant independence and wealth and ease to every toiler in the land. No wonder that for a time there was madness in the very air. As is the case in all great popular convulsions, the human scum and driftwood first came hurtling to the surface. There was a wild cry for a leader, and in response 1,000 leaders self-appointed leaped into sudden though ephemeral prominence. Strange figures these, for the widespread distrust and hatred of all professional politicians became at last a hatred and distrust of every man who possessed the ability and training which make leadership effective. And so there came forth from the obscurity of incompetence and failure a crop of demagogues in whom were fearfully combined the irrational and the grotesque. Itinerant preachers, broken-down country editors, farmers who had failed to make a living on their farms, eccentrics whose peculiarities at any other time would have classed them with the insane, and leather-lunged fanatics with a gift for raving hour after hour. These were the guides and prophets who for a while exercised an absolute control over one of the most intelligent and most purely American communities. A leading article which appeared in a Western newspaper at about this time was widely quoted all over the United States, because of its pungent diagnosis of conditions in the state of Kansas. One paragraph may be quoted here, since its nervous slangy phrases are like flashlights in their brief intensity. "What's the matter with Kansas? We all know, yet here we are at it again. We have an old moss-backed Jacksonian who snorts and howls because there is a bathtub in the State House. We are running that old jay for governor. We have another shabby, wild-eyed, rattle-brained fanatic who has said openly in a dozen speeches that the rights of the user are paramount to the rights of the owner. We are running him for Chief Justice so that capital will come tumbling over itself to get into the state. We have raked the ash heap of failure in the state and found an old human hoopskirt, who has failed as a businessman, who has failed as an editor, who has failed as a preacher, and we are going to run him for congressman at large. He will help the looks of the Kansas delegation at Washington. Then we have discovered a kid without a law practice and have decided to run him for attorney general. Then, for fear some hint that the state had become respectable might percolate through the civilized portions of the nation, we have decided to send 3 or 4 harpies out lecturing, telling the people that Kansas is raising hell and letting the corn go to weeds." Note 8, page 451. End of chapter 10, part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rising in the West, Part 2. Some of the early protagonists of populism and of the Silver School of democracy won a temporary notoriety beyond the limits of their respective states. A very few were destined to play a part in national politics. Among the former were Governor Pennoyer of Oregon and Governor Waite of Colorado, who may be cited as types of the erratic leaders in the new movement. Pennoyer had been elected as a Democrat in the reaction following upon the passage of the McKinley Bill. He first became known by his boorishness in refusing to meet President Harrison on the borders of Oregon, at the time of the President's journey through the West. During the Coxey demonstration, a part of Kelly's army came into conflict with the officers of the law, and Governor Pennoyer was besought to send military assistance to the latter. To this appeal he replied by telegram, "Let them fight it out. I don't care a whoop which side wins." Governor Waite of Colorado gained demagogic honors by the violence of his public speeches, in one of which he spoke of the impending war between the capitalists and the downtrodden people. "I am prepared," said he, "to ride in blood up to my bridles." As Mr. Waite had never been noted as a fighting man, this sanguinary intimation served rather to amuse than to alarm; but it won for the governor the sobriquet of "Bloody Bridles Waite." Another erratic though much cleverer personage was Jerry Simpson, a convert from Republicanism, whom the Kansas Populists had sent to Congress. In Washington, and at last all over the country, he became known as Sockless Jerry, from a popular legend to the effect that he cultivated simplicity by wearing nothing besides shoes upon his feet. Among the women who shared with men the prestige of political leadership, the most interesting figure was Mrs. Mary Elizabeth Lease, who may be styled the Anna Dickinson of populism, for she had all the vehemence and much of the wild eloquence of the once famous abolitionist. Mrs. Lease was a native of Pennsylvania, who in 1885 was admitted to practice at the Kansas bar. She was drawn into the Union labor movement, became a member of the Farmers' Alliance, discovered a gift for extemporaneous speaking, and in 1890 was one of the most important political leaders in the state. She headed the forces that were opposed to the re-election of Senator Ingalls; and the whirlwind campaign which she conducted against him was a notable event of the year 1890. The vitriolic oratory of Ingalls was fairly outdone by the amazing vocabulary of vituperation which Mrs. Lease had at her command, and which poured forth with a fury and an intensity of passion that thrilled her listeners and fired them with her own emotions. This Kansan Pythoness defeated Ingalls, and in 1893 came measurably near procuring for herself a seat in the Senate of the United States. To her was ascribed the admonition already referred to, "Kansas had better stop raising corn and begin raising hell." The doctrine of free silver had not only its prophets and its orators, but also its literary propagandists. The history of political pamphleteering contains few more curious incidents than the vogue enjoyed by one of the pro-silver tracts, which in 1895 became to the West what the Drapier Letters of Dean Swift were to the Irish people in 1724. A young man named William Howard Harvey, a native of West Virginia, began the publication in 1893 of an illustrated paper called Coin, devoted to the cause of free silver coinage. Mr. Harvey was fairly educated, and had dipped into a large number of treatises on bimetallism, from which he had gleaned a variety of arguments in support of the silver party's chief tenet. At last he wrote and published a little volume with the title Coin's Financial School, presenting his arguments partly in the form of a dialogue. Note 9, page 454. Accompanied by some explanatory narrative. The book opened with a brief account of the existing financial stringency and of the business depression noticeable throughout the country. It then went on to tell how Coin, a young financier in Chicago, established a school of finance to instruct the youth of the nation. The school opened on the 7th day of May, 1894. One of the largest halls in the Art Institute was comfortably filled. Coin stepped out on the platform looking like the smooth little financier he is. Coin's lectures and demonstrations were supposed to have been continued for 6 days. On the first day there were present a number of well-known young men, sons of Chicago editors, and other leading citizens. On subsequent days the audience increased, and finally included United States senators, university professors, bank presidents, and economic experts, all of whom were specifically named, and most of whom interrupted Coin's lucid exposition, and endeavored to refute his arguments. Of course Coin easily disposed of them, silencing them by apt illustrations, pertinent facts, or pointed wit. On the last day of his lectures he had convinced the majority of his hearers and had become a popular idol, so that the book ends with an account of a brilliant reception given him at the Palmer House by a large and distinguished company. The veracious chronicle, with its interspersed dialogue and easy repartee, was cheaply printed, while its text was illustrated by a series of rude woodcuts appealing partly to popular prejudice and partly to the almost universal love of false analogy. "Analogy," says Charles Reade somewhere, "is not argument, which is the reason why so many persons use it as such." Both the text and the woodcuts in Coin's Financial School admirably exemplified the truth of this remark. One of his hearers asked Coin whether the government, by putting its stamp on silver, could make 53 cents worth of that metal equal to $1 in gold. "Certainly," says Coin in substance. "If the government were to buy 100,000 horses, wouldn't the price of horses go up?" And to persuade the reader that a double metallic standard is preferable to a single standard, a picture is given of a one-legged man moving painfully along on crutches. 2 legs are better than 1, hence 2 metals are better than 1. Another cut illustrates Jevons's famous metaphor of the 2 reservoirs connected by a pipe. In fact, the creator of Coin had got together every sort of argument, ranging from scientific induction to the most obvious fallacy and the cheapest claptrap, all tending to show that national prosperity could never return until the government mints were reopened to the free coinage of silver, at the old ratio of 16:1. The success of this little book was extraordinary. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of copies were sold and circulated. It was the Silver Party's Bible, and every word in it was accepted as literally true. The farmer studied it by his fireside. The shopman, in the intervals between serving customers, took hasty glances at it. It was read aloud at country gatherings. Its arguments were cited as unanswerable. Those who studied it were able to chatter volubly about primary money, medium of exchange, circulation per capita, and other topics which they came to imagine that they understood. Most of its readers believed that Coin was a real person, that everything narrated in the book had taken place precisely as narrated there, and that the distinguished senators, economists, and publicists had actually been silenced and put to confusion by the "smooth little financier." So widespread an influence did the book exert that even serious periodicals, like The Nation, felt it worth while to expose the inaccuracy of Coin's facts and the fallacy of his deductions. Not without significance were such of Coin's woodcuts as appealed to prejudice and passion. No doubt to thousands these were as effective as the arguments. Silver was depicted as a beautiful woman whose head was stricken off by the malignant Senator Sherman. The "assassination of silver" was the legend under another woodcut. In another, the nation is represented as a cow, which the farmers are busily engaged in feeding while a fat capitalist comfortably milks it. In still another, Mr. Sherman and President Cleveland are shown in the guise of burglars secretly digging out the foundation, silver, of a well-built house. For whoever else was now held up to odium, the President was certain to be made a sharer in it. The ties which had bound him to a majority of his party were practically sundered. In Congress he had few supporters, and many bitter enemies. There were senators who personally hated him so much that they opposed and hampered legislation which they themselves approved, if only they believed that he was favorable to it. In the House, now that the Democrats were in a small minority and were not steadied by responsibility, many cast off all pretense of decorum and ceased to speak of Mr. Cleveland with ordinary respect. A group of these refractory Democrats won for themselves the nickname of the "Wild Horses," because they could not be kept within the party traces. Chief among them were Mr. Sibley of Pennsylvania, Mr. Johnson of Ohio, and Mr. Bland of Missouri. Mr. Sibley had, in fact, never pretended to follow the avowed policy of his own party. He had voted against a revision of the tariff. He had opposed the administration's financial measures, and he was in general more hostile to the President than was the bitterest Republican. On January 8, 1896, he made in the House a coarse and violent speech which was remarkable as being the utterance of a Democrat regarding his party's chief. In it he accused the President of giving offices in return for votes. He repudiated all party responsibility for the administration's policy. He wound up by declaring that what the country needed was a government which was "something more than a combination of brains, belly, and brass." The administration, moreover, could no longer count upon the solid support of the Southern members of Congress, who had long been a bulwark of conservatism and party loyalty. In many of the Southern states the Democratic party had suffered a transformation. Hastened by the influence of populism, the change had, nevertheless, been different in character from that which was effected in the West. It took the form of a revolt of the so-called "poor whites," or non-slave-holding persons, against the aristocratic leaders who had for generations been supreme. The Civil War had not at once broken the power of that semi-feudal system which had flourished in the time of slavery, and which produced and perpetuated an oligarchic governing class. But now the masses began to demand control. Note 10, page 457. They set up leaders of their own, and gradually the older type of Southern statesman gave way to a far less admirable substitute. The most striking exemplification of the new order at the South was found in the person of Benjamin Ryan Tillman, of South Carolina. Tillman did not, strictly speaking, belong to the class of "poor whites." He was a man of some position and education. But he was not of the governing caste, and he placed himself at the head of the "poor whites" in a political movement which resulted in the partial elimination of the governing caste from a position of local and national importance. Tillman was a very extraordinary figure, both as a man and as a politician. His personality was more than forceful. Lurking in his nature, and easy to be roused, was something of the savage, something even which suggested the ferocity of the wild beast. When stirred, he was violent almost beyond belief. He put absolutely no restraint upon his tongue, but hurled abuse at all who differed from him, denouncing them as hell-hounds, traitors, and foul-mouthed liars. He had lost one eye, and this mutilation gave to his face a peculiarly truculent aspect even in repose, an aspect which became indescribably sinister and terrifying when the man was convulsed by one of his furious outbursts of passion. In 1890, by the aid of the Farmers' Alliance, he was elected governor of South Carolina, wresting the control of the state from that gallant soldier and gentleman, Wade Hampton. As governor, Mr. Tillman established the so-called state dispensary system, a semi-socialistic plan under which the manufacture and distribution of intoxicating liquors were monopolized by the state. Note 11, page 458. Tillman's supremacy was not easily or peacefully acquired. He had to face the opposition of an extremely influential section of society. In the cities his name was execrated. Attempts were made to disperse the meetings of his followers. He was vilified in every possible fashion. Riots broke out in several towns. His life was often threatened. Yet, in spite of everything, by his fearlessness, his energy, and his strong appeal to the passions and prejudices of the ignorant, he became the political master of South Carolina, and was for many years a conspicuous figure in national affairs. In 1892 he was again elected governor, and in 1895 a senator of the United States. It was during his canvass for the latter office that he blazed out into relentless antagonism to President Cleveland, whom he attacked in speeches, the very outrageousness of which won him a wide hearing. "Send me to Washington," he would yell to the frantic mobs that cheered him, "and I'll stick my pitchfork into his old ribs." Even when speaking in his official capacity at the Atlanta Exposition, and before a dignified assemblage, he could not refrain from coarse and insulting language. "There are some so infatuated that they think that all the financial wisdom of the country is monopolized by the East, and they say, 'Me too,' every time Cleveland grunts. I should not have said anything about the President, as I expect to get a better chance at him with my pitchfork in Washington, but it did my heart good to hear the governor of Georgia say that the two crank reformers from South Carolina had evoked more applause than the President of the United States." Note 12, page 459. It was not, however, merely the Tillmans and Sibleys, nor even the Gormans and Bryces in Congress who were ranged in opposition to Mr. Cleveland. During the last year of his administration he seemed to live under a cloud of obloquy, blacker and more nearly unrelieved than that which any other elected president had ever known. The Republicans were never weary of pointing out what they described as the disastrous failure of his policies. A majority of his own party believed him not only to have wrecked it, but to have betrayed it. The Free Silver men held him responsible for the financial depression. The capitalists called him rash and utterly unsafe because of his Venezuela message. The labor element detested him for breaking the great Chicago strike by the use of troops. Only here and there was a voice raised in his defense, and the defense was nearly always worded like a half apology, ascribing to him only what was called success in defeat. One would have said, in view of all this bitter opposition and unrestrained contumely, that Mr. Cleveland was destined to live in history only as that President who, beginning with the most splendid opportunities, had most completely wrecked and ruined his own hope of honorable fame. Two very diverse opinions regarding President Cleveland's public career have been held by students of American politics. According to his eulogists, he was in no respect to blame for the partial failure of his policies. It is said that the whole responsibility of this failure must ultimately rest upon the Congress which deliberately thwarted and rejected his wise counsels. In the face of such corruption, incompetence, ignorance, and malice as were said to exist in both houses of the national legislature, how could any president have done more than Mr. Cleveland did? In the very opposition which he encountered, many find but one more tribute to his political purity and uncompromising integrity of character. On the other hand, his critics have asserted that the very terms in which he is most often praised constitute an impeachment of his statesmanship. A great party leader, they say, must do his work with such instruments as he has at hand. A statesman who is worthy of the name will master difficulties, overcome obstacles, adapt his methods to his instruments, prevail by management, by tact, and by judicious compromise, until in the end he attains a lasting and complete success. He will make no unnecessary enemies. He will allow for prejudice, for human frailty of every kind, and he will not expect the walls of Jericho to fall at a single blast of his trumpet. The example of Lincoln is often cited as embodying the true art of statecraft; and his patience and genial wisdom are contrasted with Mr. Cleveland's blunt and robust tactlessness. Success, it is said, is the measure of a statesman's fame; and Mr. Cleveland did not achieve success. It is probable that the truth is to be found somewhere between these two opposing views. The manner in which President Cleveland forced the repeal of the Sherman Act did undoubtedly so far alienate a powerful faction in the Senate as to make that body permanently hostile to him for the rest of his term of office. He treated senators of the United States precisely as he had, when governor of New York, treated the petty politicians at Albany. He gave orders where a more tactful politician would have made requests. He displayed arrogance instead of conciliation. He cracked the whip and shouted, instead of using the milder influences of persuasion. Those who received the patronage which he dispensed were secretly as hostile to him as those who angrily refused it, and far more humiliated. To say no gracefully is a difficult accomplishment, but even Mr. Cleveland's "yes" was often irritating. And so, as he possessed Lincoln's tolerance and worldly wisdom, he might, like Lincoln, have avoided personal hostility. But the conditions of the time were so unusual that he must still have met with political opposition within his own party, even as Lincoln did. For in 1864, Lincoln was of all men the least commended by the Republicans in Congress. On one occasion an editor visiting Washington asked Thaddeus Stevens to introduce him to some members of Congress who were favorable to Lincoln's reelection. Stevens led him to the desk of Mr. Arnold of Illinois. "There," said he, "is the only Lincoln member of Congress that I know." Stevens regarded Lincoln as incompetent and weak. Henry Wilson, afterwards Vice President, spoke of him as politically a failure. Greeley had a low opinion of his ability. His personal friends, such as Washburne, Raymond, and Thurlow Weed, believed his reelection an impossibility. Even Lincoln himself at one time doubted it. Note 13, page 462. And therefore the example of Lincoln is not convincing when cited as embodying a rebuke to Mr. Cleveland. For what would it have profited the latter to retain the personal goodwill of senators and representatives, if they were still politically hostile to him, driven on by forces of disorder and disunion too strong for them to master? In 1864 it was not Lincoln's tact and statesmanship that brought him a final triumph, but rather the brilliant victories won in the field by Sherman, Sheridan, and Grant. And the mention of Mr. Lincoln brings to mind another circumstance which makes any parallel between him and Mr. Cleveland most unfair to the Democratic President. Lincoln embodied to the mind of the people two great issues that were really only one: the preservation of the American Union, and the abolition of slavery. At the root of both there lay a moral principle, and both appealed with overwhelming force to sentiment. They were so plain, so vividly defined, that no sophistry could obscure them, no shrewd debater reason them away. And so back of the supercilious politicians at the Capitol were the masses of the people, their eyes fixed with pathetic faith and loyalty upon that tall, gaunt, stooping, homely man, who to their minds meant everything that makes a cause worth dying for. But to President Cleveland it was given to deal with issues that made no such simple and direct appeal. The questions that were his to solve were economic questions, replete with technicalities which only a comparatively few could rightly understand, and as to which even these comparatively few were not agreed. Catchwords and clever phrases and garbled facts, when rolled forth glibly by a smooth-tongued speaker, sufficed to make the worse appear the better reason, and confuse the wits of half the nation. Hence the task which Cleveland took upon himself was harder in its way than Lincoln's, and one which in its very nature could have been completed only after the weariness of many years and the bitterness of many failures. So far as his own hand could perform what he attempted, he was splendidly successful. He was like a giant facing a terrific tempest. If he could not advance, he would at least not yield nor take a backward step. His old-time foes assailed him without ceasing, and his one-time friends betrayed him. He encountered such malignity of hatred as would have terrified and sickened a weaker soul than his. There are signs that within his heart even he often winced at the cruel falsehoods which assailed him. Yet, none the less, he stood unmoved and magnificently unafraid, a superbly virile figure, holding fast to what he felt to be the right, and looking at all opponents squarely in the eye. In the end he came to know that it was his not to achieve what he had hoped, but to save that which had been entrusted to him. And he did it bravely, grimly, powerfully. Opinions may differ as to his conception of his duty, but the memory of his devotion to high principle, his strength of will, and his dauntless courage must remain to all Americans a source of patriotic pride and an enduring inspiration. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1896, Part 1. As the time for holding the national conventions drew near, both the Republican and the Democratic parties were in a state of feverish anxiety. The free silver agitation had divided both, and no one could with confidence predict the effect of this division upon either of them. Yet the Republicans were seemingly in a far better position than the Democrats. The latter, now that President Cleveland's guidance had been practically repudiated, were without any leadership whatsoever. There had as yet arisen no strong, dominant personality such as could compel obedience to his will. The Pennoyers and Waits and Tillmans had often a numerous local following, but they were not of the stuff which goes into the making of national leaders. On the other hand, whatever differences of opinion might divide the Republicans on questions of policy, there was among them no lack of experienced and able party chiefs to arouse strong popular enthusiasm. Of these, the two who received the most earnest support as candidates for the presidential nomination were Mr. Thomas B. Reed, of Maine, and Mr. William McKinley, of Ohio. Mr. Reed's energetic and almost revolutionary course as Speaker of the House (Note 1, page 465) had made him a very conspicuous and striking figure. His forceful personality, his intellectual acumen, his iron will, and his effectiveness as a debater gave him a definite title to the highest political preferment. He was known to be fairly conservative in his financial views, and he was, therefore, acceptable to the Republicans of New England and the Middle States. But this very fact militated against his candidacy with the party as a whole, and especially with the party managers. In view of the intense sectional feeling which was then influencing the West, the nomination of a New England candidate seemed to many to be politically inexpedient. Furthermore, precisely in proportion to the definiteness of Mr. Reed's financial views, was his availability as a harmonizer generally questioned. What was sought by the shrewdest politicians in the party was a candidate who should come from a Western state, who was identified with some other issue than the money question, whose record would neither alarm the gold men nor exasperate the friends of silver, and who was personally liked by representatives of every faction. Such an individual was Mr. McKinley, who seemed to be an almost ideal leader from the standpoint of availability. In his behalf, moreover, there were enlisted forces, the extent and power of which were not generally recognized in the early months of 1896, but which were soon to prove quite irresistible. Mr. McKinley was a kindly personage of winning manners and unblemished character. He had served in the army during the Civil War, and had afterwards acquired a wide experience of practical politics and of politicians as a member of Congress. During that time he had been a strong protectionist, and the High Tariff Act which bore his name and which became law in 1890 had made him known all over the civilized world. This measure had, in fact, led to his own defeat for re-election to the House in the same year, and had caused the Republican disaster of 1890. Note 2, page 466. Yet, in view of Democratic incompetence and the failure of President Cleveland's tariff policy, there had now come about a strong reaction which was favorable to high protective duties. But it was Mr. McKinley's past and present attitude toward the financial question which made him especially well fitted to succeed in 1896. In the early part of his congressional career, he had been emphatically numbered among the "Friends of Silver." He had voted for the Bland-Allison bill on its first passage through the House, and he had again voted to enact that measure in disregard of the veto of President Hayes. Later, in many public speeches, he had defended the freer use of silver. At the same time, his utterances were far from radical, and he had recently appeared rather to advocate bimetallism through an international agreement than to approve the policy of letting the United States attempt the dangerous experiment alone. Note 3, page 467. Therefore, Mr. McKinley, while not antagonizing the silver wing of his own party, was regarded as a safe man by the gold monometallists. His own desire, if nominated, was to relegate the financial question to an inconspicuous place in the campaign, and to fight the battle once more upon the issue of the tariff. During 4 of the years of his absence from Congress, Mr. McKinley had been governor of Ohio, to which office he was elected in 1891. As governor, he had in some respects exposed himself to serious criticism. In the second year of his term he had become deeply involved in debt, through endorsing the notes of a personal and political friend. Owing sums which amounted in the aggregate to more than $100,000, and having only the modest salary of his office with which to meet the obligation, his position was one of great embarrassment. In these straits he accepted gifts and loans from several wealthy friends, whose names are variously given, but who rescued the governor from bankruptcy and secured his lasting friendship. A little later men began to censure Governor McKinley for his very marked unwillingness to favor any legislative action that interfered with the great corporate interests in the towns and cities. The state of Ohio was in financial difficulties from insufficiency of revenue. That the street railways had never paid an adequate tax upon their earnings was a notorious fact. Yet all legislative attempts to make them yield a reasonable sum to the state's exchequer were viewed so coldly by the governor as to prevent their passage. On the other hand, a bill to extend the franchises of these companies from 25 to 99 years received his countenance. And the persons engaged in the promotion of the measure were permitted to use Governor McKinley's executive offices as their headquarters. Special favors were granted to railway corporations, one of which secured from the state a piece of public property for a sum amounting only to 1/2 of the official valuation. Very grave scandals were exposed in connection with the penal and charitable institutions of Ohio. Governor McKinley's opponents cited these and other circumstances of a like character as the basis for a charge of neglect of duty, if not of actual collusion with persons whose interests were in serious conflict with the interests of the state. The financial favors which he had received from wealthy men were significantly mentioned, in connection with his alleged unwillingness to interfere with these same men and their friends as corporation officers. Note 4, page 469. The implications involved in the recital of these facts, so far as they concerned Mr. McKinley, were, in the main, unjust. The governor of Ohio has no veto power, and therefore can exercise no direct control over proposed legislation. Many of the abuses brought to light during the years from 1891 to 1895 were of earlier origin and were in no way directly connected with the functions of the state executive. Moreover, Governor McKinley's personal character was known to be above reproach. At the same time, his official attitude was undoubtedly marked by a certain passivity with regard to the occurrences already mentioned, and it afforded at least a negative support to the measures upon which hostile criticism was so freely lavished. Mr. McKinley entertained a respect amounting almost to reverence for the opinions of a majority. His political course was always directed by an anxious desire to be in harmony with the leaders of his party. He was not at all the type of statesman who is to be found at the head of a forlorn hope. He shaped his conduct, and to a great extent his opinions, by what he thought to be the wishes and the welfare of his immediate supporters. Being under great personal obligations to a number of men who were rapidly acquiring political power in his state, a sense of gratitude no less than a shrewd perception of expediency led him to accept their aid, and to find in them his closest friends and chosen monitors. Among them was a comparatively recent figure in the field of politics, whose fame, such as it was, still remained wholly local, though within a few months it was to be almost as widely trumpeted as Governor McKinley's own. The personality and character of this man deserve a somewhat careful study. He is rightly to be regarded less as an individual than as a very accurate exemplification of new and powerful forces which for many years had been acquiring strength, but which now for the first time emerged from a half obscurity and revealed themselves to the nation as laying claim to an almost despotic dominance. Marcus Alonzo Hanna, or Mark Hanna, as men usually spoke of him, was a native of Ohio, the son of a prosperous wholesale grocer. From his father he inherited keen business instincts and a guiding motive which some have called ambition and others greed. His early training successfully directed all his exceptional energies towards one definite end: to get and to keep. He was soon known as a bold and active trader, who fought his commercial rivals without giving or asking quarter, and without caring whether the means he used were fair or foul, so long as he came forth a winner in the struggle. His activities were multifarious, his energy inexhaustible. He dealt in coal and oil and iron and stone, he chartered ships, he manufactured stoves, he bought mining shares, and he established banks. He even added a newspaper and a theatre to his possessions. There was, in short, no conceivable enterprise or speculation upon which Hanna would refuse to enter, if only he saw in it the prospect of sufficient gain. Business with him was warfare, and it was warfare à outrance. In his commercial strife he presented an analogue, not to the duelist nor even to the champion of the prize ring, both of whom are governed by a rigorous code, but rather to the savage rough-and-tumble fighter who bites and gouges when body blows are found to be of no avail. Moral considerations did not enter into his scheme of life. He was a pure materialist, respecting nothing but superior force, and his sole gospel was the gospel of success. Having no purely intellectual diversions, he long regarded the fierce pursuit of money as both an occupation and a thrilling game. Only by chance did he discover that there was an even keener pleasure to be found in a still greater game, whereof the winner might lay his grasp upon political power. This knowledge came to Mr. Hanna after he had tried to add a system of street railways to his already complicated interests, and had found that the grant of franchises depended upon the favor of the politicians. And so Mr. Hanna, purely in the way of business, acquired aldermen and local legislatures, just as he had previously secured clerks and managers and agents for his other enterprises. He felt no scruples as to the means which he employed. Here again his one criterion was success. He was at least no hypocrite. He professed no creed save that which he was daily practicing. He was often brutal, but he was wholly frank in his brutality. A striking instance of this frankness is afforded in a letter which he wrote in 1890. In that year, the Attorney General of Ohio, Mr. David K. Watson, had brought suit against the Standard Oil Company for the dissolution of its trust agreement. Note 5, page 471. Hanna had relations with the Rockefellers which induced him to interfere with the progress of the suit. Accordingly, he wrote to the Attorney General a personal note, in which occurred this memorable sentence: "You have been in politics long enough to know that no man in public life owes the public anything." Note 6, page 472. Such was the cynical view which Mr. Hanna always took of politics, both national and local; and in practice he lived up to the full measure of its implications. He got control of the political machine in the city of Cleveland. A majority of the councilmen were his agents. The mayor was his creature. The other officials of the city were obedient to him and to his friends. It was not long before the legislature of the state had felt the power of the peculiar influences which Hanna exercised, and in 1891 it was Hanna more than any other individual who, having espoused the cause of Mr. McKinley in the hour of his congressional defeat, had made him governor of Ohio. But here one must in fairness take into consideration the more personal side of this interesting character, since otherwise the man as a whole will not be rightly understood. Hanna, though utterly devoid of even the most rudimentary morality where business was concerned, had still a nature that was able to attract and win the liking of his associates. He was intensely human, though his humanity was that of a primeval man. Big and strong and coarse, he had the primitive instincts developed almost in excess. He was frankly appetitive, robustly insurient, a mass of mighty longings and unconcealed desires. It was said of him that every want of his became at once a lust, to be sated greedily and in the very moment of its birth. Not all the lust of the flesh, however, mastered him. In his family relations, and as a husband and a father, his life was irreproachable. Yet in the wider sense of the word one may apply to him the striking phrase of a recent English novelist, and say that he was as sensual as a mutton chop. He lusted after wealth and got it. He lusted after power, and he got that also. And all through his life his minor appetites were forever making themselves felt and seen. But he was so wholly natural with regard to them, his desires were so openly avowed, and his enjoyment in their gratification was so hearty and spontaneous, as to induce in those who knew him a genuine cordiality. The simplicity and even homeliness of his tastes, while they often amused, were on the whole attractive. When he was at the height of his career and had at his command every luxury that wealth could give, he used to boast of but one thing, and that was of a superior kind of corned beef hash, of which he said his cook alone possessed the recipe; and whenever he wished to pay the highest possible compliment to a friend, he sent him an invitation to a breakfast at which this corned beef hash was served. Such things as this tickled the fancy of his associates, and most men found it hard to think much ill of one who could talk with boyish glee of a treat so innocently plebeian. His younger acquaintances used to speak of him as Uncle Mark, and this familiar title affords a clue to the sort of affectionate familiarity which he inspired. Hannah was, in fact, of the earth, earthy; but there was something of the wholesomeness of the earth about him, and a stock of manliness as well. He spoke out the thing he really thought. If he was displeased, he grunted and swore. But he could be generous, and he was afraid of no man. Mr. Lincoln Steffens tells the story of how Hannah once undertook to make a political speech to a crowd of Welshmen, who had no mind to listen to him. Every sentence that he spoke was interrupted by their jeers, until Hannah's blood grew hot. "There's a lot of American in me," he shouted. "There's some Scotch. Somewheres way back there's Irish blood. But by G , there's no Welsh. If there was, I'd go down there and lick the whole lot of you." This, said Mr. Steffens, won the Welshmen, and they cheered Mark Hanna and listened to him willingly while he finished what he had to say. Note 7, page 473. One of the most marked of Hannah's attractively human qualities was the warmth of his personal friendships. When he hated with all the strength of his masculinity, but he also set no bounds to the ardor of his likings. This coarse fibred man had something of the gentleness of a woman where friendship was concerned, and also something of the unrestraint of a child. When his confidence had been fully won, his cynicism and the hardness of his character seemed to disappear. Singularly lacking in complexity, his emotions in private life were as little controlled as were his appetites in public matters. At the success of a friend he would caper clumsily. Over the bereavement of a friend he would blubber like a schoolboy. He had no reverence for anyone, but he did possess an unusual capacity for affection, and there can be no doubt that for Mr. McKinley his affection was sincere, and that it did him honor. Between the two there existed what it is no exaggeration to call a genuine fondness. Psychologically, this is to be explained as based upon the attraction of opposites, for no two men could have been more unlike. Curiously contrasted, indeed, were McKinley's suavity and Hannah's bluntness, McKinley's caution and Hannah's courage, McKinley's vacillation and Hannah's almost insolent tenacity of purpose. McKinley respected all of life's conventions; Hannah hooted at them. McKinley believed that the will of the majority was the will of God. Hannah was sure that majorities could be manufactured, and that their will was only the reflection of the far stronger will of the few able men who played upon the motives of human passion and self-interest. It is probable that McKinley never really understood Mark Hanna; but there can be no question that Hanna rightly understood McKinley, and that he admired in him those qualities of which he was himself completely destitute. At the close of the St. Louis Convention, speaking to a newspaper correspondent, Hannah burst out with the enthusiastic exclamation, "I love McKinley! He is the best man I ever knew." Note 8, page 475. We may be sure that these words and the feeling back of them were entirely sincere. The close and intimate friendship between the two men had most important political results. Their personal liking for each other was strengthened by the consonance of their ambitions. Mr. McKinley desired to be President of the United States. Mr. Hanna had set his heart upon becoming one of the two senators from Ohio. In fighting the battle for his friend, Hanna was opening up a path to the fulfillment of his own long-cherished hope. So successful had he shown himself in making Mr. McKinley twice governor, so keenly practical had been his management of men and of affairs, so vast were the resources which he had at his command, and so undoubted was his loyalty, that to him Mr. McKinley's political fortunes were unreservedly entrusted in this crucial year of 1896. Whatever the chief Republican aspirant for the presidency did or said or wrote, was done or said or written only after the approval of Mark Hanna had been given to it. Few knew this at the time, but it began to be understood as the months wore on, though even then, and for a long while afterwards, the full significance of the fact was only half appreciated. What it really meant was that behind the candidacy of a very amiable, dignified, and upright gentleman there was advancing into a place of almost unlimited power and opportunity a dominant influence which was seriously to modify the character of American public life. Here, in fact, one sees the initial appearance of what became to be known as the business man, in the highest sphere of national politics. For it was as a business man that Hanna always described himself. Politics with him were an adjunct to his business, and the esoteric interests of business, such as his were for a while to direct the course of American history. Before this time, in the United States, as in all other nations of the first rank, men of wealth had often gained political power, and it was frequently their wealth which had enabled them to do so. But in general, and with most of them, wealth was the means and political office was the end. Again, as has already been shown in the course of this narrative, wealth has been often wrongly and unscrupulously used for the furtherance of political ambition. But in 1896 a novel phenomenon was exhibited, the result of many causes, all of which, however, had tended towards one result. Now, for the first time, a party, if such it can be called, had arisen which was not devoted to any definite political principles at all, but rather to the furtherance of private interests that were commercial and financial. This party, though not recognized as a party, was neither Democratic nor Republican, but was the party of wealth, consolidated, highly organized, directed by men of rare ability, and using political power no longer as an end but as a means, its real object being the private advantage of moneyed men, the safeguarding of corporations from legal interference and control, and the exploitation of official influence for the benefit of individuals who were unknown to public life. All this was implied in the mention of the businessman in politics. The businessman in politics was the capitalist who needed political favors or protection in his business, and whether he were nominally a Republican or a Democrat, his allegiance to either party counted as nothing when compared with the sympathetic solidarity of interest which bound him to all other men of the same class. The representatives of wealth, manufacturers, bankers, mine owners, railway managers, and heads of great financial institutions in general, had by this time come to constitute what was in reality another party which did not, indeed, appear to be such, which had no name, and which did not hold conventions and openly nominate candidates of its own, but which loomed large behind the two older parties, endeavoring to play off one against the other and to use indifferently the machinery of each for the esoteric welfare of consolidated wealth. The most far-sighted of the men who gave, as it were, the mot d'ordre to this formidable association, had perceived with dread a growing tendency among the American people to expect from the federal government rather than from the states that redress for many a wrong which only far-reaching centralized power could give. The particularism of early years was disappearing. The old-time doctrine of states' rights was fast losing its hold upon the American people. Republican rule and the arguments of the protectionists had gradually fostered a belief that if the government at Washington was to be the source of prosperity, so must it also be the fountainhead of justice. Many events of the preceding decade had stimulated and enhanced the intensity of this feeling, but perhaps the most significant of all was the passage of the Interstate Commerce Act, the debates over which had revealed the immense powers conferred by the clause in the Constitution permitting the government to regulate commerce between the states. The particular act in question had as yet imposed no serious check upon the operations of the various trusts; but the principle which it had established was pregnant with possibilities of disaster to those corporations which had successfully defied the common law and had found it easy to control the legislative action of individual states. A shiver must have passed through many a directorate when Congress actually set upon the statute books even an imperfect law invoking so great a power against the lawlessness of wealth. President Cleveland's vigorous assault upon the overprotection of special industries must likewise have made a deep impression. That one attack had practically failed, yet another might succeed. On the whole, the temper of the times and a steady drift towards something like state socialism were becoming plain to many, and to none more so than to those persons who now came to the surface of affairs, bearing the euphemistic name of business men in politics. It was because Mr. Hanna was a perfect type of the class which has been described that his personality and his character assumed so much importance. It was an unerring instinct which led the cartoonists and caricaturists in the press to draw his likeness and let it symbolize predacious capital. And just as Mr. Hanna had formally got control of the city government of Cleveland in order to secure franchises for his street railways, so now both he and his associates began a vigorous campaign for the control of the national administration, because it too had become essential to the future safety of their business. The very audacity of their scheme almost excites one's admiration, nor did it necessarily imply the presence of corruption in its grosser forms. Theirs was a far more scientific game, as it was also a far bolder one, than that of the old-time purchasers of legislation. Those who played it kept, for the most part, within the letter of the law. The persons with whom they had to do were no longer the cheaply venal creatures to whom money bribes could be safely offered. Men of reputation and honor must be influenced and used through what were apparently legitimate rewards. But the effect upon American life, both public and private, of the entrance of this new caste or party was deplorable, in that it meant the enervation of civic morality and the exaltation of social ideals that were debasing. During the early months of 1896, Mr. Hanna, as the chief McKinley manager, undertook a very difficult role. The Republicans in the Eastern States were almost solidly in favor of maintaining the gold standard and of establishing it by law. In most of the Western States, on the other hand, the party was honeycombed by what was styled the Silver Heresy. The money question was forcing its way insistently to the front and demanding a solution. Neither element of the party must be repelled. A majority of the delegates from both sections of the country must cast their votes for Mr. McKinley in order to secure his nomination and make his election possible. Mr. Hanna's management was masterly and revealed a rare genius for political strategy. Above and beyond his already well-known shrewdness, courage, and resourcefulness, he now exhibited a rare discretion and a diplomatic taciturnity which few had ever thought this rough, impulsive person to possess. The story of how Mr. Hanna brought about the nomination of McKinley has never yet been fully told. His course at the time was utterly misunderstood. A reading of the contemporary newspapers will serve to show that even the surface facts were ludicrously misrepresented. The narrative that is now to be set forth is that which Mr. Hanna himself was afterwards wont to tell in private conversation, and it is in complete accord with all the circumstances which are matters of both personal and public record. Mr. Hanna himself was a thorough believer in the gold standard. Furthermore, he intended that the Republican convention should make an unequivocal declaration in favor of such a standard. But for the time he kept his purpose to himself and bent his energies to the single task of securing delegates favorable to McKinley. The Western States were his chief concern. New England was practically a negligible quantity, and was in any case committed to the support of Mr. Speaker Reed. The greatest of the Middle States, New York and Pennsylvania, had candidates of their own who stood no chance of nomination, but whose appearance in the field would at the outset neutralize the influence of those states in the convention. The West and the South were, therefore, the object of Mr. Hanna's immediate solicitude. Both sections had a leaning towards the doctrine of free silver, and hence Mr. McKinley must be represented for a while as a genuine friend of silver. Yet this point must not be too strongly pressed, and the currency question must be treated as one of subsidiary interest and importance. Such is a brief outline of the situation as it appeared to Mr. Hanna; and his able campaign was conducted in accordance with its exigencies. As early as January of 1896, the Republican newspapers throughout the country began to display a remarkable enthusiasm for Mr. McKinley's nomination; not, however, because of his past or present attitude towards the money question, but because he was the exponent of high tariff duties and easy times. The lean years of the Cleveland administration were explained as wholly due to the repeal of the McKinley Act of 1890. Voters have short memories, and they had long since forgotten that the Treasury deficits, the lowered wages, and the shutting down of mills and factories had begun during Mr. Harrison's presidency. All that they were permitted to remember was the fact that at least 3,000,000 men were now out of work, and that a Democratic president had been in office for 3 years. The days of Harrison were lauded as an era of abundance, and the election of McKinley on the tariff issue was declared to be the only way of bringing back that glorious period. The old cry of "Bill McKinley and the McKinley Bill" was supplemented by the new and taking catchword, "McKinley and the full dinner pail." Someone described the Ohio statesman as "the advance agent of prosperity," and this phrase went from mouth to mouth and was caught up by the newspapers. Never was a press campaign more skillfully conducted. It seemed to reflect in the great Republican strongholds a spontaneous demand for the nomination of Mr. McKinley. Yet the silver question would not down, but everywhere distracted men's attention from the tariff cry. The gold men in the East and the silver men in the West were equally clamorous to know just where the "advance agent of prosperity" himself stood. When the Ohio State Convention met on March 11th, its pronouncement on the financial issue was eagerly awaited; for surely Mr. McKinley's own state might be expected to give the watchword to his party throughout the land. But Mr. Hanna was too shrewd to show his hand just yet; and so the convention adopted that sort of Delphic utterance which the vocabulary of American politics expressively denominates a straddle. The state platform said, "We contend for honest money, for a currency of gold, silver, and paper, that shall be as sound as the government and as untarnished as its honor." To that end the Ohio Republicans favored bimetallism, and demanded the use of both gold and silver as standard money. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1896, Part 2. Of course, this declaration, under all its sounding phrases, was ambiguous to a degree. Everybody, Democrats, Republicans, and Populists, desired honest money. They were all agreed that gold, silver, and paper ought to constitute the currency of the United States. But as to what was honest money, and as to what were to be the relative values of the gold, silver, and paper, opinions were everywhere as widely divergent as those of President Cleveland and Coin Harvey. The effect of this Ohio declaration was, on the whole, however, just what Mr. Hanna had intended. It left things in the West precisely where they were, and enabled the McKinley agents to explain their candidates' opinions in whatever way was most likely to please their auditors in each section. As for Mr. McKinley himself, he remained at his home in Canton, refusing with much dignity to be interviewed, but making from time to time a brief address on the subject of the tariff. In New England, and above all in New York, his reticence excited both alarm and indignation. Was Mr. McKinley still a silver man at heart, as he had been in 1878, when he voted for the Bland-Allison bill, and as he had seemed to be when later he reproached President Cleveland for having struck down silver? Many and vehement were the demands that he come out frankly and say just what he thought about the most vital issue of the day. Mr. Hanna and his associates treated this demand as though it were impertinent and almost insulting. Mr. Grosvenor of Ohio said with a show of solemn indignation, "No man's friends have a right to call upon him to foreshadow the party's platform. Major McKinley will respond to the platform, but he will not dictate what the platform shall be." Note 9, page 483. Perhaps through the minds of some of the anxious Republicans who read these words there may have flitted a recollection of Mr. Cleveland's blunt letter to the Reform Club in 1892, Note 10, page 483, when he spoke out just what he thought, even though he felt that in doing so he was forfeiting the presidency. Their fears, at any rate, led them to work hard for delegations favorable to the gold standard. Early in June it was evident that Mr. Hanna had in all probability secured a majority in support of McKinley's nomination, while it was also probable that the silver men would be outvoted. 22 Republican state conventions had, in fact, pronounced openly against the free coinage of silver. Yet it still seemed possible that the National Convention in St. Louis would repeat the Ohio straddle, and thus continue the traditional policy of evasion and equivocation. The convention met on June 16th with little show of genuine enthusiasm among the delegates. Note 11, page 484. Even before the formal opening, the money question had dwarfed all other topics of discussion. There were rumors of dissension and threats of actual bolting. Senator Platt of New York openly attacked Mr. McKinley for his secretiveness and duplicity, and spoke of withdrawing from the convention if it failed to make a specific declaration for the gold standard. The New York delegation, of which Mr. Platt was chairman, passed resolutions condemning the free coinage of silver. On the other hand, Senator Henry M. Teller, who headed the Colorado delegation, made it plain that if a gold plank were adopted, he and his followers would secede. The delegations from the other western mining states were equally emphatic. Mr. Hanna had secured most of the southern delegates for his candidate, but some were still in doubt. One of the Texan delegates received by every mail postcards on which large and vivid characters in red admonished him, "If you vote for Mr. McKinley, you need not come back to Dallas." Note 12, page 484. The New England representative still warmly urged the claims of Mr. Reed, whose foremost champion was Senator Lodge of Massachusetts. The New York delegates were favorable to the candidacy of Mr. Levi P. Morton, who had been vice president during the Harrison administration. Mr. Key of Pennsylvania showed how completely he was master of his own state by the fact that the Pennsylvania delegates were pledged to give him at least a complimentary vote. The Iowa delegation had been directed to put Senator Allison in nomination. Thus, when the first session of the convention began, under the temporary chairmanship of Mr. Charles W. Fairbanks of Indiana, all was confusion, and rumors of every sort were rife. Meanwhile, Mr. Hanna was solidifying the strength of the McKinley forces, and hourly adding to their numbers. In his pocket he had a draft of the money plank, which he meant to have the convention finally adopt, and it was explicitly and unequivocally in favor of the gold standard. He had shown it to Mr. McKinley, who had approved it, and who had himself prepared the draft of a tariff plank. But not even yet was Mr. Hanna ready to declare himself. He meant to maneuver in such a way as to make his final move appear to be a concession, in return for which he could ask a substantial equivalent. In other words, he was to receive a reward for doing the very thing that he had all along intended to accomplish. The Committee on Resolutions found it difficult to reach an agreement as to the financial declaration to be made. Senator Teller, who was a member of that committee, held out for a free silver plank, and his colleagues were slow to antagonize him. Mr. Hanna let them discuss the question for nearly 2 days, during which time the business of the convention was at a standstill, the members listening to speech-making, to the arguments of women suffragists, and to patriotic music. On the first day the session lasted for little more than an hour. The wildest stories were circulated regarding the coming action of the Platform Committee. This delay and the resulting rumors seriously alarmed the advocates of gold. They feared lest in the end some sort of compromise might be made. Finally, several of the most influential of their number decided to take the bull by the horns. They went to Mr. Hanna's rooms in the hotel where he was staying, and delivered a sort of ultimatum. They demanded that he accept a gold standard plank for the platform, or else they would carry the fight to the floor of the convention, and thus precipitate an open conflict between themselves and the supporters of Mr. McKinley. They gave Mr. Hanna just 1 hour in which to accede to their demand. Note 13, page 486. That wily leader must have smiled grimly as they left him to reflect upon the threat which they had made. They had quite unconsciously played his game, and victory was now assured. Needless to say, in less than the prescribed hour, Mr. Hanna pronounced himself to be a gold man, and the plank which he had brought with him to St. Louis was incorporated in the platform to be reported. Apparently he had yielded under strong compulsion, and the gentlemen who had seemingly forced their will upon him now thought of him with that kindliness which generous victors feel towards a vanquished foe. Note 14, pages 486 and 87. And so it came to pass that on June 18th the platform was read to the convention by Senator Foraker. It described the Cleveland administration as responsible for "a record of unparalleled incapacity, dishonor, and disaster." It renewed Republican allegiance to "the policy of protection as the bulwark of American industrial independence and the foundation of American development and prosperity. Protection and reciprocity are twin measures of the Republican policy and go hand in hand. Democratic rule has recklessly struck down both, and both must be reestablished." It declared for a "firm, vigorous, and dignified" foreign policy; for American control of the Hawaiian Islands; for the purchase of the Danish West Indies; and for the construction, operation, and ownership of the Nicaraguan Canal by the United States. The Monroe Doctrine was reaffirmed, and American intervention in Cuba was mentioned with approval. "We favor the continued enlargement of the navy and a complete system of harbor and seacoast defenses." Amid breathless silence the part of the platform relating to the money question was read out. "The Republican party is unreservedly for sound money. We are unalterably opposed to every measure calculated to debase our currency or impair the credit of our country. We are therefore opposed to the free coinage of silver, except by international agreement with the leading commercial nations of the world, which we pledge ourselves to promote; and until such agreement can be obtained the existing gold standard must be preserved. All our silver and paper money must be maintained at parity with gold; and we favor all measures designed to maintain inviolably the obligations of the United States, and all our money, whether coin or paper, at the present standard, the standard of the most enlightened nations of the earth." No sooner had the platform been reported to the convention than Senator Teller of Colorado rose and offered a substitute for its gold standard declaration. Mr. Teller's substitute was one which he had tried in vain to induce the committee to adopt. It declared that "the Republican party favors the use of both gold and silver as equal standard money," and it pledged the party to secure "the free, unrestricted, and independent coinage of gold and silver, in the mints of the United States, at a ratio of 16 parts of silver to 1 of gold." This embodied the extreme demand of the Free Silver men, and it was certain to be rejected. Many delegates might have favored the device of a straddle as a measure of expediency; but Senator Teller had forced the monetary issue in a way which admitted of no compromise. In support of his substitute he spoke with intense feeling, his voice often faltering, and tears of unaffected emotion in his eyes. For him it was a solemn moment. He had been a Republican all his life, and to part with his old associates was unspeakably bitter. "When the Republican party was organized, I was there. It has never had a national candidate since it was organized that my voice has not been raised in his support. It has never had a great principle enunciated in its platform that has not had my approbation until now. With its distinguished leaders I have been in close communion and close friendship. I have shared in its honors and in its few defeats and disasters. Do you think that we can sever our connection with a party like this unless it be a matter of duty, a duty not to our respective states only, but a duty to all the people of this great land?" The convention respected Mr. Teller's emotion, and listened to his address in sympathetic silence. But when the roll was called, his substitute was rejected by a vote of 818 to 105, and the platform as reported from the committee was adopted by a vote of 812 to 110. Those delegates who were in full accord with Mr. Teller then rose and left the convention hall. They were only 34 in number, yet among them were 4 senators of the United States and 2 members of the House of Representatives. Note 15, page 489. The convention then proceeded to the nomination of a candidate for the presidency. The nominating speeches were beneath the level even of convention oratory, and neither Senator Foraker's oration in behalf of Mr. McKinley, nor Senator Lodge's in support of Mr. Reed, nor Mr. Depew's for Mr. Morton, showed any great rhetorical ability. The result was already known to all, even before the delegates had been polled. Mr. Reed's following melted away, even the delegates from his own state wavering. "Joe, God Almighty hates a quitter!" roared Mr. Fessenden of Connecticut to Mr. Manley of Maine. But expostulation was useless. A test of Mr. McKinley's strength as against the united opposition had previously been made upon a question of sustaining the Committee on Credentials, and the vote showed the Ohio candidate to have a large majority, 545 to 359. This was vastly increased when the convention voted directly on the nomination. Mr. McKinley received 661 votes. Mr. Reed 84, Senator Key 61, Mr. Morton 58, and Senator Allison 35. The choice of Mr. McKinley was then made unanimous amid the first genuine enthusiasm that had been shown. The cheering was vociferous and prolonged, and it reached a climax when a delegate raised upon the point of a flagstaff a cocked hat such as one associates with the portraits of Napoleon. It was a harmless whim on the part of Mr. McKinley to fancy that he bore a certain physical resemblance to the victor of Marengo, and a knowledge of this fact lent vigor to the cheering which greeted the Napoleonic emblem. Unsympathetic Democrats noted that the nomination had been made on June 18th, the date of the Battle of Waterloo, and they professed to see in the coincidence an omen of disaster to the Republican Napoleon. For the vice presidency, the convention nominated on the first ballot Mr. Garrett A. Hobart, a wealthy lawyer and man of affairs whose home was in New Jersey. Mr. McKinley's nomination was well received by Republicans throughout the country, and the convention's explicit utterance in favor of the gold standard satisfied those capitalists and business men who had previously opposed him as a trimmer. But his selection on a gold platform had also the effect of consolidating the advocates of silver and of making the election turn inevitably upon the financial question. Even before this, the Democratic party in the West and South had become practically a free silver party. The conventions of 30 states had passed resolutions approving the free coinage of silver at a ratio of 16:1. Only 10 states had declared for the maintenance of the gold standard. The convention of one state alone, Florida, had ignored the money issue altogether. It was so plain that the approaching national convention of the Democratic party would be controlled by the free silver men that many conservative Democrats, or Cleveland Democrats as they were called, were at first inclined to take no part in the convention's councils, but to break openly with their party in advance of its assemblage. From this course, however, they were dissuaded by President Cleveland himself, who on June 16th caused a letter to be published which may be considered his last official utterance as the head of the Democratic party. In it his faith in the ultimate good sense of the people was still apparent. His tone was still both confident and courageous. "A national convention," wrote he, "is a gathering for conference and reflection. No Democrat should refuse to take part in it from sheer faint-heartedness or with the belief that its conclusions are predetermined. On the contrary, every one should do all within his power to guide its deliberations to wise and salutary ends. A cause worth fighting for is worth fighting for to the end." This spirited summons rallied the conservative leaders of the party, and when the convention met at Chicago on July 7th, both factions were fully represented there. But as soon as the delegates began to arrive, it was plain that only a miracle of management could stem the tide that had set in for free silver. As Mr. Richard P. Bland expressed it in a published interview, the Democracy of the West were convinced that the gold standard meant bankruptcy, and that the convention would declare for the free coinage of silver at 16:1, and d the consequences. Note 16, page 492. A correspondent of the New World, which was the organ of the Cleveland Democrats, described the situation in Chicago very accurately in these words: "The Silverites will be invincible if united and harmonious, but they have neither machine nor boss. The opportunity is here, the man is lacking." Such was indeed the case. There were present men who in former years had exercised almost dictatorial power in Democratic conventions, but they were now swept aside unheeded, or made to feel that they were distrusted and disliked. Senator Hill, Mr. Whitney and ex-Governor Flower of New York were there, and so were ex-Governor W. E. Russell of Massachusetts and General Bragg of Wisconsin. Yet they were lost in the swirling mob that marched and shouted and sang without leadership or any definite purpose, save a desire to "smash things" and to shake off the domination of the East. Fanatics like Altgeld and Tillman rode the crest of this human deluge, and their wild talk harmonized with the reckless mood of those who listened to them eagerly. One finds it interesting to speculate upon the feelings with which Senator Gorman of Maryland must have watched the strange scenes that were taking place on the eve of this convention of his party. At the convention of 1892 he had been an honored leader. The cause for which he then contended had triumphed at the polls. A Democratic President and a Democratic Congress had sought to keep their pledges to the nation by wise and moderate counsels, by the remission of unjust taxation, and by shaking off the grasp of the money power. But Mr. Gorman and those who acted with him had turned that great victory to naught. They had humiliated their chosen leader, and made the professions of their party seem dishonest and ridiculous. Yet in doing this they had sown the wind, and they were now blasted by the whirlwind of political retribution. Who in all this vociferous multitude cared for what Mr. Gorman and his associates wished or thought? The most uncouth delegate from a mining camp was here of more importance than the smooth senator from Maryland, who by his machinations sapped the strength of the conservative democracy, had thus unbarred the floodgates of a furious torrent which was already far beyond control. How completely the great majority of the delegates had cast away their old allegiances was made evident when the convention first assembled on July 7th, in a vast structure styled the Coliseum, under whose spreading roof of glass and iron 15,000 human beings were crowded together in the heat of a summer sun. The National Committee was still controlled by the conservative element of the party, and this committee now presented to the convention the name of Senator Hill of New York as its selection for the temporary chairmanship. Both usage and etiquette required that their choice should be ratified by the delegates as a matter of ordinary courtesy. But not even for a temporary office would the majority accept an Eastern man who was also an opponent of free silver. A debate, remarkable for its bitterness, at once began; and in opposition to Mr. Hill, Senator John W. Daniel of Virginia, an ardent silver advocate, was put in nomination, and was elected to the temporary chairmanship by the decisive vote of 556 to 349. A preliminary test of strength had now been made, and from this moment the silver men were exultantly aware of their supremacy. An eyewitness of the scene thus noted its significance: "The scepter of political power has passed from the strong, certain hands of the East to the feverish, headstrong mob of the West and South." Note 17, page 494. During the debate a delegate had casually spoken the name of President Cleveland. Many of the spectators at once rose to their feet and cheered; but it was an ominous circumstance that not a single delegate joined in the cheering, even those from New York remaining silent in their places. Mr. Altgeld, on the other hand, was greeted with yells of unrestrained delight. Having won this victory, and having listened to an address by Senator Daniel, the convention adjourned until the following day. When it reassembled on the morning of July 8th, it was plain that the silver faction meant to use its power to the full. By a sweeping majority the representation of each territory was augmented from 2 members to 6. The delegation from Nebraska, which was pledged to support the gold standard, was unseated, and a contesting delegation of silver men, with Mr. William J. Bryan at its head, was admitted to the convention. 4 gold delegates from Michigan were rejected, and 4 silver delegates were substituted in their place, thus giving to the silver faction under the unit rule the solid vote of Michigan. Having effected these changes, all of which greatly increased the strength of the majority, Senator S. M. White of California was made permanent president of the convention. On July 9th, the Committee on Resolutions reported a platform devoted almost wholly to the money question, which was declared to be paramount to all others at this time. The platform, after denouncing the demonetization of silver as being the cause of the prevalent financial distress, went on to say: "We are unalterably opposed to monometallism, which has locked fast the prosperity of an industrial people in the paralysis of hard times. Gold monometallism is a British policy, and its adoption has brought other nations into financial servitude to London. We demand the free and unlimited coinage of both silver and gold at the present legal ratio of 16:1, without waiting for the aid or consent of any other nation. We demand that the standard silver dollar shall be a full legal tender, equally with gold, for all debts, public and private. And we favor such legislation as will prevent for the future the demonetization of any kind of legal tender money by private contract. The resolutions were made to condemn the issuing of interest-bearing bonds of the United States in time of peace, and the trafficking with banking syndicates, and to denounce arbitrary interference by federal authorities in local affairs, and especially government by injunction, which was described as a new and highly dangerous form of oppression by which federal judges become at once legislators, judges, and executioners. Life tenure in the public service was also disapproved in favor of appointments for fixed terms of office. The Monroe Doctrine was reaffirmed, sympathy was expressed for the people of Cuba in their struggle for independence, and an enlargement of the powers of the Interstate Commerce Commission was demanded, together with such control of railroads as will protect the people from robbery and oppression. It will be noted that, contrary to all usage, the platform as reported by the majority contained no word of approbation for President Cleveland. More than that, it condemned every important policy with which he had been identified. It was indeed precisely what those who wrote it meant that it should be: a repudiation of him and of his administration. A minority of the committee, however, presented a protest to the convention signed by 16 members representing 16 different states. Note 18, page 496. These gentlemen pronounced some of the declarations in the platform as reported by the majority of the committee to be wholly unnecessary. Others were called ill-considered and ambiguously phrased, while still others were extreme and revolutionary. The minority, therefore, offered, in place of the free silver declaration, a substitute to the effect that any attempt on the part of the United States alone to establish free silver coinage would both imperil the national finances and retard or prevent the success of international bimetallism. It would place this country at once upon a silver basis, impair contracts, disturb business, diminish the purchasing power of the wages of labor, and inflict irreparable evil upon our nation's commerce and industry. Finally, the minority offered the following resolution as an amendment to the majority's report: We commend the honesty, economy, courage, and fidelity of the present Democratic National Administration. Both reports were now before the convention, and the climax of the struggle had been reached. At once Senator Tillman leaped upon the platform. To him the minority report with its praise of President Cleveland was like a red rag to a bull. He fronted the multitude, dark and savage-featured, his face flushed, his hair unkempt, the incarnation of the mob, vengeful and defiant. There was a strange gleam in his one eye. When he began to speak, his fury rose to a fierce crescendo. He paced the platform like a madman, clenching his fists, hissing out his words, tossing his hands high above his head, and snapping his jaws together. Note 19, page 497. So completely had passion mastered him, that much of what he said was unintelligible; but those who heard him gathered that he was denouncing Mr. Cleveland as a tool of Wall Street, a tyrant, and one who richly deserved to be impeached and driven from his high office. Oddly enough, the vehemence of Mr. Tillman defeated its own object. Intense as was the feeling of the multitude to which he spoke, such raving did not touch its sympathies. Though applause was given to him by many, in his violence he had overshot the mark. Senator Hill, who spoke in behalf of the minority report, failed in another way to meet the mood of the vast audience. His face was ashen white and his manner glacial. Mr. Hill entirely lacked the oratorical temperament. Wholly unimpassioned at all times, the emotions of those about him seemed to make him colder and still more unbending. "I am a Democrat," he began, "but I am not a revolutionist." Then he proceeded with a discourse that was wholly argumentative, an appeal to reason which, if pronounced before a purely deliberative body, might well have carried conviction in its words. It was, however, no deliberative body that he now addressed, but a surging mass of men, frantic with excitement, upon whom mere argument was thrown away. He might as well have spoken to a cyclone, and when he took his seat he knew that he had failed. Mr. Vilas of Wisconsin and Mr. Russell of Massachusetts, who followed and supported Mr. Hill, were no less ineffectual. Weakness of voice, an evident consciousness of coming defeat, and an unpopular cause, all combined to make their efforts unavailing. Until now there had spoken no man to whom that riotous assembly would listen with respect. But at this moment there appeared upon the platform Mr. William Jennings Bryan of Nebraska, who came forward to reply to the three preceding speakers. As he confronted the 20,000 yelling, cursing, shouting men before him, they felt at once that indescribable magnetic thrill which beasts and men alike experience in the presence of a master. Serene and self-possessed, and with a smile upon his lips, he faced the roaring multitude with a splendid consciousness of power. Before a single word had been uttered by him, the pandemonium sank to an inarticulate murmur, and when he began to speak, even this was hushed to the profoundest silence. A mellow, penetrating voice that reached apparently without the slightest effort to the farthermost recesses of that enormous hall, gave utterance to a brief exordium. Mr. Chairman and Gentlemen of the Convention, I should be presumptuous indeed to present myself against the distinguished gentlemen to whom you have listened, if this were a mere measuring of abilities; but this is not a contest between persons. The humblest citizen in the land, when clad in the armor of a righteous cause, is stronger than all the hosts of error. I come to speak to you in defense of a cause as holy as the cause of liberty, the cause of humanity. Mr. Bryan had in these 3 sentences already won his auditors. The repose and graceful dignity of his manner, the courteous reference to his opponents, and the perfect clearness and simplicity of his language riveted the attention of every man and woman in the convention hall. As he continued, it was with increasing earnestness and power. He spoke briefly of the issue which was there to be determined. He held it to be an issue based upon a vital principle, the right of the majority to rule and to have its firm convictions embodied in the declaration of the party. It is not a question of persons, it is a question of principle. And it is not with gladness that we find ourselves brought into conflict with those who are now arrayed upon the other side. When you," turning to the gold delegates, "come before us and tell us that we are about to disturb your business interests, we reply that you have disturbed our business interests by your course. We say to you that you have made the definition of a business man too limited in its application. The man who is employed for wages is as much a business man as his employer. The attorney in a country town is as much a business man as the corporation counsel in a great metropolis. The merchant at the crossroads store is as much a business man as the merchant of New York. The farmer who goes forth in the morning and toils all day, who begins in the spring and toils all summer, and who, by the application of brain and muscle to the natural resources of the country, creates wealth, is as much a business man as the man who goes upon the Board of Trade and bets upon the price of grain. The miners who go down 1,000 feet into the earth, or climb 2,000 feet upon the cliffs, and bring forth from their hiding places the precious metals to be poured into the channels of trade, are as much business men as the few financial magnates who in a back room corner the money of the world. We come to speak for this broader class of business men." Mr. Bryan's delivery of this passage was remarkable for its effectiveness. He spoke with the utmost deliberation, so that every word was driven home to each hearer's consciousness, and yet with an ever-increasing force which found fit expression in the wonderful harmony and power of his voice. His sentences rang out, now with an accent of superb disdain, and now with the stirring challenge of a bugle call. We do not come as aggressors. Our war is not a war of conquest. We are fighting in the defense of our homes, our families, and posterity. We have petitioned, and our petitions have been scorned. We have entreated, and our entreaties have been disregarded. We have begged, and they have mocked when our calamity came. We beg no longer. We entreat no more. We petition no more. We defy them." As Mr. Bryan pronounced these spirited words, the great hall seemed to rock and sway with the fierce energy of the shout that ascended from 20,000 throats. When he flung out the sentence, "We defy them," the leaderless democracy of the West was leaderless no more. In that very moment, and in that burst of wild applause, it was acclaiming its new chief. "You come and tell us that the great cities are in favor of the gold standard. We reply that the great cities rest upon our broad and fertile prairies. Burn down your cities and leave our farms, and your cities will spring up again as if by magic. But destroy our farms, and the grass will grow in the streets of every city in the country. We go forth confident that we shall win. Why? Because upon the paramount issue of this campaign there is not a spot of ground upon which the enemy will dare to challenge battle. If they tell us that the gold standard is a good thing, we shall point to their platform and tell them that their platform pledges the party to get rid of the gold standard and to substitute bimetallism. If the gold standard is a good thing, why try to get rid of it? I call your attention to the fact that some of the very people who are in this convention today and who tell us that we ought to declare in favor of international bimetallism, thereby declaring that the gold standard is wrong and that the principle of bimetallism is better, these very people 4 months ago were open and avowed advocates of the gold standard, and were then telling us that we could not legislate two metals together, even with the aid of all the world. If the gold standard is a good thing, we ought to declare in favor of its retention, and not in favor of abandoning it. And if the gold standard is a bad thing, why should we wait until other nations are willing to help us let go? Here is the line of battle, and we care not upon which issue they force the fight. We are prepared to meet them on either issue or on both. It is the issue of 1776 over again. Our ancestors, when but 3 millions in number, had the courage to declare their political independence of every other nation. Shall we, their descendants, when we have grown to 70 millions, declare that we are less independent than our forefathers? No, my friends, that will never be the verdict of our people. Therefore we care not upon what lines the battle is fought. If they say bimetallism is good, but that we cannot have it until other nations help us, we reply, instead of having a gold standard because England has, we will restore bimetallism, and then let England have bimetallism because the United States has it. If they dare to come out into the open field and defend the gold standard as a good thing, we will fight them to the uttermost. Having behind us the producing masses of this nation and the world, the laboring interests and the toilers everywhere, we will answer their demand for a gold standard by saying to them, "You shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." End of chapter 11, part 2.